And very good morning to the Ageas Bowl, a warm and sunny Ageas Bowl. I can't see a cloud in the sky, and I'm sure that's the case up and down the country. Perfect cricketing weather, perfect championship weather, because we're back to the County Championship this week. County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Warwickshire. I can tell you that Warwickshire have won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm sure James Vince would have wanted to do that as well, so you would almost say that Warwickshire have got first advantage in this four-day match. So that's the situation. Your commentary team today, a little later, you'll hear from BBC WM and Coventry Warwickshire's Clive Eakin. But to take you through up to the start of play and the first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator, Melissa Story. Melissa.
Good morning.
Yes, you're starting with me, which is great. Now, let's go through the two teams, and you've got the Warwickshire team, so should we go through the Warwickshire one?
I do. So opening up with Dom Sibley and Alex Davis at the top of the order. In at 3, Chris Benjamin. Number 4, Dan Moulsley. 5 is Will Rhodes. Michael Burgess, the wicket-keeper, at 6. Then we've got Matt Lamb, Nathan McAndrew.
Nathan McAndrew, yeah.
McAndrew. Then we have Danny Briggs, George Garrett's first game of the season, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Thank you very much. So looks like a couple of changes to the Warwickshire side from the side that drew with Northants in their last championship fixture. Hampshire have made one change from the side that lost to Essex up at Chelmsford, a thrilling fixture a couple of weeks ago, lost by just 12 runs, tracing 300 on a turning, bouncing wicket in Essex. And Mohammed Abbas, the Pakistan seamer, is back after missing 2 matches, and he comes in for fellow seamer Brad Wheel. So Hampshire are Felix Organ, Ian Holland, Nick Gubbins, Captain James Vince, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown the keeper, Anirin Donald, Keith Barker, the former Warwickshire man, James Fuller, and Kyle Abbott. Those are your two teams for this game. And Mel, it's hotting up as we get into the second half of the it's hotting up anyway, but as we get into the second half of the championship, and Hampshire in a fairly good position. Warwickshire needs some wins. They've only won one so far, but Hampshire in a strong position in second place.
Yeah, and they're having a good time across most of the competition, of course, making finals day next Saturday at Edgbaston, and they'll be hoping to build some of that momentum from the white ball stuff and bring it back to the red ball stuff, which is beautifully interlaced between T20 games. It's been an unusual kind of season. But you mentioned, yeah, Warwickshire sat 6th in the table at the moment. They've just maybe looked a bit short on bowling at times. They've relied on a few performances, especially batters who have really stood out, got some big runs for them. And Hampshire, on the other hand, you could quite safely say that there's been contributions across the board. They've really thought about their team selections across and haven't been afraid to mix and match these choices. It's not perfect for them. There's still a lot of questions around the top order. Their opening partnership hasn't quite fired yet, but their success has probably, you could say, been carried by the fantastic bowling trio of Mohamed Abbas, Keith Barker and Kyle Abbott, who are just warming up in front of us now. I'm not sure they would have wanted to be bowling in this heat, but as we say, Warwickshire winning the toss, electing to bat, as most captains will be doing across the UK today.
That's for sure. So let me give you the situation in the county championship as it stands. Surrey sit top, having played 8 of 14, 143 points. They've won 4 from 8. Hampshire won 5 from 8, ironically, but they have 127 points, so they sit, 16 points behind Surrey. Then come Lancashire in third. They've also played 8. They have 122. Then Essex, who have played 7. Yorkshire have played 7. They are 4th and 5th respectively. And Warwickshire in 6th have 91 points. That one win for Warwickshire came in the second game. Essex at Edgbaston. Hampshire, they've lost 2. They lost up at Surrey, which is a poor performance, it has to be said, but that's the way it was. And they lost at Essex, as I say, in that thriller. So not too much damage done from a Hampshire point of view. They still sit second, but I think they'd want to be a lot closer to Surrey.
They would, but it seems that the tale of the season has been Surrey sat at the top of the table, but we did see that undone by Yorkshire in the T20s, so they aren't completely indestructible. They can be challenged, and as we mentioned, Hampshire will be looking to do this as the players storm onto the pitch. There's lots of energy out there from the Hampshire players.
Yes, there certainly is, and it's set to be a very, very hot one indeed. In fact, I think most of the week is set to be hot, isn't it?
It's meant to be about 34 degrees on Sunday. So if anyone's playing for their local Sunday team, just drop out now.
You are playing next Sunday, aren't you?
I know, I'm dreading. It's only a T20, so it should be fine, but 50 overs in that heat, unbearable.
Several ways you can get in touch with us. At Solent Sport on the Twitter feed. Martin in Holland says looking forward to being back in the Championship. He's written that as though he's back in the Championship, but I know what you mean. And there was a big toss to win, says Nick Jenkins. It certainly was. I know Hampshire would wanted to have batted first. So it'll be interesting to see how Hampshire cope out there. They won't want to be out there for a day and a half, that's for sure.
No, but historically between these two teams there has been some really even matches and quite some tight matches. They've played 163 games against each other. Warwickshire have won 50 and Hampshire 46. So hopefully we're going to be in for a good contest and it won't trickle into a draw. And the Ageas Bowl this year has been quite a results pitch for us, and we were speaking about the pitch earlier, which has been prepared, and just the looks of it, it's a beautiful golden surface here which they're hoping has a bit of pace and carry in it, but also may just begin to turn as we go into days 3 and 4. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, we are very central, aren't we, here on the ground, which is good to see. Yes, I think the feeling is now that the pitches, well, it certainly was a couple of weeks ago when I was talking to Simon, the groundsman. I think they were trying to get a bit more pace into the pitches, starting the pitches a little drier, and that would mean that as you went through the 4 days, then as Mel says, a little bit more perhaps turn as well. We'll wait and see as this game unfolds, and it's going to be Keith Barker, the former Warwickshire man, who currently sits top of the bowling charts in Division 1 of the Championship with 32 wickets. What were Warwickshire doing letting him go? Unbelievable. But here he is, coming back to torment his previous side. He's bowling to Alex Davis. First delivery, and he's wrapped on the pad, perhaps on the inside edge. He didn't know where that was going. Goes out towards square, and he did get an inside edge onto that. Just a nip back a fraction from Barker. Yeah, Barker been the key man this season for Hampshire so far. He's been absolutely fantastic, not only with the new ball, but later when these Duke balls this season are looking a bit flat, they're potentially falling apart a little bit. He just comes in and produces those match-winning spells for Hampshire and contributes with the bat as well. So it was a pretty good gain for Hampshire.
Certainly was. In fact, funny enough, we have the top 2 bowlers in Division 1 playing today. Barker with 32, Oliver Hannon-Dolby with 30, and Abbas not too far behind. He's fourth in the wicket-taking charts with 26, and he's not played the last 2 games. So we've got some top bowling talent and bowling performers here at the Ageas Bowl. There is a short leg in now for Sibley. Sibley lets one go behind her. There's the good carry there that we've been seeing increasingly here at the Ageas over the last few games. Good carry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard kind of rumours that the Ageas are looking at doing kind of some awesome kind of pitch technology at the moment, where they're taking samples off the pitches and analysing the result from the game, the speed off the pitch and the carry, and looking to use those soil samples to replicate better pitches going forward, especially with the intensity of games being played every season. That's
for sure. Here's Barker round the wicket from that pavilion end. Sibley pushes forward, thick outside edge, past the diving Holland at third slip, and that is rolling all the way down to third man, and it is 5 without loss, Warwickshire in the first over.
Yeah, that was a controlled edge there from Sibley. He just dropped his hands on the ball nicely and guided it past the hands of the third slip, and it's a quick outfield here. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of boundaries. Dom Sibley, of course, has worked on this technique dramatically over the winter, still looking to be a contender for that opening spot for England. And from what I've seen so far across the season in a few of his standout innings so far, it's going okay, but there's always that adjustment period when you're working on your technique as well, and I'm sure he'll be near that England shirt soon.
Length ball, Sibley forward, goes out square on the offside, and there's no run. Yes, Sibley coming into this game, 481 runs, averaging 43 this season. Pretty decent average. When you think that his overall average career in his 109th first-class game is 28.
Yeah, Warwick have 4 batters in the top 20. So you've got some Hayne, Burgess, Sibley and Lamb all in the top 4, whilst Hampshire just have the 2.
Here's Barker again from the pavilion end. Length ball again. It's a thick outside edge, and again it's gone down to third man past a diving Ian Holland. Exactly the same result from a couple of balls before, and Warwickshire move on to 11 without loss.
That one was a bit less controlled from Sibley. He was pushing at it slightly outside his front pad, but again, not much pace carrying through here. And none of Hampshire's bowlers are express, so to say, but they are those kind of bowlers who can just land the ball on the same spot, ball after ball. Yeah,
that's been their line of attack this year, isn't it, really, is just keep the pressure on by bowling accurately. Now the short leg is already coming out. That's Nick Gubbins, and he's going out into the covers, and there are now 4 slips. And Aaron Donald joins the slip cordon, Vince, Dawson, Holland, and now Aaron Donald. Sibley looks around at the field, sees that there is perhaps not a gap on the leg side, because there is a forward square leg, but not in catching as Barker comes in. That's way outside the off stump, and Sibley leaves alone. Again, it's good carry through to Ben Brown. We thought actually it was the end of the over, but we've had 2 no balls, or no ball in this over, so that's why we're bowling 7 balls.
As always, I'm on first wicket watch across the county championship. It's my favourite thing each county championship week, just to try and put a guess on which batter's going to be the first to fall.
And
across Div 1 and Div 2.
Nobody yet.
Nothing yet.
Nobody in the first over.
It's exciting.
It should be a good batting day around the country. Usually when the sun's out, as it is, you see some big scores. As outside the off stump again. No swing really for Barker, maybe just the odd ball straightening up as he's round the wicket, but that's the first over negotiated. 11 without loss, a quick start, T20 start from Warwickshire.
Yeah, and there's quite a contrast between the 2 ways these teams have won or drawn their games so far across the competition. So Warwickshire have scored 3,808 runs at a strike rate of 0.46, so it's pretty consistent with the Div 1 average. Hampshire, on the other hand, have scored 1 less run but a strike rate of 0.57, so considerably faster average. And actually looking at the distribution of those runs, they've had 11 centuries, 9 scored by Hayne, and then more reliance on Burgess, Sibley and Lamb with 11 50s. Hampshire have had just 7 centuries but spread across 6 players and 16 50s made by 10 players. So Hampshire really contributing with plenty of players across their squad, whilst there is a bit more reliance on those standout players for Warwickshire.
Yeah, Haynes having a terrific year, isn't he?
It is Abbas then bowling from our commentary end, and that's past the outside edge of Davis' bat. Gentle bit of away movement there from Ageas. He won't look to swing the ball dramatically, he'll just get a bit of tickle off the pitch and just push in that corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, good to see him back. Brad Wheels filled in admirably, to be fair, but man like Ageas back into the attack.
Because of course he wasn't allowed to be in the setup because of the 2 overseas players of Ellis and McDermott in the white ball squad.
Yep.
Meant that Ageas couldn't be kind of around the setup for the red ball stuff, as he's in, and that's straighter, pushed back to him by Davis.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah, you can only have, and you can't swap and change from week to week, can you? It has to be a sort of over a period, so you can't just bring people in willy-nilly game to game.
But just the value he brings to Hampshire, as you mentioned, he's bowled, well, played in 6 games and he's averaging 16, going at just an economy rate of 2.4 and his strike rate at around 40. We've seen these batting pitches this year, but he's performed well and put in a hard graft as he's in. That's pushed into the onside by Davis to that short mid-wicket. No run taken, 11 for none. Halfway through this over, and plenty of floppy hats on the field from the Hampshire players today.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm not surprised either. We'll get the sun at about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon, which will shine directly into our position on the camera gantry on the hotel at the northern end.
Just gently ambles back to his mark, does Ageas, and gently runs in past the umpire. Bowls to Davis, and that's cut away straight to the fielder at point. There's a big gap there on the offside, and Davis would have been looking just to hit that more in front of square and pierce that vacant cover region. But he timed that nicely. And he'll just need to get his eye on here, because as we mentioned, there's probably a lot of runs out there on that pitch today, and they'll be looking to capitalise.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing loads at the moment, does it? No real swing.
How long before the first ball change then?
Yes, next over.
Ageas in and bowls, left alone, and that's a tight leave from Davis. He watched the ball through past his off stump, and it was a good leave in the end, but Ageas does have the ability just to nibble a few in towards the stumps as well, so he's got to be careful here.
Yeah, don't forget we're on the live picture feed, which is going out on the Hampshire Cricket website, and also back to the Warwickshire Cricket website as well. BBC Online at the moment, we've got a few problems, we're trying to sort that out.
Four slips in play to Ageas. Final ball of the over, bowls and Fuller left alone. Through to Brown behind the stumps, and that completes that second over. That one's a maiden from Ageas. 11 for none after 2 are Warwickshire.
Raymondo at Solar Sports says missing out on the Hampshire and Warwickshire game at the Ageas Bowl today thanks to flipping COVID, says Raymondo. Grateful to Kevin Melissa though. Come on Hampshire. So I think that'll be a thought that's echoed throughout the south coast and other Hampshire supporters up and down the country. This is a game after losing to Essex. I think that Hampshire will be looking to pick up a 6th victory this season.
The nature of that loss as well. I was following it from a distance, and it was a tough batting conditions. Harmer over at Essex taking, I think, 8 wickets on the second day of that game. It was turning sideways.
Crazy.
It was probably the opposite story here, going from bowler's paradise to batting's paradise.
Right, here's Barker then from the pavilion end, runs towards us, staying round the wicket, Sibley pushes forward, it goes along the ground and fielded by Gubbins at point, and the Warwickshire total remains on 11 without loss. Remember, Warwickshire won the toss, Will Rhodes called correctly, and probably had absolutely no hesitation in deciding to bat first, because I'm pretty sure, though I hadn't spoken to the Hampshire camp this morning, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they would have wanted to have done as well. So this is certainly not a couple of days to be fielding for a day and a half, although I'm sure that Sibley, especially thick outside edge, there's Sibley along the ground, fielded by Ian Holland at third slip, but all along the ground. That's a couple of thick edges from Sibley that have also gone along the ground in Barker's previous over, just wide of Holland. But nothing as yet, thick edge or thin edge, has actually gone in the air towards those men behind the stumps.
I guess the only question for Dom Sibley going forward and pushing for that England opener spot is his strike rate, which has been a big debate.
Pushes forward, and that's a lovely shot out in the covers. Gubbins not going to pick that up. Lovely push drive there from Sibley, slightly over pitch there from Barker. And Sibley moves on to 12. It's 15 without loss, Warwickshire.
He has a strike rate of 39, so it's below his team's average, it's below Div 1 average, and of course there is that talk that yes, you need the anchor at the top of the order. You've got Ben Compton as a name being thrown around, and he doesn't exactly progress his innings at an express pace, but there is the pressure of England's new red ball setup and the pace they're playing Test cricket, Baz Ball, and whether Sibley fits into that kind of framework.
I heard so much about Bears Ball last week, as that's pushed out into the covers. That'll be a single. Everybody was saying, "Oh, have you heard about Bears Ball up at Edgbaston?" I didn't see too much of it in the quarter-final.
Is that an attempted New Zealand accent?
What, me?
Yeah.
I did spend 2.5 years in New Zealand.
Did you? Okay.
Did I say it like a New Zealander? Kiwi?
I wasn't quite sure what it was, to be honest.
Really? Oh, that's a bit worrying.
Yeah, maybe a bit of practice can go into that one. But Brendan McCullum himself said he didn't like the phrase Baz Ball, which, if anything, encourages me to say it more.
Especially when you see him.
Oh, yeah, if ever I ever bump into him, on the casual.
Barker's round the wicket again, outside the off stump, and Alex Davis leaves that one alone. He has a single, 13 to Sibley, 16 without loss so far to Warwickshire. So we're just trying to order some lunch at the same time here, aren't we?
I know, it's the age-old dilemma of what to eat when it's really hot outside, because all you really want is picky bits. Is that what you call them in your family? Picky bits?
So again, what? Picky bits. I've never heard that before in my life. But I'll take your word for it. As Davis is forward, and that goes out square to Gubbins, and that is the end of the over. Barker's bowled 2 overs now, none for 16. Abbas that 1 over, and that didn't go for any. And Warwickshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first, are 16 without loss.
Not much happening with the ball early on from Hampshire. It's been pretty up and down, no sideways movement. That's probably what they would have expected. Speaking about this glorious blue sky above the Ageas Bowl, and there's a steady stream of supporters coming into the ground, looking to enjoy this fantastic opening day of cricket. Most of them assembling in the shady stand in front of us to our left, and sat under the big tent-like marquee stand in the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion opposite us. Not many brave souls sat below us in the bright sunshine.
God, they're going to get frazzled, aren't they?
Definitely a SPF 50 kind of day. Mohamed Abbas continues from the hotel, and that just goes past the outside edge of Sibley's bat. Just watching that replay. It's just a bit of movement off the pitch, nothing in the air. But he uses that seam position wonderfully, and if you watch his wrist position when he comes into bowl, it's just a really delicate kind of flick, which is all it takes for the difference between that in-swinger and away swinger, and it completely lured Sibley into that false shot. 16 for none. 4 slips as Abbas charges in, and that's a bit wider, left alone by Sibley. Through to Brown behind the stumps. It's going to be a long day in the field if these early wickets aren't taken for Hampshire. Speaking about how hot it's going to be getting over these next few days, I'm sure plenty of people, if they're not here at the ground today, are sat in their garden, maybe doing a bit of gardening, maybe a nice cold drink in hand.
It's a good day for it. Good day for it, isn't it?
Abbas runs in again, third ball of the over, and it's left well alone by Sibley. He's 13 off 13 balls, so he's got off to a flyer. A few controlled edges down to third. And Davis at the other end, 1 off 9.
Are you doing emails on your account as well today? At Melissa
Yes.
G Story? Yes, so if you want to...
on Twitter.
Tweet, sorry, yes. Or solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. At Melissa G Story, if you just want to tweet Melissa direct, don't want to include me and Clive in it. Or at Solent Sport, if you want to include everybody. Here comes... Well, it's you, isn't it?
Abbas, and defended from the crease by Sibley. It's fine, you can take it, Kev. It's okay.
No, I wouldn't.
No, you're just so eager for this game that it's quite funny because these two teams have actually been involved in two quite remarkable games. And so the first one, probably well known by listeners, was the incredible match in 1922. So 100 years ago, so I thought it'd be quite relevant to bring it up again today. And it was quite famous for being Hampshire's lowest ever county score, as Ageas Bowl, that straighter, tickled away by Sibley into the vacant square leg region. They get through for a single, 17 for none now. So it was their lowest ever score. Warwickshire batted first. They made 223. Hampshire were bowled out for 15, with Charles Mead the top score with 6 not out, and Howell got 6 for 7.
Whoa.
So it was looking pretty bad for Hampshire. They were asked to follow on and made 521 all out.
Wow. With
George Brown scoring 172. And then they bowled Warwickshire out for 158 to win by 155 runs. As Ageas in, and that's dropped into the offside by Davis. He advanced down the wicket looking to see if they could sneak through for that single, but sent back by his partner at the other end. 17 for none at the end of that 4th over. Keith Barker, not Keith Barker, Mohammed Ageas just bowled the 2 overs for just the 1 run so far.
So that's a remarkable comeback.
Remarkable, and hopefully not the kind of game we'll see today, although if it did end in a Hampshire win, I'm sure Hampshire fans would be happy. And then there's the second game I just wanted to bring up, because it was a game you were involved in, Kevin James.
Oh dear.
And it's the highest aggregate score involving Hampshire in 1997. I'm not sure whether you remember this game, where 1,706 runs were scored in total.
Between Hampshire and Warwickshire?
Between Hampshire and Warwickshire. But I'm not sure if it's a happy memory for you because you bagged a pair.
Oh gosh, I think I do remember it. Of course I do. Another thick outside edge from Sibley, and again it's gone wide of the slip cordon along the ground, and again it's making its way down to third man for 4 runs. Barker's finding the edge of Sibley's bat, but he's not getting any carry. But maybe some hope there. 18 to Sibley now, 21 without loss. I do remember it was at Bournemouth.
I'm not sure where it was, but I have the innings totals of Warwickshire first innings 631 for 7 declared.
Right.
Andy Moles 168, David Hemp 138.
Yeah.
Hampshire in reply got 549 for 6 with Matthew Hayden 235 not out.
And I got a first baller.
And you got you got a pair across. I'm not sure it was a first ball.
I think it might have been a king pair if it's the game I'm thinking of.
Sean Udall as well in that innings getting 117 not out.
Did he? And I got 0. How about you bringing that up, Mel? Length ball, Sibley drives nicely through mid-on, and there's going to be 4 runs, I'm sure. Kyle Abbott isn't going to pick it up. He isn't. Can't quite get there in time. He's gone up towards the top end of the ground, towards the pavilion. That is a lovely straight drive. Whatever Dom Sibley's done during the winter on his technique, that is a beautiful straight drive. Moves on to 22. Warwickshire 25 without loss.
Well, if I can remember correctly, he's really strong off his pads, and he remains so, but he was sometimes trapped in front trying to play around that front pad. He was losing his balance a bit, and you could see his head falling to one side, and he's really, really worked on that. And if you watch his posture now, he's not getting tangled up around his front pad as much.
Pushes that away down towards fine leg. Straight delivery there from Barker. Goes down to Ageas. Warwickshire. Few problems this morning, or there are a few thick outside edges that have gone past the slip cordons, but no, they haven't carried. 26 without loss. So that was some huge totals in that.
I mean, even going into the third innings of the game, Nick Knight scored another 100, and Hemp scored his 2nd century of the game. So one bloke's gone and got 2 centuries, and you got 2 ducks.
No. Oh dear. Do you know what? Shall I call the game properly, and then we'll have a look? Because I've got a horrible feeling it might have been a game where I might have even got a pair. I got a pair, but not been king pair. Outside the off stump, left alone by Alex Davis. Because, I mean, to be fair, there's not too many games where I did get. It was 2 or 3 games I got pairs, but you remember your king pairs, don't you?
I've had a king pair.
Have you? Have you really?
Not in obviously a red ball first class game. That would be quite impressive. But in a women's county double T20s in a day, it was quite. I'm pretty sure it was a king pair. Again, I'll have to bring up the scorecard, but all I remember is being quite hungover.
Well, at least you had an excuse for it. I didn't. Davis drives, but finds Abbott up at mid-on, and there is no run. Let's get through a couple of tweets as well before we lose them. Glenn Dutfield, morning to you at Silent Sports. Sorry if you've already covered this, but is the team selection trying to rotate and please everybody? Not that I know of. I mean, Mohamed Abbas is back, so somebody has to make way. So there's only one change in the Hampshire side. That's Abbas for Wheel. There's 3 changes in the Warwickshire side from the last time they played in the Championship, where they drew with Northants. In comes Danny Briggs, formerly of these parts, George Garrett and Dan Mousley. Out goes Craig Miles, Jacob Bethel and Henry Brooks from the last game. That's a length ball which is just played into the wicket quite late there from Alex Davis. End of the over, 26 without loss.
I've been sent a few tweets which haven't tagged you in them, so they're just for me. There is a bit of confusion about whether were you saying Bears Ball,
yes.
Baz Ball, or Bears, as if to say, because Ralph Brooker has said, I think Kevin was saying Bears Ball after Johnny Bairstow's heroics, and not trying to say Baz Ball. Then Nedwall at Nedwall 2002 said, I think JMO was saying Bears Ball, so I assume that's what you're saying, that the Bears were playing like England played Baz Ball, except in the quarter-final last week.
Where they were playing nothing ball.
And he says, great to have Mo Abbas back. Does that mean the Aussies have gone home and not in the finals day squad?
Oh,
You'll have to answer that one. Abbas continues from the hotel end. That's full. Prodded into the offside, and Sibley almost falls over there. He got so low over the ball, slipped at the crease, and both batters were out of their ground for seconds, but got back safely. They are definitely targeting that gap there in the covers. They've noticed the ball's not doing too much, and as we mentioned, it's quick outfield here. Anything which pierces that inner ring will certainly go for 4.
Yeah, so there is a Bears Ball, which is Bairstow and Bears up at Edgbaston, because they've sort of nicked part of that Baz Ball thing.
As Abbas in and driven down the ground sweetly by Sibley. The ball's just slowing up, but finds the boundary rope. Keith Barker gives up in the chase. And a glorious stroke from Dom Sibley. Again, not getting caught around that front pad, and again, not looking to hit that 2 square as perhaps the old Dom Sibley would have done. He's just showing the full face of the bat and driving that beautifully down the ground.
He's nailing those on drives, isn't he? Absolutely nailing them.
It's almost, to make the comparison, Tendulkar-esque.
Oh.
That gorgeous straight drive of Tendulkar, and you see that same presence at the crease. He's got perfect balance as Sibley is playing these shots, and Abbas comes in again, bowls, and this time finds the inside edge. The ball squirts away to square leg, and they sneak through for a single. Apologies. Not sure who that is, Fields.
Is that Gubbins? Is he on the leg side now? Because it looks like Felix Organ's
Maybe
on the
James
offside.
Fuller.
Might be Fuller, yes. I don't think we've really seen him in a sun hat before, have we? It's Fuller.
But he has quite a shaggy haircut. So you feel as if the hair's already got to be quite hot on a day like this. So to put a big floppy hat on top as well, it's got to be sweaty under there. I'll ask him now after the game, maybe. There you go. Abbas past the umpire. Fuller left alone by Davis. He's playing a patient start to his innings here so far as he goes down the pitch. Gives it a couple taps of the bat, and often that's just used as a batter just to ease the nerves and refocus the ball.
Just to reiterate, there is a few problems with BBC Online. I think it's just this game, unfortunately, I'm being told. So there are people working on it on our behalf. Hopefully it won't be too long before you can listen to us on the BBC Sport website and app.
Abbas bowls Fuller and squirted out by Davis to point. No run there as it's fielded by Organ.
Mr. Snaplegs at Silent Sport says got Hampshire on the live picture stream and resigned to being in the office all day. Dom Sibley off to a good start. He certainly is. He looks good out there with his 28 from 21.
Maybe he is playing Baz Ball.
Or Bears Ball.
I'll have to put a vote out, see which one people prefer. Final ball of the over then from Abbas, and it's left alone by Davis. Through to Brown behind the stumps, and that completes the 6th over of the morning. 31 for none. Warwickshire. No wickets for Hampshire so far, and I have got an email from Dave Allen, our local Hampshire statistician, historian, storyteller, and he said that my reference to Charles Meade and his 6 not out and that valiant innings of 15 all out He was more known as Phil or Philip, never Charles, so apologies for that. And he holds the record of having scored the most runs for any single first-class side anywhere in the history of cricket, and also made the highest score for England at home to Australia until Len Hutton in 1938.
Wow, there you go. So Barker will continue from the pavilion end. And he's round the wicket to Dom Sibley, 4 slips away. As Barker runs towards us, Sibley drives up to mid-on. He likes that area. He loves that area, mid-on and straight between bowler and mid-on. He's been very good in that area already this morning.
The thing, of course, is that the bowlers often go from bowling their over to go stand at mid-off or mid-on. So just when you want a bit of respite and you want to get your breath back, you've got Dom Sibley pelting the ball at you at mid-on every other ball. So it's a tough life being a bowler.
It might be today. The way things are looking at the moment, there's not too much movement in the air or off the seam at the moment as Barker bowls outside the off-stump. Good leave there from Sibley, but again, that ball's doing very little.
Got a tweet in from Adrian Kirk saying, enjoying the comms today as I work from home. Bad news is that I'm in the office tomorrow. What are the chances of Hants winning within one day?
On this wicket, what we've seen already, what do you reckon?
I would be willing to bet a very large amount that it won't.
I've got to, yeah, I think we're going nearly all 4 days on what we're seeing here this morning. But things can change, of course. It's a long time, 4 days, as we all know. Barker again into Sibley. Sibley drives pleasantly through the covers, where you can tell from the way the ball hit the bat, that's going for 4. Absolutely no doubt about that.
That was just a stunning shot there from Sibley. He's looking in great sorts out in the middle. His weight distribution was perfect, and he just held the pose there for the cameramen around the ground. Or the photographers, I should say.
Is there one over there?
There might be one.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Sure,
one
he
or
got
two.
the perfect shot.
It's, I suppose after getting used to the T20 crowds, it's obviously the crowd's a bit sparse here. It doesn't help actually, because the temporary seating is still in from the T20 the other night.
It is, and it's remaining there over the summer now, isn't it, for the 100?
Oh,
pretty
of course
sure.
it would be, yeah, would be. Here's Barker outside the off-stump, and Sibley leaves that one alone, of which you'll be doing some commentaries for, won't you?
Hopefully, yes, and there's a few big games here at the Ageas Bowl. I think they have the semi-finals being hosted here for both the women's and the men's.
Oh, right, what, the Eliminator? Was it
Yes,
Eliminator?
the
Or whatever it was?
Eliminator.
Yeah. You have to get into the 100 speak. Eliminator, Mel.
I need to get used to not saying over. I don't think I even remember the rules from last year. I have to do a bit of...
What do you say? End of that batch of balls or something?
I'll invent a word.
Barker in, straight. Sibley pushes that back to the bowler, and there is no run. What's the umpire looking at? Is he looking at Barker's front foot? Yes, he is. That's all. I'm saying that as though that's a huge relief. That's still not great. So, though it's not great, but even so, front foot or follow through down the wicket, either's not great, to be honest.
No, I mean, the pitch I was playing on yesterday, over in Kent at St Lawrence and Highlands ground, beautiful ground, but it had almost a crater by the bowling crease from when it's been so dry recently. Every foot slamming down in there had made it actually quite uncomfortable to bowl the ball. Straight
delivery, which Sibley just pushes out on the leg side. That's the end of the over and the end for now of Melissa Story. She'll be back in around about half an hour's time. So, Dom Sibley, 32 not out. Alex Davis, 1 not out. Warwickshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first. I don't think that was a particularly difficult decision with the weather and overhead conditions that we have and the pitch the way it's played so far. Good start from them. And Clive Eakin from, are you BBC WM or BBC Commentary in Warwickshire?
Correct.
BBC
both
WM.
Of them, or BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM, both of them.
CWR.
Are you going to let Melissa
WM.
back on again?
Sorry?
Are you going to let Melissa back on again?
Yes, I will. Of course,
Fancy
she'll be on with
reminding you of a match where you were a bowler and lots of runs scored and you got a pair.
I know. Honestly, I know. I'm distraught, if I'm honest. I'm looking it up, actually, because it might have even been a king pair, Clive, which worries me even more. Do you want to do this one?
Okay. That one is defended. Abbasin, and defended solidly by Davis. Decent start from Warwickshire. Yes, they've had a few edges down to third, but it's helped keep the scoreboard ticking along.
That wasn't the game I was thinking of, actually. I've just called it up. It was actually at the old county ground in Southampton. I thought it was another game, actually at Bournemouth, but it wasn't. But you're right. I batted at number 3 that game.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hopeless.
Didn't bat number 3 the next game, I
No.
suspect. Abbas comes into bowl, and that's defended by Davis for no run.
I would have been out, I should think. Yeah, and not batted at 3, Clive. I think I would have been out of the team straight away. So what about your guys in this competition? Because you kind of need some wins now, otherwise it's going to fizzle out, isn't it?
Yeah, well, fizzle out might be good, because at the moment you can't rule out them being a little bit close to the bottom 2. Yeah, it's been difficult. The problem they've had is bowling teams out. That's where they've struggled. They haven't been able to bowl teams out, basically, apart from one occasion when they bowled Essex out twice. Abbas comes into bowl, and that one is a little early on that, Davis. Squirts out to the offside for no run. Look, they have had players missing. Ollie Stone. Liam Nor was a big blow. Came back for one game, took a 5 in the first innings, but unfortunately he's back flaring up again. Obviously Chris Wokes would have played some games had he not been injured. So they've had one or two problems. It was a great achievement to win the championship last season. They probably did overachieve, but credit to them for that. 3 slips in place as Abbas comes into bowl on this hot day, and it's a defended bit off the inside edge, hence the shouts from the slip Gordon, but all on the ground from Alex Davis.
Oh, listen, I mean, yeah, I think you're right, but even so, I mean, to win the championship is a hell of an effort, isn't it, really? I mean, that was a great effort, but I suppose the difficulty, even bigger difficulty, is to come back and do it again, or even to get close. Yeah. That's not easy, is it?
No, it's not. And Warwickshire are finding that. If I was to say that of the 2 Warwickshire opening batters, one would be on 1 of 20 balls and the other would be 32 of 27, as Davis defends that, you would assume that it was Sibley was on the 1 and Davis on the 32, but it's the other way around.
Incredible, isn't it? He's played some lovely on drives, Dom Sibley. Have you seen that quite a bit this season from him?
Yeah, yes. He's worked hard on his game. He's made the decision to leave at the end of the season, which is a shame from a Warwickshire point of view. I think they understand his reasoning.
Which was?
There's a couple of things. Abbas comes into bowl to Davis, and that's played on the onside. There's no run. I think he's a bit frustrated that he's not getting near the white ball team. Also, he's got ties, I think, personal ties that encourage him to go back to Surrey.
Yeah.
So, look, his time at Warwickshire's, he got to the England team while being with Warwickshire. He's won a county championship, so you can't say it's been a bad move for him, but now he feels it's time to go back. 35 without loss.
And he would have done, what, 5 years with you? Was it
something
5
like
seasons,
that? Yeah, I think we're about
that. Just to repeat, I know several on the tweets, because you've got your tweets as well, haven't you? And your emails as well, Clive, which I guess you need to remind everybody. Ooh. I've got an update to do very quickly, 30 seconds, which Clive will come back to and sort that out in a moment. Several will be still tweeting and emailing saying about the live online BBC feed. Yes, there is a problem with it, and whilst all the other games are on the BBC online website, for some of the hours is a problem, which is being worked on. So that's all I can tell you. So here we go. Quick 30-second update as we've got a bowling change at the pavilion. Well, Warwickshire have made a good start having won the toss and elected to bat first. 35 without loss they are here, and there's not too much in this pitch at the moment for the Hampshire bowlers. Hampshire starting the day in 2nd place in the County Championship Division 1 table. Warwickshire 6th. I think whoever won the toss today would have been looking to bat first. It's going to be very, very hot. It already is hot, and it's a good day for batting. Dom Sibley, the former England opener, 32 not out. He started brightly. Alex Davis is 1. Warwickshire 35 without loss. What did you used to do, Kev, when you were in the field? That's outside of the off stump, and that's left alone by Kyle Abbott. That goes through to keeper Ben Brown, and there is no run. Can't get the presenters. 35 without loss in the 9th over here. Good start from Warwickshire, but there's not a lot in this pitch. Clive, as Kyle Abbott bowls, that's cut away by Sibley. That's a great shot as well, through the covers, and that is 4 runs. A bit short and wide there from Kyle Abbott. Mel's just passed me a tweet from Middlesex. Welcome Umesh. Middlesex Cricket delighted to announce the signing of India international, who is that? Oh, Umesh Yadev. For the remaining county championship matches. Thank you very much. He's a good player, isn't he? Yes, he is. There you go. Just an off-the-cuff tweet there.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just thinking about scoring big, but when they come to bowls, I say that I won't be exuding confidence in the bowling at the moment.
Here's Abbott, right arm over and bowls. Sibley drives past Abbott down the ground. These straight dives from Sibley at the moment are quite glorious, and we're only, 36 minutes into the morning's play. If we get him for most of the day, Sibley, I think that is just, it's going to be great stuff to watch him.
It is. He's scoring quickly at the moment, isn't he? But I mean, I heard Melissa's point earlier, which is a point that's been made before, that what does he fit in with the current England model? The way he's playing now, he probably does. But also, I'm sure England are aware, for all their talk of the batting the way they do need a start, don't they? And they need someone to be able to set it up for the likes of Bairstow and Root and Stokes. Now, the opening pair did do that in the last test, of course.
That's for sure. Here's Abbott bowls to Sibley. Sibley pushes that up straight. This time Barker will pick it up. And there will be a single, though. Sibley moves on to 41.
Maybe he's trying to make a point today. He might also be making the point to the Bears that if you played me in that quarter-final, could have got them by now.
Well, I was going to say, you going back to what you were saying there. I mean, to be fair, right, quarter-final aside, I mean, these things happen, don't they? I mean, it just happens. It could have happened to Hampshire. It could happen to any side on the day. But the way you guys have been playing in that competition, it's difficult for anybody else to get in that side, isn't it? As a batter.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. I mean, there's a few players you say, oh, why isn't he in the team? But you can't really argue with it, given that they got past 200 on 7 occasions.
Incredible. It's quite frightening, actually, isn't it, really? Alex Davis gets a length ball, wants a single almost every time that the ball touches his bat, but he can't find a way through at the moment, unlike Sibley, and he's still stuck on 1, Alex Davis. 44 without loss, Warwickshire.
Yeah, he's just had the 1 century in the last championship match against Lancashire, albeit the championship match before the last one, 2 matches ago. He scored a century against Lancashire, but he hasn't quite had the volume of runs you'd have hoped in either format. So maybe he's feeling the pressure a little bit, but he's still in there. That's a crucial thing.
Yeah, definitely. Got all the time in the world.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially a nice hot day. And that's Warwickshire's hope. They can bat big and just get all the Hampshire players hot and bothered out on the field for a day and a half or more. Abbas to continue. He's only conceded 6 runs from his 4 overs. So we've got the 3 slips in place. 5 fielders saving the 1. He's got to field down the long leg boundary. And that's left by Sibley. Quite a tight lead, but he was confident. It's looking splendid. The Ageas Bowl today. Few in, not a huge number. There's a few enjoying the shade opposite us in the stand there.
We need to enjoy the shade while it lasts as well, Clive.
Yeah, I know.
Later on today will be.
So I brought my sun hat with me. Yeah. Abbas, right arm over, and Sibley works out onto the leg side, but it's fielded there. There's no run. I notice as I came in, the Austrian women's team are staying here. At least their coach is here. I mean the coach with wheels is here. And I never want it to rain at cricket matches, but I wouldn't have minded a deluge at about 4 o'clock because I am from Northern Ireland, so I'd quite like to go and see Northern Ireland play Austria. Unfortunately, it's a 5 o'clock kickoff, which is a bit annoying, really.
Of course, right, okay.
Abbas comes in to bowl us edge down, and well fielded in the end at 3rd slip. Definite edge, but he did manage to keep it down.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's done that a few times already this morning. So that's been played at St Mary's tonight.
Played at St Mary's this evening at 5 o'clock. Yeah. I understand it, TV and all that, but it just seems 5 o'clock on a Monday is not a great kick-off time, is it? Because I would definitely have gone to that if it had been at 8 o'clock. So
I think,
there we are.
Oh no, it's only the England games I think are all sold out at St Mary's. I don't think all the games at St Mary's are sold out, but there's a few, and maybe not that one, to be honest. I don't know. I've lost where I was with that a few weeks ago, because I know that the tickets were selling crazily.
Oh, here we go. How long have we been playing now? Having a look at the ball.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it? Because the ball has done very little this morning. And I think, one umpire's, I think, has said we might.
10th over. Well, it's much publicised. I'd say that I mentioned Warwickshire find it difficult to bowl teams out. To be fair, they're hardly alone in that respect. And the ball is being blamed by some for getting too soft. Well, the umpires are chatting, having a look at the ball. Keith Barker's observing. And they are calling for another ball.
Here we go.
There we are. So that one lasted 9.5 overs. The Hampshire fielders are taking the opportunity to have a sit down. A couple of drinks have been brought on for them. Oh, actually, a couple of drinks brought on for the batters.
It's unbelievable, though, isn't it, really? I don't know how ball changes have affected you guys this year, Clive, but the ball change at Chelmsford, when we were trying to chase 300 in the last innings, on for Simon Harmer anyway, a turning bouncy pitch where they literally slogged him. They changed one, and it was much newer, much harder, and it kind of, Harmer wasn't getting so much bounce as the ball got older, but certainly for about the first 25-30 overs was getting ridiculous bounce. They then changed the ball, and he went back. It was almost like going back to bowling with a new ball. It was ridiculous. Yeah. So it didn't help, but I don't know, that's the most obvious example I can think of a ball change that's really affected a game.
Yeah, I can't really think of one particularly for Warwickshire, but I've had problems with the ball. So this just holds the game up, doesn't it, and slows everything down. Not a cloud in the sky. Well, I say not a cloud in the sky. There's the odd little tiny wisp. But it is a very bright day. Hot, sunny day at Southampton. I've been doing this job so long, Kevin, I actually remember covering games at the old Southampton ground.
Can you?
Yeah. I had to climb up this rather dicey looking ladder up to a shed on stilts to commentate.
Oh yes, not the most, not the easiest climb, is it?
No,
or was?
No. I'm not sure that would be tolerated these days.
No. Still getting the ball changed. There's a few out there.
Why is it taking so long, I wonder?
Well, knowing Vincey, and after the last game, actually sort of want the newest ball in the box.
It's only 9.5 overs old, so you know.
It's got to be fairly new, isn't it? It's got to be. I'm not sure there'd be too many balls in a box that would be just 9 overs or 10 overs old, would they? They'll be a bit older than that, I would have thought. I suppose
the occasional game where maybe a team was bowled out in the 88th over or something.
Yeah, that won't go down well if it's a bit older. If it's 20 or 25 overs old. Well, no, well, actually, we'll have the other ball back, please.
44 without loss, Warwickshire. Alex Davis on 1. Dom Sibley on 41 of 35 balls. So Hampshire, high hopes, perhaps, of winning the title?
Well, I think they've got a chance, you know, and I think they've got a chance. I think there's two things that have happened. Well, one thing that's really happened, which has knocked them back, was early on in the season where they lost to Surrey. Which, of course, you know, you don't really want to be losing to Surrey because them being top. And we played poorly throughout the game. That didn't help. So we hardly picked up a point. And there's, what, 16-point gap between the two now.
We finally resume with Abbas coming into bowl and beats the outside edge. I think he did play at that, Sibley. That's a good delivery.
But on the whole, I mean, they've won the most in Division 1 so far with 5 wins. They have played well. They've been basing their game plans around just Abbas, Barker and Abbott just bowling tight, continually bowling tight. So that even if they don't take a wicket, they try and keep things quiet for spells where they're not taking a wicket, and it's generally worked. And then Fuller comes on and when they need him to, and he just bowls with a bit of extra pace.
Ageas Bowls, accurate delivery, played out onto the onside for no run, but in a good line of length. Ageas. Yorkshire, sorry, I've already taken a couple of Yorkshire wickets this morning. That's at Scarborough, yeah. Nice weather for the Scarborough Festival. 22 for 2.
We're up there in a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, in Scarborough.
Yeah, have you?
Right.
I don't think I've ever done a game
You
up
not?
there. Have you?
Yeah, I've done a few. I covered Yorkshire for a couple of years, but I have done away games there as well as Ageas Bowls. Oh, and Sibley managed to play that down, but didn't look entirely comfortable. Took a hand off the bat handle as he played it down into the ground. Another maiden for Ageas, and the maiden that asked a few questions as well.
Yeah, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6.
And Warwickshire 44 without loss.
A good start for the Bears. You got some other scores there? Or you?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
I'll quickly go through them. Because women play later, they play at Northampton. What have we got? So, Somerset 21 for 2 at Southport for Festival Grounds. Played there, that's obviously against Lancashire. Gloucestershire 30 for 2 at Chelmsford against Essex. Northants 25 for 1 at Canterbury against Kent. I mentioned Yorkshire now 24 for 2 against Surrey at Scarborough.
Abbott's first over went for 9. Here he is in his second, bowling to Alex Davis from the pavilion end. Davis drives wide of mid-on, and he's been stuck on 1 for ages, and he'll move to 5 with that lovely drive just wide of mid-on, wide of Barker, and Warwickshire move on to 48 without us.
Middlesex are 35 for 2 against Worcestershire at Northwood. Derbyshire 21 for 2 against Durham at Chester Street. Sussex off to a flower at Hove, 61 without loss against Leicestershire. Glamorgan 54 for 1 at Cardiff against Notts. How things stand at the moment.
Just waiting for Barker to get back to his mark at mid-on. Sounds like an office in here. It's anything but an office. Listening to that phone. Here comes Abbott. Wasn't it back? That's a good leave though by Davis. Played for the Southern Brave last year here, didn't he? In the 100. I'm not sure if he's there again this year, but it certainly was last.
Yeah, signed his first season with Warwickshire. To say he's contributed, but it's not perhaps gone the way you hoped. He only keeps wicket in the T20. And he did get a couple of 40s. The innings at Durham was particularly important, but lacked a really big score on the T20s.
How about in again? Bowls. Davis drives, thick inside edge, in front of square on the leg side. More runs though, it'll be at least 2. It won't quite go to the rope, gets pretty close. They'll come back for 3. That's good fielding down there by Felix Organ. Away to our left.
Yeah, I saw Felix Organ play a few days ago, because I live quite close to Eastnor Cricket Club, and he was playing for Dorset.
Oh right, yeah, he does. Yeah.
In a minor county match against Herefordshire.
Okay.
And he was getting well. He got a wicket. Wow. I mean, I know there weren't that many in the ground, but you know, I'll celebrate it. I'm it.
He does tend to. He's excitable, actually. He does get very excited.
He bowled well.
Yeah, he does. He tends to play for Dorset when there's no championship matches. I think they're involved in a game against Berkshire at the moment. Berkshire got a huge score first innings. That's driven back by Barker. Oh, it's onto the stumps from Abbott, and they're appealing for a run out, and that was mightily close as Alex Davis got behind the line. My word, if you're watching the live picture feed, oh, that is mightily close.
Well,
I'm not sure the umpire can really give a decision.
I think that's the problem, isn't it? In fact, he went and then stood square on as if to say, look, if I've been standing here, I could have given that. Obviously, he wasn't standing there because it was at the bowler's end. But Warwickshire did get one themselves this season where the feeling was it might have been a rather tight call. It's very difficult to tell, isn't it? He does have the presence of mind to dive back pretty quickly, Davis.
Yeah, he did well there, actually. Couple of replays there, and I'm sure if you're watching the live picture feed, it's very, very difficult to say one way or another. You'd need to slow that down. And of course, we've got no replays here as outside the that has nipped back. Ben Brown diving to his left to take that one. Yes, there's a lot of bowlers doing that now, aren't they? Rather than fielding it properly off their own bowling are trying to flick it onto the stumps.
Well, Keith Parker actually used to do that a lot in his Warwickshire days. He was quite keen on that. I'll say Warwickshire have got one this season. It was against Lancashire actually. It looked like it had got them into a strong position to win the game. Unfortunately, it went a bit pear-shaped after that, thanks to Luke Wells.
Yeah. So just the 2 slips now for Kyle Abbott. I think there was a 2 slips in the gully just a moment ago, but Abbott comes in again and Sibley pushes that up straight. Fielded by Barker. That's the end of the over. 51 without lost. Ian East at Solent Sports says that was out, but the umpire can't really give it. Which is right. Mike Martin says, hi Kev, my brother went to see Somerset in the T20 quarter-final. Saw the biggest total in the UK, 260, and the biggest ever margin of victory. Still fancies Hampshire Cricket's chances, though, next week. They got a free chilli with his £43 ticket.
They broke 2 records that the Bears had actually created only a few weeks before. The Bears broke both their records by 1 run. Their 261 at Trent Bridge was the highest score, and the broke a record that's lasted for 5 years, and then they lost it within a few weeks. And they also got the highest winning margin again by 1 run. I think that was the Worcestershire game, which Somerset actually broke with quite a lot to spare. So yeah, that was a bit.
It's been a crazy tournament this year.
Oh, is it me? Sorry, I do beg your pardon. That's left by Davis. There's no run. I'll get the hang of this by Wednesday tea time.
We'll certainly be here then, and through to Thursday, the way things are at the moment.
It's 51 without loss. Mohamed Abbas proving difficult to get away. He turns now and runs away from us, bowling to Alex Davis. Still those 3 slips in place. Davis plays that down into the ground, out towards the point area. 64 balls for the 50 for Warwickshire. Got off to a belting start. They've been reined in a little bit now. Actually, because Mohamed Abbas is bowling good tight.
Yeah.
Well, he's not only bowling dot balls, but bowling dot balls that the batters are having to play at as well. So he comes in now to bowl, and that's played out to the onside. And Davis is racing for a single. He's got there. It's a decent running from Alex Davis, because you sometimes see bowlers of very economic figures and lots of maidens, but the batters have been leaving most of the stuff outside off stump. But that's not the case here.
Glenn Dutfield on the tweets at Solent Sports says he slowed it down and it should have been out, but of course the umpire doesn't have that luxury. He's seen it in normal motion, and of course he's not in exactly in the right position. So first thing we said, wasn't it? It's difficult to give out, really.
Yeah. Field has gone in place at close mid-on position. That's an edge along the ground from Sibley. He's got a few runs down at 3rd, and he's going to get another boundary there, but it was a definite edge, albeit he did keep it down.
Yeah, there's been a few of those. In fact, there's probably been a lot of thick edges through sort of fine gully all along the ground, or there's been some lovely straight on drives. I mean, that's all I can remember of Sibley's innings so far, and he's hit 10 boundaries in his 45. There's been a couple of sweet shots through the covers as well, actually, to be fair to him. He's looked a good player this morning, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's had a couple of big innings this season. He was out first ball in the first match of the season, which was a bit unfortunate. That's our left outside off stump. There's no run. Press all in the press box, paying attention as Sibley comes out. Oh, let's see this. First ball, gone.
Is that Surrey? Is it your place?
It must have been Surrey, yeah. Must have been Surrey, yeah.
And they've taken him back.
Yeah. It's Ian Holland who's just placed in that position. He's almost got his left foot on the pitch. It's just off the pitch. Alex Davis is having to stand wide. It'd be even harder to judge a run out now with Davis so wide. But that one is left, and there's no run. 56 without loss. End of the over. Well, they've got that 4 down to 3rd, plus scampered single from Alex Davis. He's on 9, Sibley on 45. Warwickshire off to a decent start here. They're 56 without loss.
Yeah, that's for sure. Ralph Brooker at Silent Sports says the Dukes have done their brand no favours at all this season. 10 overs and a ball change at the Ageas. That's right, 44 without loss when it was changed halfway through the 10th over. And this, I have to say, this ball doesn't seem to be doing anything any different really. There's a little bit out there, but hardly anything at all. You can measure it in millimetres at best what it's doing out there. In fact, probably fractions of millimetres. It's good batting so far, and looks a good toss to have won as well. 55 minutes of play with Abbott ready to bowl his next over. 2 overs, none for 16. And Alex Davis facing. 2 slips and a fine gully. Davis leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Through to keeper Ben Brown. There's a few, I don't know, there's a few couple of trails from aircraft above us. There's a couple of wispy bits of white stuff in the air, but otherwise it's that lovely white blue colour that you get in the sky this time of year. And we're bathed in sun. Well, we're not bathed in sunshine, fortunately. We will be later, which will not be pleasant, but the rest of the ground is. Here comes Abbott, bowls, and Davis drives. He's hit that straight up. He's played just like Dom Sibley. I think whoever is the batting coach at Warwickshire at the moment is obviously installing into these batters, play the on drive, hit it straight, because that was beautifully executed. 4 runs.
It's Jonathan Trott.
I must admit, I didn't see him bat a lot, which is probably bad on me more than anything. Did he play a lot of on drives when he played?
I wouldn't say particularly.
I think I've seen more straight on drives today than I have all season. 60 without loss. It's a good shot when it's played well, and it has done this morning from both players. Oh, he gets an inside edge there. Davis spoils the shot from before. Probably just nipped back a bit as well from Abbott as it makes its way down towards fine leg. Definite false shot there.
Got off the mark like that, didn't he? Right in the first over.
Always have to be a little bit careful with Kyle Abbott if you're trying to push through the line of the ball or not quite there to drive. He does. His stock ball tends to be that nip backer, and that's the ball that usually sort of goes through the gate, or sometimes you'll see the batters just leaving it totally. Have to be careful. Have to make sure it's a genuine half volley most of the time. Abbott comes in again from the pavilion end. Sibley pushes forward. It goes out to backward a point. That's fielded by Donald. One of 3 Hampshire players in sun hats. Barker is the other, and it's Fuller at mid-off with the other sun hat. Nice to see them out. Clive, the old sun hats.
They do look very bright and white ones, Hampshire wearing. They've got a powerful washing machine here. They do look
mega one.
pretty striking.
Well, it has to match the kit, because of course that's very white as well. There's no point in having white kit and then the ball. That's nipped away, and he's playing at that, and that's a good ball. That's bounced and nipped away. That is probably one of the balls of the morning we've seen so far.
I better go and do my update.
Clive will be back in a few minutes. I'll just take things for a couple of minutes, and then Melissa will be in alongside Clive. Coming up to the hour mark here at the Ageas, with Warwickshire making a pretty good start here. Been a few false alarms. A couple of balls have beaten the outside edge, but only a couple. As Abbott comes in again. Bowls, and that one has as well actually. He's just found a couple of balls that have just straightened when they've pitched those last 2 deliveries. Good bowling there from Abbott. Of course, everybody knows Carl Abbott on the circuit, and as I've just been saying about the ball that nips back, and that's very much his stock ball, and he's just found a couple of balls there which have just held their line. No wonder Dom Sibley's playing a missing at those just outside off stump. 61 without loss then Warwickshire. Sibley has 45 of 47 deliveries, and Alex Davis is 14 of 32. Abbott 3 overs, none for 21. Quite expensive actually, though he's bowling quite nicely. There's been a couple of thick edges in that analysis, and of the other bowlers used so far by Hampshire. Keith Barker opening up from that pavilion end before Kyle Abbott. 4 overs done for 29, and Mohammed Abbas comfortably the most economical of the Hampshire bowlers used so far. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 11. Both Barker and Abbott going for 7 and over, and Abbas going for less than 2s. So, yeah, one or two things to think about as the players take drinks. Looks like we're going to be taking drinks every hour here. Bilge at Sonnet Sports says, I can't hear the cricket on the BBC Sports app. I can hear the other matches though. As far as I know, just to repeat this, if you're just joining us or trying to, well, you're on the picture feed, but you're thinking, well, actually, I might go out later, or I might be somewhere else later where I can't pick up the picture feed. The BBC Sports online website, both app and website for this game, is not working for some reason. I think either all or most of the others are, and for some reason there is a problem with this one. There is people working on it for us, but obviously there is a major problem, I guess, because normally when we have, I say normal, it's not normal occurrence, but when there is the odd problem, it's normally sorted out within a few minutes. The fact that this has been over an hour would suggest that there is a major problem somewhere. Hopefully somebody will be giving me some direction as to what is happening. I've not heard a message. I've not had a message for a while, so I'm not sure if that's good or bad. I think it's probably bad, actually. Now we're going to get some spin here after just an hour's play this morning. It's going to be Liam Dawson coming into the attack. And there was a great stat of his, which if you are a regular Hampshire fan and supporter, you will know, but just for the benefit of Warwickshire listeners, or those that weren't listening during the Essex game at Chelmsford a couple of weeks ago, Liam Dawson, as I mentioned earlier, well, I mentioned Simon Harmer was getting a lot of turn and bounce in Chelmsford. Dawson was getting mainly some turn, and he did in that game pick up 10 in the match. And he did in the second innings pick up 7 for 68, and it was an amazing stat because he actually became the only spinner apart from Simon Harmer to take 5 wickets or more in an innings at Chelmsford in the last 8 years, which is quite amazing. He's round the wicket, and that's a thick inside edge there from Davis, who goes out square on the leg side for a single. Warwickshire move on to 62 without loss. That is quite an incredible stat. I think it was Gareth Batty 8 years ago was the last player other than Simon Harmer to take 5 wickets or more in an innings. 62 without loss then. That didn't turn at all. I think Davis actually just played slightly outside the line. There is a short leg in there. There is a slip. That's James Vince. There is a man on the drive on the offside. Otherwise it's a Stanfield mid-wicket on. Mid-off cover. Backward point. Oh, that's turned. Now that has turned as Sibley moves forward. Now that's probably about the first ball that we've seen really go off straight. It didn't go big, but it went enough. We are wicket to wicket here, and the camera gantry on the 4th floor of the hotel on the northern side of the ground, or northern end of the ground, so we can see absolutely everything that's going on there. That just straightens a fraction, but not much. Just simply plays that quietly behind point, fielded by Keith Barker. At the end of this over, I shall make way. It's Clive Eakin coming back in, and Melissa Story will take you through till 12:30. Dawson comes in again, round the wicket, and bowls to Sibley. Sibley forward, well forward, as he pushes that out to Gubbins, who's the man at short extra cover, and there is no run. So good start here from the visitors. Remember, just the one win for them against Essex at Edgbaston, second game of the season. Mixture of draws and losses, mainly draws actually for Warwickshire since then. As that's just gone in with the armour fraction. Simply plays that into the ground out on the offside, and there's no run. Ian East at Sonnet Sports says Harmer is bowling at Chelmsford now, and he has 1 for 8. Good luck Gloucestershire, says Ian. Here we go. Here we go. Simon Harmer at Chelmsford. Hey. It was bouncing incredibly with the harder ball. Pushing forward is Sibley. That goes out square on the offside. That's the end of the over. 62 without loss. Taking you through the next half an hour is Clive Eakin from BBC CWR and WM. Got that right. And also, once you've heard from Clive, it will be Melissa Story.
Splendid. Thank you very much. So, 62 without loss. Kyle Abbott to bowl his 4th over. He's gone for a 21 off his 3 overs. It's been quite expensive. Hello, Melissa. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I'm enjoying some incredible batting.
Yeah, going well. Need to take advantage of batting first. Kyle Abbott racing in, and it's pushed out to the offside to a point by Davis as no run.
Yeah, it's just there's been a few which have just gone past the edge, and as we saw in that last over, a bit of spin from Dawson, but apart from that, it's been Warwickshire on top. And even after the edges in the first few overs from Barker, they were controlled edges from Sibley, and it's well-deserved, raced on to 45.
Yeah, I think Mohammed Abbas has possibly been the pick of the bowlers so far, but not had any success. The nearest they got to the wicket, of course, as Abbott comes into bowl, and Davis pushes out, not on the middle of the bat, and Dom Sibley's interested in a run, but the ball's going straight to mid-on, so there's no run there. Oh, he's turning to Alex Davis now, as if to say you should have gone for that. It was Keith Barker who's approaching it anyway. It was no run. The near run out, and Alex Davis backing up, just dived in time. At least the umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt.
There's been a lot of talk on social media about that dismissal, and people saying that they want cameras set up at the grounds and so much, but there's more the issue of consistency across the grounds. It would be difficult to enforce that.
Davis plays that down the ground. There's no run. Yeah, you could do that. You could just get on with it. The same will happen. The same will happen the other way around.
And admittedly, even from a biased Hampshire perspective, you hate to see a batter run out like that. It's one of the most disappointing dismissals, really. And then also you have the beautiful silence of going into the changing room afterwards and having to see your teammate who got you out.
It's Abbott to bowl. 3 slips. There's a bit of a gap between second slip and third. Oh, Davis nibbles at that one outside off stump. And that jags back slightly. And there's a dot ball. Ask 1 or 2 questions this over, Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, Abbott's had a good season so far for Hampshire. He's been key to their success. Currently ranked 4th in the tables in Div 1. Got an average of 25, strike rate of 55.
He's had Warwickshire in trouble more than once over the years. Comes in now to bowl, and Davis again not out of the middle of the bat. That's gone to Keith Barker and moves swiftly to his right. Fields it well, prevents any run.
You can tell that Davis is getting a bit frustrated because there probably is a run to Keith Barker. He's a tall man and it takes him a while to get down, and often he loses his balance quite a bit. And Davis there had probably got about a third of the way down the pitch and had to disappointedly walk back.
Abbott, fairly straight run up, leans forward and then he's back as he bowls, and again a bit of an inside edge from Davis, just back down the pitch, no run. Good over from Kyle Abbott. 62 without loss, Warwickshire. Maiden over, the 15th over of the innings.
Between this trio of Hampshire bowlers, they've taken 84 wickets so far this season. So Hampshire's success has rested on them a lot, which is always worrying when you're presented with a pitch like this and you're bowling first. And not to say Hampshire's batting has been weak, but it has been the weaker of the 2 skills. And I'd like to hope that with a bit of spin from this pitch that this could be the day Liam Dawson steps up, gets a few wickets. Hampshire have an attacking field of a slip and a short leg. That extra cover fielder in catching as Dawson bowls straightish, punched off the back foot. There's a bit of miscommunication here and they get through for a single. It's one of those shall we not, in which they made the decision about halfway down the wicket.
Simply hesitated, and now he's calling a conference between him and Alex Davis, but they got through there in the end.
Keith Barker definitely seems to be targeted in the field. I think they've realised that those early overs have taken a bit out of him and it's hot out there in the field. A few of the fielders are just sat back on their heels a little bit here. There's singles to be taken as Dawson bowls and the paddle sweep. A big appeal for LBW and the wicket's gone. Dom Sibley looking to paddle that over his shoulder. And it's struck in front, 62 for 1, Warwickshire.
Yes, Alex Davis it is, who tried to play the paddled shot and didn't get it right. As you say, he was getting a bit frustrated, I think, Alex Davis, so he tried something a little bit funky, and it didn't work for him. He'll be very disappointed after they got off to a solid start to get out like that, really. If it comes off, it's fine, but if it doesn't, you'll have to question the wisdom of the stroke a little bit.
Yeah, apologies with that. The scorecard had it down as Sibley, and I'm not sure that would have been a very Sibley-esque shot, but it is quite a shot we see from Davis in the white ball stuff a lot more. But as you say, it's disappointing. It just started middling the ball, was getting a bit frustrated, and only into his second over was Liam Dawson. Probably not the right shot to be playing.
No, as you say, if it, and that I suppose that's what the players will argue. If it comes off, you're saying, "Oh, good shot, good." But if it doesn't come off, then you tend to be critical. Chris Benjamin, who's a positive player, a young lad, comes out to the middle. It's gratifying when you speak to someone like Chris Benjamin. He is a really good white ball player. He could make a pretty lucrative living, indeed will make a pretty lucrative living, playing the short form of the game in various formats. But he is adamant that he wants to play Test cricket. He wants to play the red ball stuff. He's not going to be just a white ball cricketer. And it's always nice to hear that, because it must be tempting for some young cricketers if they've got those skills. And why should I bother for 4 days running around when I can earn a fortune for 60 balls in some places?
No, I agree with you entirely. It's good to see younger players committing to the red ball stuff and honouring the longer format, which I think most people will say is the best format still in the world. As Dawson in, Fuller prodded back to him by Benjamin.
And the women, of course, don't play very much of it. That's a source of frustration for you?
Absolutely. I mean, I was down at the test match recently at Taunton. It was played all midweek as well, so not even over the weekend. The only test for the women this summer. Hugely disappointed to be rained off, as that's on the hip of Benjamin, and a few shouts from the Hampshire players as it's left alone. Another dot ball, 63 for 1, Warwickshire. But there's two problems really with women's, that similar to the domestic setup, it's only 4 days still, which leaves a lot of draws, and then just the lack of frequency they're played. So disappointing, but hopefully a few changes for the future, as that's straight defended from the crease by Benjamin.
The problem that while 2 or 3 countries are quite keen on playing it, a lot of them aren't particularly.
Yeah, it's very based down to the cricket boards, and it's really been cited that it's going to be up to England and Australia to push through for these test matches. South Africa hadn't played a test since 2014, and then were thrown into a test match down at Taunton, so they had to adjust quickly. Dawson in and left alone. That's almost bowled Benjamin. The ball didn't spin that time from Dawson. It was Fuller, probably about 2 inches from his off stump. Completes the over with a dot, and the score 63 for 1 off 16 overs.
Yeah, good over from Liam Dawson. And Hampshire sort of, it's a bit early to say fighting back a bit, but after a pretty lightning start by Warwickshire, Hampshire just have reined them in a bit and now picked up a wicket. Just to run through what's going on elsewhere. Second test going on in Gaul, and Australia are up against it, to say the least. Look like they're going to lose that. They're 144 for 7 in their second innings, still 46 behind Sri Lanka's first innings total.
The win would certainly give the people of Sri Lanka a bit of happiness at the moment, of course, considering everything that's going on over there at the moment.
Abbott comes into bowl to Sibley, who goes for a little tip and run. He hesitates slightly, but once he commits, he's through comfortably enough for the single. Takes him to 47. The other championship matches: Somerset 46 for 2 against Lancashire at Southport. Gloucestershire 50 for 4 against Essex, as the correspondent said, already 1 wicket for Simon Harmer, that's at Chelmsford. Northants slow going at Canterbury 38 for 1. No further success for Surrey at Scarborough, Yorkshire 58 for 2. Middlesex now 42 for 3 against Worcestershire at Northwood, and Derbyshire 39 for 3 against Durham at Chester Street. Sussex having the best time with the bat, 81 without loss in the 15th over against Leicestershire. They've forgotten that it's to change codes with the sounds of things. as Abbott comes into bowl, and it's steered into the point area by Chris Benjamin, no run. Just to finish him off, Glamorgan 76 for 2 against Notts. That rounds up the scores elsewhere.
Interesting with that Sussex game, because seeing that opening score, I presumed that it would be Haynes, who of course his name's been thrown around a lot recently in the runs, but he's actually retired injured. So we'll try and get some more information on that one.
Of course, you can follow all that's going on in all the county championship games on the BBC Cricket page. Paul and Alex on duty today. As that is driven to mid-off for no run by Benjamin.
So Tom Haynes for Sussex has gone off with a wrist injury. Apparently it looked painful when he tried to carry on, but has now retired to the pavilion. So hopefully that's all right down at Sussex. It's good to see Hampshire bringing in a third slip again. They had 2 for a while, but after that wicket from Liam Dawson, they've just gone on the attack again. Yeah,
new batter, Chris Benjamin facing. He defends solidly on that one, plays it to mid-on. Keith Barker is quickly onto it, there's no run. Wicket has lifted the Hampshire fielders. High up here on the hotel side of the ground. You can see the vistas all around us. Trees around the back of the Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion.
Have you had a wander up there? Because apparently there's a few woodland paths.
I must do that, but maybe when it's cooled down slightly.
Yeah, maybe the evening job.
Yeah, might be nice. Oh, because that's left by Benjamin. That turned sharply inwards. And Kyle Abbott can't believe it missed. I'm not buying this. Any leave that misses is a good leave nonsense, because that was a very dicey leave from Benjamin. 64 for 1.
Yeah, it wasn't left on length. It was a fuller ball from Abbott, and perhaps expecting some away swing, but that was sharp movement. And Abbott's one of those players who doesn't usually pick up 1 or 2 wickets consistently per game, but he has the ability to come in and take a massive 5 for or 6 for more when it's needed for his team.
Yeah, he comes in now the ball. Benjamin plays that one well enough, but can't get it past the inner field. And so it's another good over for Hampshire. Just a single for Sibley off it. He's on 47, and Warwickshire is 64 for 1 off 17. And Abbott, who went for 21 in his first 3 overs, now looking a little healthier on 22 runs from 5 overs, but very nearly a wicket that over.
And I presume it'll be Liam Dawson continuing. Of course, Hampshire have two spin options in their team today, with Felix Organ, the opening bat, is a part-time off spinner as well. He's done well for Hampshire this year, and just before the game we were talking about Hampshire's not selecting Joe Weatherly, who also normally bats at the top of the order alongside Ian Holland, but they've opted for Felix Organ partially because of that extra spin option and the turn they're expecting as we go throughout this game. Dawson to Sibley, who's defending into the offside. It's a long lunge there from Sibley as he got to the pitch of the ball, and he's looked in good touch. He's been poised just before the half-century mark for a while now, but hasn't showed any signs of any nerves. It's Dawson in. That's a low full toss in his legs, and he clips this away into the leg side, and that'll be the half-century for Dom Sibley. It's been a fantastic and classy knock so far from the Warwickshire opener. He's got 51 off 56 balls at a positive strike rate of 91 on this fantastic batting pitch at the Ageas Bowl.
Yeah, it's his 49th 50-plus score of his first-class career. He brought it up, a very nice little shot there through mid-wicket.
Liam Dawson waits at the top of his mark and ambles into the crease. That's straighter, pushed from the crease by Sibley. Back to him. 68 for 1 the score. Halfway through this over. Dawson getting through his overs quickly as always. First slip, James Vince in place, looking for that edge as that's straight and prodded back to him by Sibley. Another dot ball. And we can confirm that we've been having a few sound technical difficulties on the BBC Sports Play, but you can and should be able to hear us now through the app and website as advancing down the pitch is Sibley and pushing that gently to short mid-wicket for no run. One ball remaining in this over. So if you have been following us on the Hampshire stream on YouTube and want to switch over to the app, that is now available. And apologies for the difficulties this morning as that's defended from the crease by Sibley to complete that over from Liam Dawson. Just the one run from it. The over which brought up Dom Sibley's half century and Warwickshire 68 for 1.
Yeah. So, interesting morning's cricket. Warwickshire getting off to a flying start. Hampshire fighting back with that wicket. They'll be keen to get Dom Sibley because at the moment Sibley looks intent on the beginnings here. And Kyle Abbott's going to continue, be his 6th over.
You can get in touch, of course, with us at Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com.
In he comes, bowls, and Benjamin just plays it out to our point, playing forward to that.
Do you guys have your Twitter outlets?
You can get me at BBC CWR Sport, or you can email me direct, clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk. Eakin is spelled E-A-K-I-N, just for clarification. 10 balls faced by Chris Benjamin now. He's yet to score. He's getting a bit twitchy. He's normally a player who likes to move the score on, but he's been bowled at well. And Abbott will come in again and try and crank up the pressure, and he played a rather streaky shot to that. He's going to get 4 runs for it, an inside edge down to fine leg, trying to drive the ball onto the offside. There was an element of impatience about that shot from Chris Benjamin, but he's got away with it. 4 runs, 72 for 1.
Yeah, he played that shot too far away from his body there, and we've been seeing that Abbott's getting some good carry, a little bit of movement off the pitch as well. And I agree with you, there was the shot of someone who's getting a bit frustrated at the crease, but from what I've heard from you and the talent which Benjamin has, and especially in the white ball game, which needs to be transferred into the red ball team, he's just got to give himself some more time at the crease.
As Abbott comes into bowl, and he drives that to mid-on. Decent shot for nothing, straight to Keith Barker there at mid-on. He just feels his back as if to say, do I keep having to bend over and pick up the ball? Because it keeps coming to him. Yeah, he got a century at Old Trafford last season, Chris Benjamin. I think I'm right in saying. I've looked up, I think he got a century in his first 50-over game and a century in his first-class game. So he got to a pretty useful start, and he also made significant runs in his first T20 game as well. A very good start from him, and this one he hits into the ground out to point. A little bit of bounce from Abbott.
So if he had no loyalty to Warwickshire whatsoever, but wanted to maximise his average, he should move to every single county in the country. Just play one game in every format and culminate the best batting average across all 3 formats there's ever been.
Yeah, not sure it'll quite work, but it's a thought. Come over from South Africa. That's Abbott steaming in again, and it plays that down into the ground, into the slip cordon area. It is fielded there at 3rd slip.
Just got to sympathise for the fielders around the country who've been put into bowl today, and between every delivery bowled by Abbott, a few of the Hampshire players already crouching to the ground and just trying to shield from sun.
Yeah, hot work out there, and Warwickshire really want to be ruthless and exploit that. That's hit down the ground by Benjamin, and Abbott tries the thing and knocking the ball onto the stumps. He slightly misses, but Dom Sibley was in his mark anyway. Sibley's having a drink. 72 for 1, 19 overs bowled.
Had a few tweets in at Solent Sport from Liam Williamson saying hoping to sneak into the ground for the evening session of every day, as the weather is far too lovely at the moment not to enjoy some cricket in. And if we're right in saying, as it has been across the season, it is free after tea here at the Ageas Bowl. Don't think that policy has changed, so if you fancy coming in for some cricket after work, then come down here and enjoy a good game between two strong teams. And we've also had a tweet in saying hoping to see some Fuller magic before lunch. James Fuller has been a fantastic player for Hampshire this year, but it is Liam Dawson continuing, and Sibley defends into the covers, trickles out, and no run taken. He's actually been fantastic for Hampshire across the red ball stuff and the white ball stuff, and has extended Hampshire's tail magnificently in this format. I think Keith Barker coming in at number 9, a very competent batter, and Fuller at 8. So let's push back to Dawson by Sibley, 72 for 1. And he's also taken more of a role with the ball, and in the red ball stuff as well. We may see something from Ian Holland, the other Hampshire opener, bowls some medium pace. Dawson bowls, and that's clipped off the legs by Sibley in front of square, down to mid-on, and they get through for a single, 73 for 1.
It's the sort of day they'll probably have to share the workload. Carl Abbott's bowled 6 overs now. Whether he can get another one in, we'll see. It is energy sapping out there.
Dawson bowls, and defended by Benjamin. Solid in defence there against the spin. I mean, Liam Dawson's probably going to be made to bowl quite a few today, because he has an incredibly short run-up and actually doesn't run at all. He just takes a few steps, walking incredibly slowly, and bowls off a jump as he's on the back foot, as Benjamin pushing to Keith Barker at point. No run again. And Hampshire often do that. They bring Liam Dawson on to hold up one end and alternate with the seamers at the other end in shorter, snappier spells, which I'm sure we'll see from James Vince today, and captaining as defended by Benjamin. Back to Dawson, who completes the 20th over of this morning's play. 73 for 1 at Warwickshire, and that only wicket to fall, the wicket of Alex Davis. LBW to Liam Dawson. There's a bit of excitement going on between Essex and Gloucestershire.
They're down now. They're 4 down last time. Look what we
yeah, still 4 down there, and Yorkshire is 3 down in Scarborough against Surrey. So there are wickets falling this morning. Maybe some fielding and bowling teams are finding something from these hard summer pitches. And in fact, Middlesex 5 wickets down now against Worcestershire.
Well, Abbott is going to bowl at least one more over in this spell, although I noticed that Keith Barker was beginning to practice some deliveries. Despite on the onside, there's no run. I don't know when his cricketing career finishes, obviously not for a while yet, but James Vince might have a go at Frisbee. The way he threw the sun hat to one of his teammates there was pretty impressive.
I mean, ultimate
really good Frisbee throw.
Got quite big around the Southampton area. I think there is an ultimate Frisbee team about 10 minutes down the road.
Frisbee golf got big at the University of Warwick. Patch, that one is edge. I think that went short of second slip. It has been stopped, and but I don't think that carry did it.
No, I think it quite firmly bounced before Holland there at second slip.
Liam Dawson, I think, was
Liam Dawson, sorry.
No, Holland was at third earlier, but there have been a couple of edges which haven't carried. Soft hands from Sibley, to his credit.
He's actually just moved up a bit more in the slip cordon now.
Yeah. This next one is left. There's a bit of bounce there from Abbott. Left by Sibley, and this is leaving us for the time being. And Kevin will rejoin us.
Hello.
Hello.
Still been a good morning, Warwickshire, hasn't it?
It has. I think Hampshire have pulled it in a little bit. They get one more wicket this session, and they might feel that's not too bad an effort. But Sibley's batted well. He's not scoring at the risk rate he was earlier, but he's still looking pretty solid. He plays that back bowler for no run. 73 for 1.
Yes, could be a long old day in the field. One of those days that sort of pray for the end. Sometimes you get to the middle of the afternoon, you think, God. You look at the board, you think, oh, there's still another 30 overs to go or so. But yeah, it's you've got to keep working hard. Hampshire need to keep doing what they've been doing throughout the season and just keep it tight as much as they can.
Abbott to bowl. Sibley again goes to a little tip and run. She's begun to do quite efficiently, and well, there might have been an overthrow. They've been alert to it. They now think about that, but they left it, didn't spot it early enough as a fairly wild throw came in. At the end of all that, it was a single to Dom Sibley, who is now on 53.
I mean, I don't see Dom Sibley that often, but you know, obviously it was all that work he did during the winter, wasn't he? Because did he turn down an England A trip to Australia, didn't he, to work on his game? Have you noticed a marked difference in his technique this season, do you think?
Yes, I think so, yeah. He's scoring in more areas of the ground than he was. As Benjamin pushes out to the offside, there's no run. And it's the end of the over, 74 for 1. I'm pretty confident he might not be a Warwickshire player by the time it happens. He will get another chance at some point, I would expect. You never know, of course, but I would expect him to get another opportunity at some point.
I mean, just from this showing this morning, you know, he looks a different player. Of course, it's not just one innings or one game, it's doing it over a season, half a season or whatever, but he does look slightly different already. And I think you're right. I think, you know, whoever's opening the batting at the time for England, I think with him playing the way that he's doing here, I think you'd be looking over your shoulder, wouldn't you? Yeah. So it is 74 for 1. We have just under half an hour to go until lunch. Good toss to win for Warwickshire. Batting first, I'm sure James Vince would have done exactly the same.
Makes up, I suppose, the toss in the T20 Blast, because that was a good toss for Hampshire to win.
Well, I was going to say that I think, to be fair, I think it's 1-1 now, isn't it, really? You're right. It was very important to win the toss on Thursday night, you're right, 100%. Dawson then comes in and bowls, just bounces and just straightens a fraction as he goes out square on the offside. They're looking for singles at every opportunity, but Barker's in quickly there from backward of point. And there is no run. I'll do a very quick 30-second update in a moment as to what's been happening in the first hour and a half of play here. As Dawson round the wicket again. Round the wicket. That's a length ball which is pushed to mid-on, and there is no. And short mid-on, actually. Norrin Donald. And there is no run.
Can I be a pedant?
Yeah.
You can't do a quick 30-second update.
You can't.
You can only do a 30-second update.
That's exactly right. You can't even do a long 30-second. You're right, Clive. So Dawson bowls. That's turned, but it's wide of off stump, and Sibley's not playing at that one.
I only say that because Gary Megson, who's manager of West Bromwich Albion, used to put you up on that. So, a quick couple of minutes. Well, you can't have a quick couple of minutes. You can have 2 minutes, but you can't have a quick 2 minutes.
Did he say it with a joke, though?
Oh, yes.
Oh, he did. Actually, I got the impression he was quite a good guy.
Yeah, he was. He was good fun, yeah.
Dawson bowls, that's going with the arm a fraction as Sibley pushes forward, goes out square on the leg side. Still no run. Just the odd one for Dawson is just straight in a fraction. The odd one that's perhaps going a little bit more, but mainly not a lot there for him at the moment. But just in encouragement to keep it there. Just the odd one will go a bit as that's played late. Barker's in the game again at backward point, and there is no run. Warwickshire starting the game in 6th place in Division 1, Hampshire 2nd. We're in the second half of the county championship campaign. More cricket next week and the week after for these sets. I'll be playing for the next 2 weeks. I'm saying that without actually knowing. It's pushed out into the covers because obviously every day the county gets a week off. Maybe that's one of your lives, so apologies if I've said that.
I'll have to look it up. I know they've got Kent coming up at home very soon.
Have you? Well, you don't want to be going down there. Flat that is down at Canterbury.
I saw a game a few years ago down there where Dom Sibley scored. He batted for about 4 days, 250. Honestly, I was there for 4 days, and I don't think I commentated on a wicket for the whole game. I think 7 wickets in the whole match.
Oh, really?
I didn't get any of them. So it wasn't the most exhilarating. Still beats work, I suppose, but yeah, it wasn't great. So we are going to see Keith Barker back in the attack. Well, 4 overs for 29 earlier.
Yes, expensive, wasn't he, really, for a man that came into this game leading wicket taker in a championship?
That was your fault for gloating.
It was, wasn't it? I know. And for saying, why did he leave Warwickshire? Yeah.
I'll come to that in a minute. As he comes into bowl to Benjamin, and Benjamin edges it into the ground. Ian Holland feels the no run. Not so much that they let him go, but rather, my understanding is they let him slip through their fingers, because I think they perhaps misread the man a little bit. Keith Barker was getting frustrated that he wasn't getting an offer. Now, that offer was going to come, Warwickshire say, but they took too long, and Hampshire came along, and Keith said, well, fair enough, they obviously want me, I'll go there. So that's what happened, but it comes into bowl, and that's driven back. There's no run, but what a good cricketer he is, and how unlucky has he been never to have played for England. We all thought that when he was at Warwickshire, and still think that now when he's at Hampshire.
Yeah, well, he's strong, isn't he? We all know that. And you probably have the same thing. Whenever I sort of speak to him at the end of the day, I will say, "You all right, feeling good?" He says, "No, I'm absolutely knackered." He probably said that the whole time you guys spoke to him as well throughout his 10 years at your place.
He comes in now to bowl round the wicket. Playing at the ground, there's no. Of course, you know, he's a former footballer. He was with Blackburn Rovers, and I once asked him about that because Blackburn had done something or something. He says, "I don't know, I'm a Man United fan." Fair enough. 74 for 1 here. The other thing he did while he was at Warwickshire is I always admire people who manage to force rule changes or rulings, because he used to do this thing, particularly when wickets weren't coming. He comes in now to bowl to Benjamin, left arm round the wicket, push up the offside, there's no run. As he'd run in, he'd just sort of stick a hand out, just make a movement with his hand, just for no obvious reason. And well, it was Nottinghamshire that got a bit leery about it and started withdrawing when he was bowling, and I think after that umpire sort of consulted the authorities who sent the message that he had to stop doing it.
Because he does a little mazy run as well every now and then, doesn't he?
That's why I think he sort of that came after he was outlawed from doing the little hand movement. That's a nice shot really from Benjamin. He opened the face of the bat. It is going to be runs down at third, and it is going to be chased in, and he will get 3 runs for that.
Norin Donald running back to that one.
Did well. Hot work chasing that. The outfield seems a little on the slow side to me.
Yeah, it's not the quickest, is it?
77 for 1. Which in a way is bad news for the fielders. It means they have to go and chase everything.
On a day like today, yeah. You want to be able to say with certainty, don't you, when the ball goes past you, I don't have to chase that guy, it's because it's going for 4.
Benjamin is on 7. And it's 77 for 1. Barker comes into bowl. Benjamin just bends his knees, or simply rather bends his knees, and then prods at one outside off stump and misses it. Good ball from Keith Barker. He's applauded. That's the end of the over. 23 overs bowled, 77 for 1.
Yeah, good session for Warwickshire so far. They'll be keen to keep that going up until lunch. Thank you to several of you who have been emailing and tweeting in about the fact we're back online. Yep. So as well as the live picture feed, which is going to the Hampshire Cricket website and back to the Warwickshire Cricket site, which is picking up our commentary, of course, myself, Kevin James, Clive Eakin and Melissa Story. We are now back on the BBC Online website and also the BBC Sport app. It took about an hour and 20. Apologies for that. I don't quite know what the problem was, but it was obviously major.
Didn't they try and switch it off and switch it back on again?
That might be too obvious, that, Clive. That's the sort of thing we would have done and probably would have got a quicker response, wouldn't we? But then somebody probably looked at it and went, like they do, and they said, well, we've got to do this, got to do all that before we do this, and maybe make it 10 times more complicated. But anyway, we're back on, so you've got several ways in which to pick up the commentary, and Mohammed Abbas is back into the attack for Hampshire. He was by far the most uneconomical this morning. 6 with 3 maidens, no 11. Back from Pakistan, having missed a couple of games in the middle of T20. Length ball. He's bowled, is he? Yes, he is. Oh, he's on. Benjamin leaving that alone. The ball's just nipped back and it's into the off stump. And Abbas successful with the very first ball of his second spell. In fact, if you look on the live picture feed, you'll just see the stumps are normal and it's just the off bail which has gone. And that has just flicked the off stump. And Benjamin goes for 7. Warwickshire 77 for 2.
Yes, well, he left one from Abbott, I think it was, earlier, which looked a very, very dicey leave. I said at the time, I don't hold with this stuff that if it misses, it's a good leave. I think that's an oversimplification. Because maybe, having got away with that one, he was encouraged to leave this one from Abbas, which has just knocked off his off bail. Abbas has deserved that. He's bowled well, but disappointment for Chris Benjamin. He was just beginning to settle in. But he goes, and I'm already wondering whether Dom Sibley's going to end up carrying his bat for the second time this season.
I noticed that earlier when I was looking through some scores. Yeah, was it Lancashire?
Yeah.
Old Trafford.
Yeah. No Sam Hain, of course, in the team. He's with England Lions. It's great to see England haven't completely forgotten him.
It's been a great year for you guys, isn't he?
Yeah. But he was most missing in the last championship match because he had a bit of a few little niggles, so they rested him at Northampton, and now he's missing this one because he's with the England Lions. So, although the bowling is particularly short of numbers, the batting has also lost a bit.
Yeah, you are missing a few, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think Hampshire will be happy Hain's not playing. He got a couple of hundreds in the last game here, 2019. 100 in each innings.
But now we're going to see Dan Mosley, young talent who got into the T20 team during the course of the competition and batted really well. He's a young player they've got high hopes for. And although it doesn't look it, it is pronounced Mosley. I got confirmation from that again. We already asked him once. And I said, because one or two people even at Warwickshire were beginning to sort of call him Mousey, so I said to him, look, we're still calling you Mosley. He said, yeah, absolutely, that is right.
As in the...
That's in the place.
There's the place just up, just up the hill from Edgbaston. Yeah. Here's Abbas. He's round the wicket to the left-hander then. Mosley, bit of bounce there. Plays that well, keeps it down, pushes it out square on the offside, and there's no run. I have to say, and I'll make a confession here and now, that in the quarter-final last Thursday night, I called him Mousley.
Well, you'd be far from alone. No? That's one of the reasons why I asked him again, because a lot of people were doing that. But at the moment, it is Mosley, so there we are.
He's a good player, good spinner as well, isn't he? 21 years of age.
Yeah, well, he bowled really well in the last group game, I think, in the T20.
Plays a few shots, if I remember rightly, as well. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
Oh, it was Hampshire, didn't he? He bowled a few overs against Hampshire, didn't he? Was it Hampshire in the quarter-final?
In the quarter-final,
he did, didn't he?
He got 9, so he didn't get 2 minutes. Well, nobody did in that, but his bowling, 4 overs. Yeah. Oh, 4 overs, 1 for 31.
Last over went for a bit. First 3 were very good.
Yes, yeah. He got pressed LBW. And number 3 for Hampshire on an evening. Round the wicket, Abbas, 3 slips to the left-hander. Bowls, runs away from us. Mosley pushes forward. Mosley, I should say, square on the offside, and there is no run. I'm going to do that a few times if he's in there for any length of time, because you get so used to saying one thing to somebody, and then, of course, you've got to change it. But I shall remember, Mosley, 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 Mosley.
Gives us hours of fun when he's fielding the deep, and that one side of the ground, the 6 is hit. It's hit towards Mosley. Do we mean the fielder or the or the town?
I suppose if it wasn't, well, I'm trying to think where Mosley is in relation to your ground. It's over Holly Stand, is it?
Yeah, over that sort of way.
Yeah, so if you didn't have the Holly Stand, you'd say the Mosley side or something. Yeah. That's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Mosley on the Mosley side of the ground, in front of the Holly Stand. Yeah. Anyway, 77 for 2. We are just over 15 minutes away from lunch. Ageas joins Liam Dawson with only 2 wickets to fall, or to take wickets this morning. Alex Davis LBW to Dawson for 15. That was 63 for 1. Here we are 77 for 2 as Ageas comes in again and bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a good line. Mosley just looked as though he wasn't quite sure to play at that one, but anyway, it went through to keeper Ben Brown. That's the end of the over, and Ageas now has 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 11. Ageas doing what he normally does.
Yeah, doing it well. The session is even up a little bit. That second wicket, 1 more wicket, and Hampshire probably feels it's been a decent session. If Warwickshire can get to lunch without any further loss, I won't be too despondent, but certainly losing that second wicket has changed the complexion of things.
No, you're right. I think you're right. I don't think it's a wicket where you're going to expect 3 or 4 wickets quite quickly, but yeah, next 15 minutes quite interesting.
And that one is played on the onside. There's no run. It's interesting. Dan Moses is coming quite as high as he has. He's coming ahead of Will Rose, coming ahead of Matt Lamb, which is an interesting call.
What do you think that would be? Left-hander, break it up?
Yeah, maybe. Rose hasn't been maybe in the best of form, so I got the youngster in the team. They probably want to see him bat early. As Barker comes in round the wicket, and Sibley turns that down to fine leg, and he wonders whether there's a second. There isn't, and he is restricted to 1. As the throw comes in from Ageas.
Yeah.
Below us.
One of, I mentioned it earlier, one of 3 with sun hats. Lovely to see the sun hats out. Very, very white, as Clive mentioned earlier.
Now, is it 3? There's 3 now. Has Keith Barker lent his hat to someone else?
Oh,
because
I see what you mean,
yes.
yes.
As well.
As I said it, I wasn't sure, yeah.
He bowls to Mosley and gets a bit of an inside edge that squirts out to the outside. There's no run. I mentioned earlier, I saw James Vince do a pretty decent frisbee throw. So whether they're sort of passing it around when the bowlers are on.
You could be right, yeah.
Expect we'll see at the end of this over.
I'm just trying to see if the umpire's got one sort of in his, not back pocket, but is that, oh, now he's got one sort of hanging from his trousers, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because he's turning it sideways.
Yeah. 78 for 2. In comes Barker. Mosley moves across the stumps, does that nicely. Actually plays it down to fine leg, deliberate shot for a single to get off the mark.
He's a confident young man as well, didn't he? I remember thinking that on Thursday night.
Yeah, he is.
Warwickshire through and through, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Again, I'm doing this from memory. He made his debut, I think, at Chelmsford, when Alistair Cook was playing for Essex, and he got quite excited about sort of being in the same game. I think Alistair Cook had a good chat with him. Barker to bowl to Sibley, who just hits that. Did he get bat on that? No, I don't think he did. The umpire looks poised to signal leg byes. I suppose you might even question whether he played a shot at it, but his bat just sort of wafted a little bit at the ball. So 4 leg byes are added to the total, 83 for 2.
Well, we had 1 ball change after, well, in the 10th over when Warwickshire were 44 without loss. But really, I mean, you wouldn't know, would you? Really? Neither of the balls have done much out there this morning. Just the odd little bit of movement.
Move back, isn't it, a little bit?
Yeah. Nothing in the air. A little bit of, I don't seem to say turn for Liam Dawson, just straightened the odd one, but not loads today.
Barker in to Sibley, who defends and runs about a third of a run before he decides to go back. 83 for 2. Sibley's on 54. Dan Mosley is on 1. 2 successes for Hampshire today. Alex Davis, LBW, trying Two-player sort of ramp shot off Liam Dawson. He went for 15, and then Chris Benjamin not offering the shot to Abbas. Just lost his off bail to go for 7. 63 stand for the first wicket. It's now 83 for 2. 25 overs old.
I just had a text from Joe. I think might be on the grunt. She says there's 4 Sun hats out there. Donald, Abbas, Abbott and Barker. Thank you, Joe. She doesn't miss anything. She's...
But one of them seems to be always bowling, so we only actually see 3 at a time.
That's true. It'd be nice to see if everybody was in there. Abbas round the wicket again then, this time to Mosley. Mosley walks into that shot, punches that out towards the covers, where it's fielded, and there's no run.
Well, there are those who don't like that sun hats, do they? They prefer see people wearing their county caps.
You see a lot of that more, don't you? Do you think there are more people wear caps now than ever, or...?
Possibly.
Do you think so?
I mean, I think people are probably more aware of the need to have something on your head.
Yes.
Particularly on a day like today.
Yes, definitely.
And obviously the sun hats probably offer a little bit more protection around the sort of neck area.
Definitely. Yes, over the years I've seen 1 or 2 old cricketers that didn't really wear much suntan lotion, and it is a real eye-opener as to what can happen. That's nicely driven up to mid-off, but fielded by Abbott, who's not in a sun hat currently. He's wearing a cap. Yes, it's gosh, a lot of those old cricketers, they didn't even bother wearing suntan. Oh no, actually Joe said it's not. She's got the wrong. It's Fuller that's got one on now. Thank you, Joe. This could be a revolving thing, isn't it? A moving situation.
They're trying to confuse the batting team.
That one over there, sun hat, will run one to him. It could be the wrong man. Here comes Abbas round the wicket again. It's on leg stump. Gets a slight leading edge there, Mosley, as that goes out towards mid-off. He was definitely trying to work that through mid-wicket. And there is no run. You can hear all the players out there sort of trying to G each other up, because basically there's a few people in the crowd, but it's a much more serene atmosphere, with typical sort of atmosphere you get for Championship cricket. And we've all been used to a bit of T20 cricket over the last few weeks, so it's been a bit more raucous generally. Not a bad crowd on Thursday, considering you only had a few days to get that sorted.
In a way, that
wasn't too bad, was it?
Sort of the disappointment on the performance.
Oh, that just straightens a fraction. Well played by Mosley. Pushes that up to mid-off.
Yeah, they got 10,800, which I think...
Oh, was it that many?
Yeah. I mean, they pitched the prices quite realistically, which I think was a very good move.
Tenner? Was it a tenner?
Yeah. And... yeah, it was a good crowd, unfortunately. The sort of 2 best crowds, I think, Edgeworth saw the 2 worst Bears performances, unfortunately. It's sometimes the way things happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yorkshire had a big crowd as well, and I think the Bears were actually even worse than they were in the quarter-final.
Well, the only 2 times, weren't they, really? I have to say, it was next ball, which Mosley pushes up to mid-on, fielded by Barker. I have to say, when we got matched up with you guys, I thought, oh my gosh, we could be going for millions here.
Well, it was interesting because you had 2 teams with different strengths, didn't you? I mean, the Bears modus operandus, whatever the word is, score big and try and bat the opposition out of the team, but Hampshire's speciality seems to be, you'll know better than me, but it seems to be defending totals, which they're pretty good at. So when they got 180 odd, I did think at the time that actually might be rather more than if one of the other teams had got 180 at Edgbaston. Yeah,
that's true. Abbas round the wicket. Forward, Mosley pushes that up to Abbott again at mid-off. That'll be the end of the over. 83 for 2. Mosley has 1. Sibley, who's been there since the start, is 54 not out. But you just never know what you're going to get, do you, with those games? Don't you think?
Yeah.
I think it's got worse over the years for predicting than ever.
Look at Yorkshire Surrey. I mean, back Surrey not to get 5 in the last over with 5 wickets left. That was a bizarre one, wasn't it?
I mean, as Mel tweeted a few weeks ago that Surrey could do no wrong.
Yeah.
And then they started to do wrong.
Turns out they can.
They are human. Because there were times, I mean, we played them at the Oval, they smashed us all over the park. It was horrible.
Oh, yeah, the first championship match, and even the championship, I just looked at the team, the first morning, I thought, blimey. I mean, I know a lot of them are now sort of with England, but you looked at that team, you thought, crikey, that's a team.
It is.
Keith Barker to continue to bowl to Dom Sibley. I want to get to lunch now. He's had a good session if he does. He leaves that one and nips back a bit, and a little bit more comfortable leave that time. Sibley's now faced 80 balls for his 54. He was way ahead of a runner ball for a while, so he's reined it in. But he knows, from Warwickshire's point of view, probably needs to play a really big one here.
He seems to be scoring. His scoring rate's a little quicker as well. I'm sure a couple of times I've watched him over the last 2 or 3 years, he seems to get sort of bogged down a bit. He doesn't look like that sort of player anymore.
Barker comes into bowl to him, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
You know, I think sometimes, I think even last year in the game towards the end of the season, and I'm sure in previous 1 or 2 years, where if you bowl accurately at him, he gets a bit, you know, scoring just sort of freezes up, doesn't it, really? But
Yeah, well,
the way now, he doesn't look anything like that now.
That was certainly obviously criticism when he was with England, wasn't it? They sometimes stay out there for a while, but not really score the runs. He leaves his bat inside the line rather extravagantly at that one, as it goes through to Ben Brown, the Hampshire wicket-keeper. So what, we're going to get one more over him before lunch after this one?
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, 9 balls.
That will be a 28 over morning, which is not brilliant, but we had quite a long delay when the ball was being replaced.
We'll have another one of those this afternoon, I'm sure, if Warwickshire are about 150 for 2.
Barker into bowl, and that beats the edge of Sibley, goes through low to Ben Brown. He did play at that one. Dan Mosley comes down the pitch and has a chat with him. Bowling from Barker. This would be a prize wicket for Hampshire. They get Sibley out before lunch, and they will, I think, feel they've won the session. But Barker left arm round the wicket. Sibley turns that round to mid-wicket. There's a fielder there.
Who's not in hat? Liam Dawson. I think he's obviously trying to get his hair a bit blonder. That's what they do, isn't it? You stand in the field, get your hair a bit blonder. Oh no, he has got, has he? Maybe I can't see very well. Oh, he has got a hat on, tell a lie.
Yeah. Nice tight cap.
He obviously doesn't care the colour of his hair. Likes being darker.
This next one from Barker is left by Sibley. That's a decent enough leave. It's the end of the over. It was a maiden over from Keith Barker. Actually his first maiden, and it's 83 for 2.
Yeah, quite expensive this morning for him. 7 overs, none for 34. No real movement for him. He's tended to this season when he's come round the wicket, and you'll have seen it a lot, I guess, Clive, that when he's coming round the wicket, the ball angled into the right-hander, and then it seams and just nips away a fraction, or certainly straightens, and he's been quite devastating with that this year. And when he does get the ball to swing as well, that's an added weapon. But there hasn't been a lot for him out there at all this morning. And Liam Dawson is going to bowl the final over before lunch. He's already had a bowl because he's already got a wicket. That was Alex Davis. Dawson, 5 overs, 1 for 7. Just got a little bit of bite out of the wicket, but not much. But he's going to be bowling to Mosley with a little bit of rough outside the off stump. Now I know I know Kyle Abbott was his follow through was being looked at by the umpire earlier. So I guess his combined with Barker's rough might just give Mosley a little bit of a problem. Maybe not now, but left-handers certainly later in the game. Dawson's over the wicket, bowls, it's full. Mosley pushes that to recover. It's my over, isn't it? I can't remember.
Yes.
See,
Simon Harmer's got 3 wickets. They won Gloucestershire 98 for 6.
Oh, here we go. Oh dear. I suppose find a reason for saying that pitch is all right again. There's a place forward. Has turned out of the rough, but it's quite well wide of off stump for me. You'll think of an excuse.
Sussex are having the morning. I know they have had a batter retire injured, but they're 137 without loss.
Ooh, good on
After
them.
25 overs against Leicestershire.
Short leg and slip in for Dawson. On to Mosley, slightly shorter this time. Mosley on the back foot, just works that behind square. Just placed a bit of a chase for Keith Barker, who will pick it up inside the rope. They may look for 3. Yes, they are. They're taking the throw on. And it's a comfortable 3 as well. It's running between the wickets. Mainly from Sibley, of course, because he ran into the danger. I think he realised that Keith Barker was slightly off balance as he was returning the ball. 86 for 2 Sibley back on strike, and Mosley moves on to 4.
Yeah, I think Mosley wasn't that convinced, but so he hesitated, but Sibley called it well.
Bit of experience there, isn't it? Although maybe some would say it wasn't, with 3 balls left until lunch, and you've got to face. I think some players in the past would have said, no, it's all right, we'll just stay with a 2, youngster. You keep the bowling. Here comes Dawson and bowls. Forward is Sibley, wants a single. No, says Mosley. Goes out into the covers. 2 balls left then until lunch. The score is showing exactly 1 o'clock.
Which reminds me, I better go.
Oh yes, I'll finish off. Thank you, Clive. As Dawson comes round the wicket again and bowls, and Sibley gets one. It just works off his legs, and that's a half stop at mid-wicket. That's a good diving stop there from Ian Holland. Did really well. He was fully outstretched, lying on the floor, and just got his fingertips to that. Otherwise, that would have been more than 1 run. Sibley off strike, 55. He'll be 55 not out at the break, unless, of course, there's a run out. And it'll be Mosley that faces the last delivery of the morning session here at a sun-drenched, sun-kissed Ageas Bowl. That's Dawson bowls. Mosley well forward, plays that back to the bowler, and that is indeed lunch here on day 1. With Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bat first, they go into the break. 87 for 2, 55 to Sibley, 4 to Mosley. The 2 batters out just after 12 o'clock. Alex Davis just trying to play a little flick sweep shot to Dawson. Was LBW, it was too straight. He went for 15. And then after an hour and 40 minutes this morning, 20 minutes before lunch, Chris Benjamin bowled, leaving the ball to Mohammed Abbas. Just nipped back a fraction and just clipped the off bail. He went for 7. The score then 77 for 2. Davis was out at 63 for 1. 87 for 2 then. We'll take a break, and we will be back with you at around 20 to 2. And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway the afternoon session on day one of this Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. The state of play as the two teams, or certainly the Hampshire team, make their way out the middle, and the two out batters is that Warwickshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first. A good decision that. 87 for 2. They are. Dominic Sibley has batted through the morning, 55 not out, played some very crisp onside or on drives, and Dan Mosley is 4 not out. The 2 wickets that fell: Alex Davis for 15, Chris Benjamin for 7, and we are just about to get underway. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later, you'll hear from former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator Melissa Story. But taking you through this first passage of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC CWR and BBC WM is I've got that right. Clive Eakin. It says CWR on your thing there. Commentary in Warwickshire, of course it is. Yeah. There we go. Afternoon, Clive.
Afternoon.
Good session for you.
Yeah, I guess probably marginally one, but only marginally. I think the 2 wickets will keep Hampshire interested.
Yeah, there's a little bit out there, but not a lot. They've batted well, have Warwickshire. I think Alex Davis might be slightly with it himself, trying to play a little deft sweep to Dawson to a straight one. He's out to get the afternoon underway. Right arm over from the pavilion end, and that's pushed quietly on the onside by Sibley. And there is no run. This is Dominic Sibley Mark II this season, and certainly this morning. It's the first time I've seen him. Clive will have seen him quite a bit, actually, of course, during the season. And he does have a very, very nice on drive on him now, which I don't think we saw before, did we?
No, not really. No.
He's benefited on 2 or 3 occasions with some lovely straight drives down the ground towards the pavilion on drive. Here's Abbott bowls, and he pushes forward. It goes square out on the offside, fielded by Narin Donald. We also saw a couple of nice push drives through the covers as well from Sibley. He's playing all round the wicket in this innings so far. So 2 slips for Abbott, who's just starting his 8th over, and he has none for 27. Bowled, perhaps been a little bit unlucky not to have picked up wicket this morning. Got a couple to nip back, which were quite close to the stumps, and he got a couple to nip away to Sibley, which you don't often see from Kyle Abbott, which beat the outside edge. But other than that, he's had to work hard, just like all the other bowlers. And that's nipped back, and that's hit Sibley high and on the around the thigh area, and I think that's hurt.
It has. William Dawson scrambling to field it and slip Gordon. What you say about Kyle Abbott? Chris Benjamin out to one he didn't play a shot at against Abbas. Kyle Abbott very nearly got him that way earlier with one that nipped back sharply.
Yeah, it's just it hasn't happened all the time, has it? I mean, like that one, I don't think we've seen one to nip back that sharp. Or if we did, you could count them on 1 or 2 fingers, but just every now and then one just goes a bit. Abbott again then. Bright sunshine here at the Ageas, and Fuller, and that's driven away or clipped off his toes by Sibley out towards deep square leg where Felix Organ fields. Sibley moves on to 56, 88 for 2. And field changes because we've got the left-hander Dan Mosley coming in at 4. Perhaps a little higher in the order, as Clive said, than perhaps might have thought. Will Rhodes, Matthew Lamb might have expected to come in instead, but Mosley, who looks a good player the other night, even though the Bears didn't cover themselves in glory in the T20, but he's had a good campaign and warrants a chance here. Switches to round the wicket to the left-hander. Rabbit bowls, leaves that alone. That's a good leave. Taken by Ben Brown to his right. Keith Barker's warming up. Is he going to be switching ends and have a bowl from our commentary in the hotel end? Looks like he is. Just practicing bowling with the ball to Nick Gubbins at cover. Barker wicketless. Came into this game top of the wicket-taking chance in Division 1 with 32, just ahead of Hannon Dolby with 30. Abbas has now moved up to 27. Got some top bowling talent on show in this game. As Abbott comes in again and bowls. It's a little wider this time, so an easy leave there for Mosley. First over after lunch then, and Warwickshire have advanced by 1. They are 88 for 2.
Yeah, I know they need to bat big and take advantage of winning that toss.
Great toss to win.
Yeah. I saw someone actually on the BBC cricket page, someone had asked the question on social media, have all captains to the bat first today so that only 2 of their players roost at a time rather than 11? Which is probably a fairly accurate answer, actually.
You wouldn't want to commit yourself normally to a day in the field in these conditions.
So we're going to see a change of ends for Keith Barker. I think it's the first time he's bowled from this end in this innings. And he'll be bowling first to Dom Sibley. And he comes in with 2 slips slightly apart as that's played into the ground. Into the inside edge from Sibley, but safe enough into the ground. And there is no run.
Got the women's game going on shortly.
Yes.
2 o'clock.
50 over one, isn't it, this one?
Yeah, first one.
There's another multi-format series, as the Ashes is. Keith Barker, former Rochdale winger. Well, I say winger, it comes in round the wicket to bowl. It's left as no run. I think he was billed as a striker, but since he didn't score any goals for them, I'm going to call him a winger. I think he played about a dozen games for them on loan when he was at Blackburn.
So they move you out to the wing, don't they, if you don't score, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they move you sort of in the midfield if you score even less. Before you end up being a defender, I guess that's how it works. Yeah, England, South Africa at Northampton starting at 2 o'clock, first of those one-day internationals. Emily Windsor, Southern Vipers Emily Windsor, who scored 90 at the weekend, part of the TMS commentary team for that one.
As Barker comes round the wicket, and that's left. It's tight leave, but successful leave. Let's just have a look at that England team. Who have we got? So we'll have Warwickshire's Amy Jones keeping wicket. No place this time for any other Warwickshire players.
Not even Sparks players?
Probably Sparks players, yeah.
Just having a look.
I'm trying to remember. As Barker comes in round the wicket. Oh, and has he got him caught behind? Barker thinks so. But the batter stays where he is, Dom Sibley, and the umpire is unmoved. It certainly moved. Did he get bat on that? Difficult to tell.
Flick the pad, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
They don't look too disappointed, do they? Sometimes you can tell with the body language and what have you, but that's a good ball.
Izzy Wong not in the 50 over 2. No. Made her England debut in the Test match. So Barker round the wicket to Sibley, and he's got him this time. A faint edge, and it's taken by Ben Brown. Sibley walks, he swishes the bat in frustration, having nearly edged the previous one. He does edge that one, and that's a huge wicket for Hampshire to take. Dom Sibley has not gone on after lunch. He's out for 56. Keith Barker making the breakthrough.
Yeah, big wicket that one. The way Dom Sibley have been playing so far, looked really good indeed. Now, I'm not sure that's moved too much. I'm just wondering if that's the line that Barker has bowled there that's done for Sibley. Just nibbled at that one. I think that, if we look on the live picture feed now, the replay, may just have straightened a fraction, but not much at all. And I think, I'm not surprised Dominic Sibley just swishing the bat there a little bit. I think probably feels he didn't need to play at that one. Probably just an inch or two away where you would probably think that he would leave it. And I think he's probably annoyed with himself that he's actually just gone at it a fraction. But that's good bowling. But it hasn't done much off the turf at all. So, big wicket. Barker moves on to 33 wickets for the season. Also in that England team, by the way, you mentioned about the Sparks and Warwickshire. Charlie Dean of the Southern Vipers and also batter Danny Wyatt is in that England team against South Africa. That match gets underway in around 10 minutes' time. First one-day international. South Africa win the toss, deciding to bat first. So, yeah, that's, I have to say, Dominic Sibley Mark II or Dominic Sibley Mark I, I always like to see the back of him.
Yeah, he batted well this morning. But Barker had him in trouble that over.
.56, and there'll be a healthy smattering of boundaries in that for Sibley. In fact, 11 boundaries in that 56, so 44, just 12 runs not coming in boundaries. So Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, is next in, playing his 80th first class match today, averages 35. That's a pretty good career average. But I think you also said that maybe this season, Clive, perhaps not quite up to his normal standards.
Yeah, has struggled. This is last season he didn't. He seemed to be batting okay without making big scores, but then he did make a century in the Bowl Willis Trophy final at Lords. As Barker come to bowl to him, and he just keeps that one out with bat. Does Rose ends a very successful over from Keith Barker. It's a wicket maiden, and it leaves Warwickshire have had just one run since lunch on 88 for 3.
Well, it's quite interesting, actually. I'm just wanting perceptions a little bit because his career average is 35, but actually this season he's averaging just a fraction under that, just over 34. So actually, he's, in terms of, if you just look at the average and nothing else, there's actually not a lot of difference, is there? 377 runs comes into this game. So he's actually keeping up what he's been doing throughout his career. But maybe just not the big one.
Yeah, he's not got a century yet.
Oh, he's got one, isn't he? 111 not out. Just trying to look.
Was that?
It was in the game against Yorkshire. That heading there. There's a drive up to mid-off.
Yeah.
By Mosley.
Oh, there it is. It's in front of me. I couldn't see his
right.
name
No,
on my list.
I was trying to help you out.
There it is, right in front of me.
I was trying to help you out.
Yeah, sorry, 111 not out at Headingley. Yeah.
Hayne got 100.
So maybe I'm a bit harsh on him. Maybe he's doing okay.
I suppose you always want to just kick on a little bit, don't you? Really. I think you know, whatever your career average is, you always just want to play a bit above that.
Well, the other interesting thing about him, of course, is he normally in the past has played T20. He didn't feature in the T20 at all this season.
Okay. Abbott round the wicket. Mosley plays that into the ground, half stopped by Abbott, and that'll be fielded at mid-on by James Fuller, who falls over that as he does so.
They made Carlos Brathwaite captain, and Will Rhodes, saying you feel unlucky not to play, but on the other hand, given the totals the Bears got, can't really argue with it. But he did get in the squad for the latter part of it, but never actually got in the team.
So, just waiting for Will Rhodes to mark out his crease, to have a look around the ground and just work out where fields are where, and then we'll be back underway with Carl Abbott from that pavilion end. Round the wicket, we've got Vince at first, Dawson at second, Holland at third, all waiting as... Oh, my word, that's close to the off stump. That's nipped back. Ben Brown taking it low to his right, diving. That's a good leave, to be fair to him. But it did nip back and was dangerously close to the off stump. So Warwickshire 89 for 3, added 2 since lunch. We've had coming up to 15 minutes worth of play. Bright sunshine, beautiful sunshine, perfect cricket weather as we get towards the middle of July. Length ball, Rhodes quietly plays that back up the pitch, fielded by Keith Barker. So this is Mosley's second game, isn't it, in the championship this year? Then this is, say, Will Rhodes has been ever present. Good captain. Is he? Well, he must have done. Captain the side to the championship. I suppose he would.
I think his captain is regarded very highly.
He is. Yeah, that's good. You have all the players on your side, and that's not always easy sometimes as Abbott bowls. That's flicked away just wide of mid-wicket. Felix Organ runs after it. I think he wasn't so sure that Keith Barker might have done, and in the end he slightly changed direction. 2 they'll pick up, and Rhodes off the mark. 91 for 3. Warwickshire haven't won the toss.
My colleague pointed, I'm just trying to see if I can get an update. I'm struggling to find one, but my colleague Richard earlier informed me that Rob Yates is in the runs for the second 11, which is great news. He's had a difficult season, the very talented youngster. Lost his place in the first team, but he certainly made a half century at least for the seconds at Tonbridge.
Plays inside the line there, Will Rose, but a good ball anyway. That's the end of the over. 91 for 3. He's played against us a couple of times, Rob Yates. Left-hander, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked a good little player a couple of times.
He's a very talented player. He's having a difficult season this season, but he's too good a player for that to go on indefinitely. He'll get it back at some point, I've no doubt.
I think he played up at Edgbaston about 2 or 3 seasons ago against Hampshire.
Yeah, particularly good season last season. He just struggled to repeat that form this season. One of the reasons why Dan Mosey's playing. Possibility that Adam Hose might have found himself in the red ball team for the first time this season had he not been called up by England Lions. His reward for a very good T20 campaign. And Mosley on strikers, Barker bowls, left arm over, and Mosley plays up to the onside for no run.
So Mosley, would there now be a sort of a, I'm not saying a fight, but you know, for a batting spot now, Mosley, Yates, sort of in that middle order now? I mean, both of them would play, would they, if they were both scoring runs?
Could do. I mean, Matt Lamb is one who's done well to, as Barker comes in to bowl, and that's push out the offside, there's no run, to make himself sort of undroppable by having a good season. When he was in the team initially, he thought he's probably going to be the first player to make way when certain players return, but he played so well that he's kept his place. Mosley is a young player who many feel needs to be given more opportunities. And as I say, he came in the latter part of the T20 campaign, did very well, now gets a chance in the championship team. As Barker comes into bowl, and that's played out to backward point for no run. Jacob Bethel's the other. He was in the team for the game against Northants, but that, as much as anything, I think was due to Danny Briggs being out with an injury for that game. So Bethel was in partly for his bowling as well as his batting. Mosey's been scoring runs for the second 11 for fun. They've got a few young players knocking on the door. Barker bowls, and that's played to the point there's no run. It's interesting they're given George Garrett, who appears to be selected ahead of Craig Miles, so they, again, going well for the second 11. They're giving him an opportunity. So, Barker, who slips in place, comes into bowl to Mosley. And that's played backward point and cut off. There's no run. Because they're going to have Ed Barnard next season.
Yeah.
They can have Moen Ali in the championship. I think he's known predominantly for light ball. He's on a pay-as-you-play in the red ball. They will lose Dom Sibley, of course.
That frees up a spot, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it could potentially Robbie Yates to open again. Some people feel that
Okay.
his lack of form this season is partly down to him not opening anymore. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. And that's the end of another very tidy over from Keith Barker. He's on 91. He's now on 1 for 34. Warwickshire on 91 for 3 after 32 overs. Shall we bring Melissa back in here?
Apologies again, I think there might be a few problems, BBC Sport website and app, but we are most certainly on the live picture feed, so if you can and you're in a position to pick up the pictures via the Hampshire Cricket website and the Hampshire Sport app, or the Hampshire Cricket app I should say, getting all my apps mixed up, Hampshire Cricket app, which is free to download. You can pick up the live commentary and the pictures on that, and those are being beamed back to the Warwickshire Cricket website, myself, Kevin James and Melissa Story. And we'll take you through this next half an hour as Kyle Abbott comes in round the wicket from that pavilion end and bowls, and I think he's playing inside the line there, Will Rhodes. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Welcome back, Melissa.
Thank you. It feels as if there's been a real change in feeling out there in the field after this lunch break. The ball's just been moving about a little bit, and that early wicket, I think, has put Warwickshire not on the back foot, but just applied a gentle amount of pressure. Yeah,
it was interesting, wasn't it? Dom Sibley, they thought they had Dom Sibley caught behind ball before he was actually caught behind. Big shout, and then Sibley just nibbling at one outside the stump to Keith Barker. That's the one wicket that's fallen since lunch as Abbott comes round the wicket again. That's left by Rhodes, and there's no run. Mike Martin at Solent Sports says, I remember a hot day and a totally flat pitch. Warwickshire at Portsmouth one year. We bowled at Warwickshire out for 120 and 100. Wow, to win by an innings, and we had some bloke called Malcolm Marshall. Yes, remember him, who looked like he was enjoying himself. Yeah, he liked bowling there. Bit of bounce. Have you played at the United Services ground in Portsmouth?
No,
not played there. I mean, I'm not sure what the situation is down there now, but it used to be quite fast and bouncy.
They always have fantastic facilities, don't they? The Navy and Army grounds. We've got a few around Corsham area where I'm from, and they're gorgeous.
Are they? Good pitches to play on. There's Abbott bowls, a slightly straighter as Rhodes works that away towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Felix Organ.
There was a long queue, I must say, at the ice cream van as me and my friend Alex ran over there after the lunch break, dashed back up, and I think it probably took about 15 seconds for the ice creams to melt down us, and fortunately I didn't suffer the same fate as Alex, who's now got ice cream all dripped down himself. And I am calling him out live. As Abbott bowls, and that's edged and caught at gully. That's the wicket of Will Rhodes gone. Fantastic bit of bowling from Abbott, angling in around the wicket, and that's just squared him up. He looks behind him, disappointed, and the wickets keep falling. Warwickshire 91 for 4 now.
Got turned around, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a good change of angle there from Abbott, and never really thought that a catch like that would really carry on this pitch, but Gully was really close up to the stumps, and it was a good grab in the end. We'll get some more information on who caught that one.
Was it Dawson?
Maybe Dawson. We'll find out very soon, but it does bring to the crease.
It's caught Ian Holland. Good catch from him. Went quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic shot. And it brings to the crease Michael Burgess or Lamb. Lamb's been sent in. Matt Lamb originally had him down on 7 of the cards, but he's coming a bit earlier. And he features in that top 20 batters of the competition so far. He's down at 18. 469 runs so far this season, his highest score of 155 and averaging 58. So he is the man to come in at a situation such as this. Him and Mosley need to work together here to build a partnership.
Anyway, we're still on the live picture feed, but just to let you know that the BBC online site is just having a few problems again.
Hence the slight Star Wars-esque beeping you may have heard, or are hearing now. We promise we are not being attacked by robots in the commentary box. Abbott comes in again, and that's short wide, slashed away and fielded at backward point. A good bit of work there by the fielder under the floppy hat.
One of a few.
Yeah, the sun's reflecting quite nicely off the bright white Hampshire kit today, which is making deciphering the numbers on the backs of the players quite difficult, but I'll borrow Clive's binoculars, and I'm sure we'll get a few names. As Abbott, top of his mark. Final ball in this over. Bowling to Lamb, 3 slips in play. He bowls, this is clipped uppish, but bounces just before Keith Barker at mid-on, shortish mid-on, And that completes the over. A wicket maiden for Kyle Abbott in his 10th over. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 31 runs and that 1 wicket. And Hampshire making things happen here in the heat. They were a bit worried after that morning session. It was a lot of hard work for the bowlers, trying to take wickets on a pitch where not much is happening. But we mentioned ever since lunch, there seems to be this new energy in the Hampshire fielders. They don't want to spend too much time out there, and wickets are absolutely key here. Just a few more technical difficulties continuing.
Yeah, apologies for the ringing on the site, but until I sort this out, they were going to get that for a little while. Here's Barker bowling over the wicket on the line of leg stump, clipped away nicely by Mosley, and that's going through mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. A little bit too straight there from Keith Barker, and Mosley will move on to 9. And the Warwickshire total on to 95 for 4 here in the afternoon session on day 1.
And Hampshire still yet to call on the bowling expertise of Fuller and Holland. Unless I'm something, don't think I have. Yeah, just the 4 bowlers used so far with Barker, Abbas, Abbott and Dawson. So they have plenty of options. Also the off-spin of Felix Organ may be handy against the left-handed Mosley.
Pushed forward there, it's going out in the covers. I think the throw will come in from Gubbins at the keeper's end, but Lamb's home. And that'll be another single to the total, 96 for 4.
Yeah, it might be interesting to see how quickly Hampshire bring on the spin after the lunch break. Dawson was making a few things happen, and they'll be looking to bowl slightly shorter kind of bowling spells you'd think in this heat for the likes of Barker and Abbas and Abbott. They've all got run-ups from whereabouts the inner ring would be. It's not the kind of weather you want to be sprinting about. There's a few changes to the field, and a incredibly short mid-on, I guess, is the position for Ian Holland there. He's standing adjacent to the pitch, right in front of the non-striker, as Barker comes in, bowls straighter, defended by Lamb into the offside. And beginning to see those tactics where you see from teams when England are playing in the subcontinent, or the pitches in Abu Dhabi. It's dry pitches, and the seamers have to bring in these innovative tactics just to try and take a wicket. These close catches. There's only 2 slips now, and Barker's just going to be looking to pitch it up there, get Lamb driving on the up, straight down the ground. What can he do? At the top of his mark, past the umpire, bowls driven just to the right of the fielder along the ground, fielded by Kyle Abbott at wide mid-on. No run taken, 96 for 4, just the 5 runs off this over so far from Keith Barker. It's been an expensive day for him, and quite unusual for Keith Barker, as he's gone for 39 runs off his 9.4 overs so far. By far the most expensive of the Hampshire bowlers. But he did get a bit unlucky at the start of the innings. A few edges past the slip by Dom Sibley. As Barker in, leg stump line ball and clipped to mid-wicket. No run taken.
Mel, well done you. Listen, at the end of this over, we're going to lose all the commentary for a couple of minutes, because I'm going to have to switch some kit because we've got a few problems here. You won't know, obviously you on the live picture feed, it's all sounding great, but elsewhere it's not, and it may be the kit that we're using. So I'm switching that at the end of this over, so you will lose us for about a minute or 2, so bear with us.
Barker in, bowls, and that's bowled him! Lamb looking to leave a ball too close to the off stump. A bit of inwards movement from Barker. Looking at this replay, it was full and just tickled the top of the off stump, rattled it. And Lamb goes for a duck. Bowled Barker. It's the 5th wicket to fall for Warwickshire. And now they're 96 for 5. They're in a precarious situation. Wouldn't have thought when Dom Sibley was smashing the ball about at the crease. I mean, they've gone from 63 for 1 to 96 for 5.
Yeah, and 87 for 2 for lunch and 96 for 5, right, as you say. Right, okay, you're going to lose us for about a minute, and then hopefully we'll be back on with you very soon.
in Div 1. I'm not just catering to the Warwickshire fans listening. I have statistical evidence to back this up. But he will be on, it will be Mosley on strike. As in comes Abbott, sharp inwards movement, and that's mistimed by Mosley into his pads. No run.
Yeah, what a session since lunch. 87 for 2. Warwickshire reasonably happy with everything, and it's all changed. A couple of wickets for Barker and a wicket for Abbott since the break. We are back on BBC Online, so apologies for those of you that have been intermittently picked up on that with us. We've had a few problems this morning and now again, but we're all back. We're on the live picture feed as well, and we are all good to go.
At the top of his mark is Abbott. 2 slips in the gully. Wait as Abbott bowls. That's driven confidently, but a good bit of fielding in the covers there from Nick Gubbins. It's driven firmly by Mosley. He's looked good out there in the middle. He's on 10 off 31 balls. It's actually a half volley from Abbott. But Hampshire just applying the pressure here.
Certainly are, yeah. I mean, it's still a good pitch, isn't it? I mean, you know, that was a straight ball virtually, wasn't it, that Matthew Lamb's let go there.
I feel a bit worried because we are so directly behind the bowler's arm. Maybe we're distracting up here. We've seen recently with Johnny Bairstow getting very angry with people behind the bowler's arm in the test match. And I'm worried if I jump up and down, then, well, maybe there will be a few more bowls. Maybe I should jump up and down. As Abbott in around the wicket. This is tickled off the hip by Mosley, down to fine leg with not much pace on the ball. Fielded by Fuller and a single taken. Score moves on to 96 for 5.
Terrific stuff from Hampshire here. And doing what they've done all season, Mel, really, isn't it? If they don't take a wicket for a while, don't let too many runs be conceded, and then when they do, when it's their spell again, then they really do have sides under the cosh.
And it brings Burgess on to strike, whom I've said, just as Kevin James leaves us again, this year his strike rate has been 79. He's just 3rd in the rankings for strike rate, just behind Sam Curran. As that's shorter, he advances down the pitch, leaves that one by swaying backwards, and it's a good carry through to Ben Brown behind the stump. So he's hitting it at a good rate. Sam Curran just before him, who has a strike rate of 80. That's been distorted slightly by his amazing century. And then Grant Stewart of Kent has a strike rate of 108, but only 152 runs. But Burgess, overall in his career, or at least this year, has been doing fantastically. He's also hit the most 6s, ahead of Brooke and Curran, and the 5th most 4s. So he's an attacking player. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about it now in this situation, as Abbott over the wicket now, and that cuts through Burgess. Every Hampshire player has their hand on their head. We have our hands on their head in the commentary box. It was fantastic delivery from Abbott, and we've seen from these first 2 balls Michael Burgess has faced, first delivery, sorry, that he's used his feet, he's come down the wicket, and he's looking to counter that movement, the late movement which Abbott's getting.
So it's a different game, isn't it, since lunch? Incredibly different game. Interesting, isn't it, Burgess walking into that shot there?
It does show that attacking kind of intent that I've spoken about, that sometimes in these situations when you're on the back foot, it's bad to get bogged down and actually good to counter-attack. As in he comes again, that's taken the top edge of his bat and caught it first slip. Abbott with another breakthrough. James Vince, the catcher. It was a short ball, popped up off the wicket, caught the top of Burgess's bat, and it was an easy catch for James Vince at the end. Came quick, but the wickets are falling. They're dropping like flies here at the Ageas Bowl. Something must have happened since tea. I'm not sure what they gave the Hampshire bowlers for food. We certainly didn't get it. Maybe beat us to the ice cream van and got all the energy. But that's another duck, and Burgess got 0. Bowled Abbott, caught Vince.
Must have been some ice.
This is a different game, Kevin James.
It certainly is. 97 for 6, having 88 for 2 when Dom Sibley fell just about 8 or so minutes into the afternoon session. What a different game it's been this afternoon. Is the ball doing a lot more. I'm not sure it's really doing a lot more. Was Burgess surprised by that shorter delivery? Yes, he most certainly was. He wasn't expecting that. You could just see the way the hands went up very quickly, sort of around this sort of neck-chest area, that he was totally surprised by that. So that's really good bowling. Could Matthew Lamb have played at the one that he left and was bowled by Barker? Yes, most certainly. Will Rhodes, good catch from Holland, who having got turned around a little bit, wasn't he? He was trying to push that away on the leg side and got a leading edge. Dom Sibley, probably did he nibble at one outside the off stump that he could have left alone, with Barker not really moving it around too much? Yes, most certainly that could have been the case.
I think it's been a combination of good bowling from Hampshire and persistence from them, and also just peculiar shot selection from the Warwickshire players. You mentioned that Lamb dismissal. I think it's been the most unusual so far, that it was a straight ball which he left, and some of the leaves today have been questionable, but Hampshire certainly making things happen. And there's again more of a buzz in the field now. Warwickshire 6 down. It brings McAndrew to the crease, and a lot of pressure now on Moseley. He's just been watching the wickets fall at the non-striker's end, still on 10. He's only faced 32 deliveries. And Hampshire now will be licking their lips and hoping to get a bat in by the end of the day, and for maybe the rest of tomorrow. They'll know this is a good batting pitch.
Barker in to the left-hander Moseley, who just pushes that to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Wow, it's definitely been a session of two halves here. 87 for 2 at lunch, looking reasonably comfortable, Warwickshire. 97 for 6 now, not looking comfortable at all. They are most definitely out of their comfort zone.
They are, and we've spoken about the ability of the Hampshire bowlers just to make things happen and take all 20 wickets on even pitches where it's looking pretty lifeless.
Bark, left arm over, and he's wrapped on the pad. That looks very, very close. Mel's got a finger up, 2 fingers up. It's not enough.
That looked to me as if, unless it was hitting him outside the line, which potentially in that replay could have. It also looked high. I must say I am an atrocious umpire, so even when I put the 2 fingers up, it should not be taken.
I really hope I'm not batting when you're umpiring. Do you know that?
Well, my teammates have stopped asking me to be umpire. First of all, I just got pushed just a square leg, but even then I was getting a bit dodgy. So now I'm in charge of moving the sight screen. It's a much better suited role.
Barker runs away from us, bowls to the left-hander Moseley, who drives pleasantly through extra cover. It's a beautiful shot. Just lent into that one. Just about a half volley there from Barker, but that's right out of the middle of the bat. Perfect extra cover drive. And Warwickshire, rather more in difficulty than they would have expected to reach 100. That's come up in the 36th over, but it's come at a cost of 6 wickets.
Moseley still at the moment looks, with that most recent shot, like he's playing on a different pitch, and he'll be hoping McAndrew can stay out with him.
Yeah, looks a good player, doesn't he, Moseley? 14 he's on. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who was going to be with us on Thursday, but he's not feeling too well. He says, this is remarkable. It certainly is. Maybe you won't need me anyway on Thursday. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Outside the off stump and left alone. Barker's picked up 2 wickets in this innings so far, so Kyle Abbott.
Well, I've got a tweet in from Adrian, who tweeted earlier, who said he was working from home today, but he's in the office tomorrow,
yes,
and asked what the chances of Hampshire winning within 1 day were. He now has said, do I care to re-evaluate? And he's a little shocked by this score too, so let's just settle on an innings victory instead. Now, we may be getting ahead of ourselves, or Hampshire fans maybe.
It's amazing what 4 quick wickets does, doesn't it, really? That's full on leg stump, and that's turned away through mid-wicket. There'll be more runs here. Won't quite go all the way as James Fuller loses his sun hat as he runs away down towards deep mid-wicket. 2 it is. Quite quick across the outfield there, James Fuller. And that will take the Warwickshire total on to 103 for 6. 6 runs off the Barker over so far.
And of course there is that England women's game happening today at Northampton. ODI between England and South Africa. It's just started, so haven't missed too much. South Africa 15 for none. And I've just seen that it's the first, maybe the first time in history, that a married couple have opened the bowling together.
Oh, okay. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. And that would be?
That would be Nat Siver and Catherine Brunt.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be an interesting bit of history if that is the first case. But I'll throw that out there to any statisticians and historians listening.
At Melissa G Story. at Solent Cricket, sorry, at Solent Sport or solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. Wasn't there a husband and wife umpired a game a couple of weeks ago?
Yes, all coming up. It's one of the games in the Rachel Haggo Flint Cup. Yeah, husband and wife.
Didn't they do the Lightning game a couple of weeks ago?
Maybe. It was. Yeah, that was incredible.
Saw an article
At least
on
you'd
that
save a bit of money on the lift share going up.
Get double the fee coming into the household, wouldn't you? Absolutely ideal.
What happens if you're unhappy with your partner's decision?
Separate bank accounts. Sorry, actually in the game, yeah.
In comes Abbott, and that's full. Work down to fine leg. Fine McAndrew. And a single taken, 104 for 6.
Do you think they would go home and actually talk about the decisions they made?
Yeah, just go, I wasn't too happy with your one there. I think it was missing the top of leg.
But how could they tell? If one's at square leg, how do they know?
Maybe they're being happy with, how an umpire moves round to square leg to assess a run out, and their partner doesn't get round there quick enough. You'd be like, come on. Or just like in terms of making the other one look bad. What happens if one umpire gives fantastic decisions and the other one's a bit rubbish? That could cause some friction.
One gets marked down
Yeah,
lower than the other one.
umpire's feedback at the end of the game.
Yeah.
What a dilemma. As Abbott in, dropped into the offside by Mosley. Straight to cover, no run, and he advances down the pitch. Gives it a few taps, tries to ask it politely what secrets it holds and why it suddenly changed this game. But he's just got to stay there as the main anchor for Warwickshire if they want to build up a respectable total here in this first innings. Of course, winning the toss, electing to bat. Now 104 for 6. Abbott on fire for Hampshire. And when he gets in a mood like this, you never know what can happen. As he charges in, arms pumping. That's a shorter ball, which Mosley ducks underneath. Through to Brown, and good carry again. Abbott's absolutely fired up. And
he's in a good groove, isn't he?
Speaking of being fired up, I think the Essex bowling attack may have been a bit fired up, as Gloucestershire are all out for 136 in that game at, is it Bristol?
No, it's at Chelmsford. I think it's at Chelmsford, yeah.
Yeah,
It
Chelmsford.
is at Chelmsford, yeah.
5 wickets for Harmer.
No, you surprised me.
What a shock horror that one is.
You surprised me.
Oh, goodness. In comes Abbott. Bowls and leg stump line. Just pushed to mid-on. He replicates a throw there in the floppy hat of the stumps. 104 for 6. The score, and Abbott just slowly walks back to his mark. We'll run you through a few of the other scores across the county championship as Kent, Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire 120 for 2. Half centuries for Rickleton and Gay there. Then that game between Lancashire and Somerset. Somerset batting first, 109 for 4. They've had a bit of a recovery after being 16 for 2. But no player yet to hit the 50 mark. As Kyle Abbott comes over to the left-handed Mosley and strikes him in front, and the fingers up. Another wicket falls. Kyle Abbott, LBW, changed up the angle the ball before. And another wicket falls. Warwickshire 104 for 7 now. And whatever, as I said, I think something's happened in the lunch break. Hampshire have been absolutely on fire. And that's Mosley gone for 16. LBW to Abbott. He'd faced 42 balls. He was looking solid at the crease, but that change of angle just trapping him in front, and it's difficult bowling to the left-hander from over the wicket. Just, often the ball's pitching outside the leg stump, but that one just straightened. It was coming across him, and then a good bit of movement from Abbott.
I was going to say, the only doubt there, isn't it, is if it's pitching in line with the stumps. That would be your only consideration as an umpire. So, 88 for 2 to 104 for 7. What an afternoon it's been for Hampshire.
I mean, I was just running through the scores, and suddenly that came from nowhere. I can continue, though, just to get them through as the new batter comes to the crease. That Yorkshire-Surrey game at Scarbados. Life is not out on 59, but wickets falling around him as Yorkshire 142 for 5. And then diving into Div 2, we have the game between Durham and Derbyshire. Derbyshire 107 for 5. Rushworth in the wickets there. He's got 4 at the moment. Glamorgan, Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan 144 for 3. North East, Hampshire's ex-Hampshire player, North East. He's on 50 not out. Middlesex, Worcestershire. Middlesex 101 for 7. Bit of a recovery for them, but still wickets falling. And then our neighbours on the south coast, Sussex, Leicestershire. Sussex are 188 for 1, with Ali Orr getting 70. Haynes retired injured. We still haven't got too much news on that wrist injury sustained by Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain, but Alsop and Pajara unbeaten at the crease at the moment. And of course, we'll keep you updated with those games and the England women's game going on across the country. But for now, the focus here at the Ageas Bowl is a Hampshire ready and raring to go. Brings Briggs to the crease. 2 slips in play and a gully. As in comes Abbott, and that's defended from the crease by Briggs. Back to him. And that completes a splendid over from Kyle Abbott. 12 overs he's bowled, 3 maidens, 32 runs, 3 wickets now, and you get the feeling he's going to be gearing up for that 5, for it'll be hard to take him off from that pavilion end.
So he's picked up 2 for 21 since lunch, Kyle Abbott.
I am just saying.
Oh, it must be 3, isn't it?
3.
3,
yep.
yeah, of course.
That maybe the double Hampshire on the commentary is applying a slight curse. So maybe Warwickshire fans are going to be needing Clive to come on very, very soon, so that he can bring back some luck for his side.
I think you're right. Actually, I'll tell a lie. I've got that totally wrong. So 3 for 32, and at lunch he had none for 27. So that is 3 for 5. Kyle Abbott got that right in the end. Thank you, Alex. He's given the nod of approval. Barker bowls, playing and missing outside the off stump is Nathan McAndrew, the Aussie. And seen that a bit. Barker, no real appreciable swing or seam movement, but he's bowling a line coming round the wicket, which just the Warwickshire batters are just having a few problems with, whether to play. When they do, they seem to be playing just slightly the wrong line, and as we saw with Matt Lamb, leaving a straight one altogether and being bowled. Here's Barker again and bowls. It's Fuller and it's driven but not timed out to mid-off, fielded by Abbas. He looks sprightly in the field as Mohammed Abbas in this game.
The first wicket has fallen at Northampton for England. Catherine Brunt with the breakthrough, in South Africa 26 for 1.
Okay. 50 over game, that one. First of 3, is it? Mel's there and for the second one on Friday, or the third one?
Second one. It's going to be a hot day at Bristol.
Yeah, day
Not
night.
much shade in that ground.
Barker bowls. That's a length ball. In behind that one is McAndrew again. Pushes that up towards mid-off. Basically, McAndrew signed at the start of the season because Tim Bresnan's retirement came out of the blue.
I mean, I've always felt this year that Warwickshire have been in a similar boat to Gloucestershire, with the bowling options available to them. We've been absolutely plagued with injuries, which Clive spoke about earlier on, and the lack of even international options. Chris Wokes hasn't been around for them.
Oh, playing and missing outside the off stump. That just straightened a fraction. You'd be disappointed to know Chris Wokes today, wouldn't you?
I know. You know what? I think I put my availability down for this game at the start of the season. Probably gave it to you in January, just in the hope that Chris Wokes would be playing.
Yeah, you didn't put Warwickshire, you put Warwickshire. That's what gave the game away.
So yeah, disappointed. But you never know. He may be at T20 finals day, of course.
Yeah, like last year. Not that you noticed. Here comes Barker around the wicket again, and that's straight, and McAndrew has to be very watchful to that. As plays that back to the bowler. Joe on the ground says, what on earth has Kyle Abbott had for lunch? I don't know, but Mel was trying to work it out, but we don't know.
Well, if you have an interview with him after the game, I'm not sure whether you are, but if we do, I think we need to have a little ask.
We do. So, what was for lunch? If the other players had something different.
Maybe there's foul play at hand.
Well, something. Definitely something. Barker again, 2 slips weighted. That's slightly wide of off stump, and McAndrew lets that one alone. That's the end of the over. 104 for 7, a maiden over there for Keith Barker. 2 for 45, and he's another one that's benefited with his spell after lunch because he had none for 34. at the break. So he has 2 for 11. So we've got 2 for 11 Barker and 3 for 5 Abbott. The 2 spells after lunch. I think that sounds right.
We've got an email in from Bill Seeger saying, commentary team, what was Burgess up to? That wicket feels like ages ago now. Saying he was always going to get a short one coming down the wicket to Abbott like that, like the attack. Confident stuff from Hampshire, I presume, but it was interesting with quite an, you know, we know he's an attacking batter, but when Hampshire were on top with the ball, to charge down the wicket, consecutive deliveries until a short one came was over-ambitious from Burgess, as that first one's in the block hole and it's kept out by the batter. Back to Abbott.
Yeah, Danny Briggs, the former Hampshire player, one of 3 changes in the Warwickshire side for this game.
Maybe Warwickshire as well, anticipating a bit more spin in the surface.
It's probably why he's in the side, yeah.
And it was funny when Dawson first came on, when we were going, Hampshire are going to be desperately relying on spin to make a breakthrough in this game, and suddenly the seamers have come back firing as in comes Abbott. This is driven past him, fine to the stumps and fielded by Keith Barker. No run, 104 for 7. We're having some fantastic technical difficulties today, aren't we, Kevin? We've now had our screen in front of us disappear. We've had the commentary disappear. I'm fully expecting the groundwork of this building to disappear and we'll be hanging off the balcony.
Yeah,
not many other things can go wrong.
Yeah, apologies if the live picture feed is not happening. It doesn't look as though it is from our end.
In comes Abbott, and that's an inside edge into the pads by Briggs, fielded by Holland at gully. Another dot.
I'm going to do a quick 30-second resume in a moment, which is coming up. Great session here for Hampshire, I should say. Here we go. Wow, what a turnaround the afternoon has been. Warwickshire 104 for 7, and at lunch they were 87 for 2. Dominic Sibley, the former England opener, was going along so nicely. He was the first of the 5 wickets that have fallen since lunch. He was caught behind off Barker for 56, and Abbott has picked up 3. Barker has picked up 2, and the Warwickshire innings at the moment is going absolutely nowhere. 104 for 7.
Thank you very much indeed, Kev. Live online commentary of that game then.
So, what a difference it's been since lunch here, Clive. And I know we've nicked your piece of BBC kit, so apologies for that.
That's all right. Well, I haven't seen much, to be honest. But I was going to write this down. I'll do a bit of production on it. I'm going to need to borrow your phone at 3, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's no problem.
It's something never previously done in the history of broadcasting, I think.
Whoa, forward to it. And if there's anybody that can do it, you are the man. Outside off stump and left alone. What are you going to try then?
We're going to try. Oh, well, this is getting a bit technical, but we can do reports on. It's a long story, but our reports on BBC W and BBC CWR are clock starts that go out to both stations at the same time. So one report goes out at the same time, and the kit I normally use is we can do that. But that's not available to me, so I'm going to use 2 iPhones and dial two things, and try and see if it'll. Just how it'll work. It'll be fun.
Wow.
Anyway. What's been happening here?
Not a lot. Here comes Abbott and bowls. Oh my word, that's left alone over the top of the stumps. And they're appealing for something. Did it flick the pad as it went on the way through? I don't know. And that'll be the end of the over. 104 for 7. Maiden over for Abbott.
Real worries for the Warwickshire here. Morley went well enough, lost a couple of wickets, but they were reasonably well paced. But having won the toss on a hot sunny day, the bowlers are not going to be pleased to find themselves having to bowl before it could be before tea at this rate on the first day. And more problems for Warwickshire. I think the championship season sort of started okay. They weren't winning games, but they weren't losing them either for the most part. One poor performance against Somerset, but other than that, had a good win against Essex, and they were sort of competing reasonably well. It's all a little bit pear-shaped. The defeat against Lancashire was arguably a little unlucky. Is it me?
Yeah.
Keith Barker comes into bowl and beats the outside edge, and McAndrew, there's no run. It was a very good match against Lancashire. Just basically Lancashire batted really well, 4th innings to win it. Could have gone either way. But that has put them behind a bit against Northants. They struggled to pick up points. They got the draw, but only 2 batting points. And here against a championship contender, they're finding it very tough going. Barker comes into bowl, and that's driven not out the middle of the bat, actually hits the bat of the non-striker Briggs, and it's good. Well, they've got to make sure it doesn't go to the boundary. Warwickshire haven't run, but the ball doesn't reach the boundary. But some of the Hampshire fielders are getting a bit worried because Ageas was sort of casually trotting to the ball, whereas in fact, if it had gone over the rope, they'd have to have given them 4. So there was a bit of concern there for a moment. Warwickshire, of course, they didn't run. That's the sort of the etiquette, isn't it, in those circumstances? But you can't help it if it goes over the boundary.
No, I don't think Ageas really realised that, did he?
In comes Barker. The ball to McAndrew, pushes that on the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's easy. I don't think any of us foresaw what is happening this afternoon. But when you look back and you see what has happened, you know, it is typical Hampshire. You know, don't look like taking a wicket for a while, but because they don't concede too many runs, then when it is their time again, then all of a sudden sides are in trouble.
Well, Barker comes into bowl to McAndrew, and that's edge, and well, might have been catchable height by the time it went through the vacant 3rd slip area. It's gone down for 4. Well, that's often the difference between a team that is doing well and being successful and a team that's struggling. Sometimes you see a struggling team will play well for quite a lot of sessions, but one session completely transforms the match, doesn't it? Yeah,
and this is threatening to do so, isn't it, as well? It's interesting that he hasn't got a 3rd slip in because the ball's not doing a lot for Barker, but if anything, it's just straightening off the pitch ever such a fraction, and it's just enough to cause a few problems. And now Vince brings a 3rd slip in, stable door and all that. But
easily galloping over.
Yeah, I know. But it's just enough to be causing 1 or 2 problems.
And well, you put that past the slip Gordon along the ground, but it's cut off at that point. 108 for 7. Yeah, this will be a real concern for Warwickshire.
But there is a little bit there for the bowlers, isn't there? So, I mean, you know, it's just enough if you keep going. And Dawson, we saw the ball just holding the turf a little bit. Maybe the odd one did more than straighten. So there is something to work with.
And that's come off something down to fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs. It did hit a bit of wood, and you heard the click. And so it's gone down for a 4 to Nathan McAndrew. So a couple of streaky boundaries, Andrew, that runs that Warwickshire badly need. 112 for 7.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to, as this pitch sort of goes on, and as I said earlier right at the start, that they're looking to start these pitches a little drier than normal here, in the hope that there's a bit of pace, but we haven't really seen that in this pitch. But certainly, as the game goes on, maybe a little bit more turn than we're used to here. So the fact that Hampshire would have to bat at last, there still could be quite an interesting twist in this game. 112 for 7 then Warwickshire, having been 87 for 2 at lunch, and this man bowling now from the pavilion has done his fair share of the damage. Comes in right arm over and bowls. It's a length ball to Briggs, who pushes that up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Danny Briggs is more than just a useful batter, even though he comes in low down. We saw that when he played here. Plays very correct, got a decent technique. He won't be a pushover, that's for sure. I know his record even this season is not the best, but I think sometimes when you're playing against an old county, and Briggs has a couple of them behind him now in Hampshire and Sussex, that sometimes it just brings out a bit more of your fighting qualities. Bowled very well against us last year, I remember, at Edgbaston. Length ball, Briggs drives, and Abbott does what he tries to do and just flicks the ball onto the stumps, although he actually got quite a lot of hand on that. And the ball almost stops in its tracks. But I think actually the spells that he bowled at Edgbaston last year in the 4-day game, I think was some of the best I've seen from him in a championship game. And of course we saw him for a good 6 or 7 seasons here. Although he didn't play a lot, of course. That was well known. Played a lot of white ball cricket here. That's what he was known for mainly. There's Abbott in again, runs towards us and bowls. Briggs leaves that one alone. That's good carry off a length through to Brown. Looks like Ian Holland's doing some warming up there. Maybe we might see a bit of medium pace from him. We haven't seen Abbas since lunch. His figures at lunch: 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 11. Him and Liam Dawson, the 2 wicket takers this morning. Abbas doesn't look as though he's limbering up down at fine leg. Back to Pakistan for several weeks. Missed the last 2 championship games, but he's back now as Abbott bowls. Biggs drives into the covers, finds Nick Gubbins, and there is no run.
Well, it looks on paper like a very strong bowling attack Hampshire have got. I know they're much fancied around the country. You speak to people who do you fancy for the championship. Hampshire's name does come up a lot. And look at that bowling attack. It's pretty formidable.
Yeah, it's you know, when you've got a 3-pronged attack as they have, you know, to have 2 seamers keeping the pressure up is good, but to have 3, it does keep the pressure on over a period of time, and that's what sort of breaks the batters in the end. That's a short delivery. Briggs ducks under that, I should say, rather easy. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I said, you know, we'll write our little piece for BBC.
I don't think I did this year. I actually think somebody else did that for us this year.
Yeah,
because Richard did that this year.
Did he? Yeah, and it's interesting reading them because you look at one account, you think really, but I think most of them are pretty accurate. And I sort of said, you know, that coming close last year, they would expect to be with virtually the same side, close again, and of course they had the addition of Ben Brown. I mean, that's a big addition there. I mean, Lewis McManus do a lot wrong behind the stumps, but Ben Brown just increases it a little, especially with his batting outside the off stump by Briggs, and that's left alone. And I just thought that, you know, they'll be there or thereabouts again. But I have said, Clive, I have to say that I think anybody that finishes above Surrey, and maybe that might not prove to be the case if they lose players continually to England, but I've always thought that anybody that finishes above Surrey is wanting.
Yeah, I think I would have said that. I think that's to say when I looked at the Surrey team first day of the championship season, I was thinking along those sort of grounds. I think Warwickshire were pretty pleased to get a draw that first game against Surrey.
Did well.
That was a decent result.
Yeah.
But it's just problems for them now. And these two have got a battle. McCantry's begun to show a bit of form in the bat. Got a 92 not out playing for, no, I think he was out, sorry, 92 playing for Australia A, which was his career best in first class cricket. So now's will be a good time for him to get a big score for Warwickshire. And well, he's not going to like that. That was another good ball from Barker, which he plays to McAndrew and beats the outside edge and goes through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, there's one that angles in and straightens a little bit. That was a little bit more obvious, that one.
So Warwickshire were 87 for 2 at lunch. They're now 112 for 7. I think, stick my neck out here, I'd say this has probably been Hampshire's session so far. Barker comes in to bowl, and he turns that around his legs as McAndrew for no run.
It's been remarkable, isn't it, really? I mean, I don't know about you, I certainly never saw this.
Well, it's 25 for 5, isn't it, this session at the moment?
And there's not so much in the pitch that you could say, well, actually, at any time, wickets would fall quickly. I mean, it's just, as I say, it's just doing a little bit, but not loads. And not all the time. Just been some really good bowling. And maybe just 1 or 2 little mistakes.
Parker bowls, and that's that's a hit with some authority by McAndrew. He's hit that square for 4, and just a little short and wideish there from Barker. McAndrew took full advantage and moves on to 13, 116 for 7.
Nice shot. Yeah, loose ball from Barker at the moment. There's a ball a little too straight that got tucked down to fine leg, last over, but that's short and wide there from Barker, who's into his 7th over in this spell.
So into double figures, McAndrew. It's a better ball from Barker, which is defended onto the onside by the Australian.
So you're saying he's a bowling all-rounder, this guy?
Yeah, I think I heard you mention it. It was sort of with Tim Bresnan's position in mind that he was signed. He's bowled okay without ripping any trees out, to be honest. He's had good spells here and there. Barker comes into bowl, going down the leg side, and there's no run.
Average is 35 with the bat this season. Not too shabby, is it?
No.
Even a 35 from him here would be more than handy to get Warwickshire out of a bit of a sticky situation.
135 would be nicer. So 3 slips poised as Barker comes around the wicket to McAndrew. That's a good delivery. McAndrew's got bat on it and managed to keep it down. It's gone past the slip area and they're going to have time to run 2. McAndrew's moved on to 15. Negotiated that over pretty well. 118 for 7.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Barker. He's got into a nice little groove, angling the ball in, and it's just straightening a fraction, and it's been causing the batters some problems since the break. But that's a 7-over spell for him so far. He did bowl a very long spell earlier on in the season. I can't think off the top of my head. I know 1 or 2 of the Hampshire supporters listening will recall it. I can't remember, but it was a very long, something like 13 or 14 overs. Both him and Abbott just kept bowling and kept bowling. And you think, oh, what's going on? And it wasn't so much the next day, you're thinking about the next week. Richard Kay at Silent Sport says, what's the Ageas Bowl capacity with and without the extra stands? Well, the extra stands are still there from the T20 International the other night, and as Mel says, they're still up here for the 100, home of the Southern Brave here. As a plane makes its way overhead, right to left as we look, and that's edge just short of Vince, who doesn't pick it up cleanly, and that's going to just about make its way down towards the third man. Just a little flick outside the off stump there from Briggs, but it was along the ground, it went quickly, and Vince just let it go through his fingers somewhat, although he took most of the pace off the ball. Briggs off the mark, 122 for 7. Don't often see planes actually go right to left. They take off from easily just to our left, and then usually go over telegraph wood in front of us, and you don't really see them, so that's a little bit different.
Well, these two have added 18 now, which makes it the second biggest partnership of the innings so far.
Wow.
I got that, yeah, that is right. Since they put on 63 for the first wicket, then 14, then 11, then 3, 4, 2, 7.
Wow, Briggs forward, out into the covers, the ball goes. Wow, that's, yeah. So capacity, I think off the top of my head, and I'm absolutely hopeless, I think it's something like 17 with no stands and about 21, 22 with the stands that are up at the moment, although I think it has been almost as high as 25, and I think that was 2005, a T20 here, England, Australia, before the Ashes. I think I'm right in saying that. Again, somebody will tell me if I'm wrong. Here comes Abbott again and bowls, and Briggs gets wrapped on the pad trying to work that away on the leg side. That'll give you an idea why it was a stunted appeal, because that was definitely going past leg stump. So yeah, so about 17 and a half out the stands. I think there was about 20 here. It was Thursday, but they could have put a couple more stands up, 20, 21, and then yeah, it can go up to about 24, something like that. There are a couple of gaps in there between the stands and the seating that's up.
There's lots of space here, space around the ground.
There is, isn't there? Obviously even more when the temporary stands are not here. Briggs gets a length ball, he just punches that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But it is quite a big area anyway, isn't it, really? It's, well, I suppose it's like start from scratch as they did here in the mid-90s. And it literally, as we were talking when we were coming back, where it literally was a ploughed, well, it wasn't even a ploughed field, it was just a field from the motorway with sort of long grass in it, making its way from the motorway, an incline all the way up towards Telegraph Wood, which is just behind the pavilion, which is one of the highest points in Hampshire. As Abbott bowls, Briggs whipped away to mid-wicket. It's a good diving stop there from Felix Organ. Diving to his left, 122 for 7 Warwickshire. Abbott, I think, will be coming towards the end of his spell here. This is his 15th over in the game, his 8th in this spell since lunch. It is a very hot day. Yes. James Vince will want him to keep going, having picked up 3 of the 5 wickets that have fallen, Barker the other 2. But there comes a time, I guess, where you've got to look after your main bowlers. That'll be a delicate decision for Vince to make. Briggs drives out into the covers, and that's fielded by Nick Gubbins. That's the end of the over. With Warwickshire 122 for 7. McAndrew has 15. Looks a good player out there at the moment, Australian. 15 off 19. Briggs is 4 off 18. Those wickets that have fallen since lunch. Sibley for 56. Adding just 1 from his lunchtime score. Will Rose for 2. Matthew Lamb and Michael Burgess both out without troubling the scorers. And Dan Mosley for 16. That's the situation here at the Ageas Bowl in this Division 1 County Championship match. Hampshire coming into this game in 2nd and Warwickshire in 6th. And we have our first bowling change of the afternoon. It is the pacer Ian Holland on for Keith Barker.
Been a very successful session for Hampshire. We'll have to wrap this innings up and then they'll be a strong position. So, I say weekend, that's a bit harsh on the players there, but it's Bot's missing some players. George Garrett gets his first game of the season. We should see how he fares. So Ian Holland now comes into bowl to McAndrew. Accurate delivery. McAndrew plays it back to Holland. No run. 15 of 20 ball. Nathan McAndrew.
It's Ian Holland.
Yeah, I'm going to say, it's just the scoreboard's fooling me. I'm saying it's Felix Organ, but...
Oh, it's definitely not Felix Organ.
No.
Unless he's pouring about 5 yards apace.
The next one is driven out to the offside for no run.
I don't know where they've got that from. Must be a new person operating the scoreboard today who thinks that Felix Organ runs in off about 15 pieces. I can assure them he runs in off about 3.
122 for 7. Holland stops at the end of his run-up, then comes in, bowls good line and length, and it's pushed out to the offside for a no run by McAndrew. It's a very hot day, still not much cloud in the sky, a little bit more than was before, but the sun hasn't actually disappeared in the course of the game.
I'll tell you what, that haze that's at what, 2 o'clock as we look, 2-3 o'clock, that'll be welcome later on in the day, because that's where the sun will shine in from. So if it's behind a bit of haze, that will make a huge difference here.
Holland bowls, and that's defended out to the offside for no run.
I've got Keith Barker's bowling figures since lunch. I'm quite surprised actually, and that's why I've had to double check it about 2 times. Barker overall 14 overs 4 maiden, 2 for 59. His spell since lunch 7 overs 3 maidens, 2 for 25. And you think, why on earth has 25 runs come off 4 overs? But they did.
Holland bowls that's left by McAndrew. Goes to Ben Brown. Just 2 slips in place. Fielder quite close at mid-wicket, about 3 pitches away. Felix Organ, that is Felix Organ there, to mid-wicket. The scoreboard has corrected itself now. And Holland looking to complete a maiden. Comes into bowl, and again, good shape about that delivery. It's played back to him by McAndrew. It's the end of the over, 122 for 7, and a maiden to start from Holland.
Couple of tweets. Richard Dawson, just a little earlier at Solent Sports, says, not sure I've seen so few homegrown players in a single game before. Is this due to injuries or call-ups? Well, you just heard Clive say that Warwickshire have got a few missing for various reasons for this game. Hampshire have never had the most homegrown players of any county around the circuit, to be fair. So they're never going to be in a top 10, certainly not a top 6. And Joe's just sent me a picture of a seagull in the members area, saying, is it fully paid up? I don't know. Obviously enjoying some privileges that others on the ground don't. And we've now got a double change because we've now got Kyle Abbott, who's making way for James Fuller. Now this, I don't know how much you've seen of James Fuller over the years, Clive, because I mean, he's normally a guy that's quite hit and miss, isn't he? But another one we've stolen off you, Graham Welsh, has done a remarkable job with this man.
He was
his bowling.
Well, he did similar things when he was at Warwickshire. He was a successful bowling coach at Warwickshire. Just looking at homegrown players in Warwickshire, got George Garrett, Matt Lamb and Dan Mosley. And then it depends how you define homegrown, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose Warwickshire at least, wouldn't you? Length ball, and that's pushed up to mid-off by Danny Briggs.
Well, I'm referring to players like, he's not playing this game, but someone like a Sam Hain or a Chris Benjamin, who's come from elsewhere in the world, coming to the academy to start with.
Okay, yeah.
Whether you count those as
true,
as homegrown.
But I think they were saying in this game, this
yeah.
particular.
So, but well, Chris Benjamin's the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, I see. Yeah, even though he's born in South Africa. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Where do you draw the line? Yeah, it'll be difficult. Fuller bowls, another length ball to Briggs, who pushes forward, goes up to mid on at time.
But yeah, safe 3 of that. You
Yeah.
call homegrown Garrett, Mosley and Lamb.
Now Kyle Abbott's figures since launch, quite remarkable. This is his spell. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 9. 15-5, 36-3 overall. Quite incredible spell that was from Hampshire's South African bowler. That's pushed out to the covers, and there is no, of course, played for the whole pack up until Brexit. Now has to play as an overseas, which means technically he's back eligible for South Africa. But the call hasn't come. I'm not sure he's ever expecting it, to be honest. But technically he's available again. Harmer, of course, at Essex, who's just taken another few wickets against Gloucestershire. He's back playing for South Africa. Here's Fuller. Bowls again, short ball. Briggs ducks underneath that. Does well actually. He had to duck quite a bit. Get low down, Danny Briggs. Nicely in behind it. Ducked right underneath the path of the ball.
I'll probably have to go. Can I borrow your?
Yeah, of course you can.
Let's see how this works. Got it.
You know how to work these, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, there you go. All yours. Clive's got to do something special now because I've nicked his BBC equipment because mine's given up a little earlier. So he's without a way of contacting his local BBC station. Here's Fuller again. Balls, and Briggs leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Another length ball there. It's thrown to Liam Dawson, who's not quite sure who he's throwing the ball back to at mid-off. That's a big throw, that one. Beautiful sunlight out there. It's very bright. Absolute perfect conditions to play this game. 122 for 7 then Warwickshire. As Fuller looks to try and make further inroads into this Warwickshire batting and line-up, which has been rocked with these wickets this afternoon. That's driven high over Fuller's head, and that's 4 runs. I think that may have been hitting the ground. I'm not quite sure. Certainly went over Fuller's head. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll be able to see the replay, and yeah, that's just lifted over Fuller's head. Not that high over, but it was in the slot. Briggs just went through the shot and hit it nicely. Straight down the grunt to the pavilion, and Briggs moves on to 8. That's 2 boundaries for the former Hampshire man. And Warwickshire move on to 126 for 7. Looks like we're going to take some more drinks here. And as we do, let's just bring you up to date with what's going on around the country. 4 round of championship matches and the England Women's One Day International. which I'll read up first. South Africa 49 for 2 in the 15th. It's a 50-over game there. Couple of wickets for Catherine Brunt. And in the County Championship, Division 1. Other games going on today, all in day 1. We've got Essex 19 for 1 in reply to that Gloucestershire all-out total of 136. And yes, it is being played at Chelmsford, and yes, Simon Harmer did take some wickets. He picked up 5 for 44 from 15 overs. So that's a situation there. Also in Division 1 at Canterbury, Northamptonshire are 159 for 2 against Kent. Kent. Gay is not out 87 there. Rickleton made 55. Still having drinks here at the Ageas Bowl. You're not missing any of the action. And Yorkshire Surrey up at Scarborough, where Hampshire go in a couple of weeks' time. Yorkshire 166 for 5 there. Adam Lyth is not out on 71. A couple of wickets for Dan Worrell in that game there. Surrey also missing 1 or 2 players. England A games going on this week, which is why Warwickshire weren't able to call on the likes of Sam Hain, Jake Lintott and Adam Hose. The England Lions playing against South Africa, 2 one-day internationals. And of course they already have the injured bowling lineup of Liam Norwell. He's still got a back injury. Ollie Stone, who played in the T20 quarter-final on Thursday night, but not considered fit enough to be playing 4-day cricket. And Chris Wokes is still a little way off full fitness. That's been a while for him. Ian Holland to get the next over underway. His first over was a maiden, right on medium pace. That's nipped back as well. Maybe an inside edge onto the pad of McAndrew. But he got forward, but again, just a little bit of nip there off the seam. There's always been that little bit from time to time, which the batters, of course, have to be watchful for. Also in Division 2, very quickly, Derbyshire 133 for 5 against Durham. That's up at the Riverside, I think. Oh, sorry, it's at Derby. So Glamorgan 180 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. Middlesex 144 for 7 against Worcestershire. Sussex 234 for 1 against Leicestershire. That's down the coast, along the coast here. McAndrew pushes that length ball out into the covers, and there is no run. So Alex Davis for 15, Chris Benjamin for 7. They were the 2 batters out in the morning session. A wicket for Liam Dawson and Mohammed Abbas, who Abbas we haven't seen this afternoon yet. I don't know if he's got a little niggle. Maybe he just went back to Pakistan and maybe hasn't played a lot of cricket really. Maybe not practiced too much. And when you have a little break, sometimes coming back, just pick up little niggles. Now there's a drive out into the covers, and Abbas will have to run after that at mid-off. Looks okay there. We'll pick it up just inside the rope. Well, yes, just. And that'll be a couple of runs for, 3 runs to McAndrew. That will take him on to 18. And Warwickshire on to 129 for 7 now in their first innings. We're in the 46th over. Warwickshire winning the toss this morning and electing to bat first. Looked at a good decision before they got to 63 without loss, and then a couple of wickets on 63 and 77. 87 for 2 at lunch. Still looked a decent decision then, but the carnage has come since the break. As Holland bowls, again, it's just nipped back a fraction, but McAndrew's forward, Briggs is forward, inside edge onto the pad, and there is no run. Did that work all right?
Well, I don't know. I hope so. If anyone was listening back at home, they can let me know. It seemed to, but I don't know. I shall ring later and find out.
I hope so, because obviously
you're feeling guilty, yeah.
Well, I do. I mean, obviously, I didn't know what else to do, Clive, to be honest.
Well, not a lot.
It was either that or we just all go home with the kit the way it was, always. Outside the off stump, it's my kit, I have to say, not Clive's. Clive's is working perfectly, it's just mine, which is looking very sad at the back of the camera gantry here. I don't know what to do. I'm certainly going to pick up something this evening, so don't worry, I can help you out there. But if that works so brilliantly, I might not bother.
No, I'd like you to do so, if you'd be so kind.
Of course, that's the least I can do, having nicked your kit. Here's Holland. Comes in again and bowls to Briggs. Next ball, Briggs just plays that late and turns it around down to fine leg. And that'll be a single. Briggs moves on to 9, 130 for 7. Warwickshire at the end of the over. Clive Eakin is going to continue, and then after another word from Clive, it will be Melissa Story.
Thank you, Kevin. So, Briggs and McAndrew trying to repair the damage. They've got a long, long way to go. You discussing ice cream vans over there?
Well, I've just been asked by Kevin James where the ice cream van is.
I wonder why he came off commentary so quickly.
I think he's just going to sneak off.
So, Fuller in, bowls, and that's going down the leg side. It's a swish at it, does Briggs, doesn't make contact.
Things have just gone flat again, haven't they, for Hampshire? Good for Warwickshire.
I think they can afford to be patient though, can't they? I mean, I think they would have been happy if they could have had 5 by tee, never mind 7. So they can afford to be patient. But yes, you're right, Warwickshire have stemmed the flow a little bit. Of course, I always think, and these are both capable batters, but when the sort of lower order make runs, it almost exposes the failings of those above them. That's and Briggs played that a little loosely. He's going to get a run down to third. It was short. Maybe didn't have quite the room he thought he had to play the shot off his chest, and it was aerial for a while. It's run down to third where there is a fielder, so it's just one run, 131 for 7.
I was just going to comment on the fielder at third, because in this kind of situation with Warwickshire 131 for 7, you'd think that they would probably afford not to have a third, but maybe it's the reflection, as you say, of the lower order batters playing a few more shots, that risk of edge more, but maybe also a sign that Hampshire realise it's not as easy as they thought to bat on this, and they do need to think about the runs.
That's a good delivery. Goes past the outside edge of McAndrew. There's this slight eccentricity of wearing number 0 on his back. I don't know if that's really a number, really, so I'm not sure.
I was going to ask you about this, because I don't think I've seen that before.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, it's not really a number, it's a starting point.
Yeah, well, I hoped that there was some sort of special counter on the back of his shirt, and every time he got a wicket, it would flip over to sort of want it. But no, it stayed at 0 all along.
Maybe that's the future of cricket whites, electronic numbers on the back.
Yeah. In comes Fuller, and that's hit off his toes by McAndrew. He'll get another run there, and he's going along quite well. And he moves on to 19, 132 for 7. It's like Piccadilly Circus behind us here. What's going on? This movement around, I don't know.
Maybe musical chairs?
Yeah.
If you start to hear some delightful party music play from the background. Or more technical difficulties, maybe.
Fuller. Now to Danny Briggs, 2 slips in place, and Briggs drives that. Nice looking shot, but he doesn't time it perfectly, and it doesn't beat the fielder at mid-on, so he gets nothing for it. He remains on 10.
The only concern for Hampshire here would just to remain patient. As you mentioned, they probably wouldn't have expected that many wickets after lunch, and there's always the risk that with Fuller and Holland bowling, just relinquishes the pressure a bit, and also Fuller can go a bit one-day mode with his bowling and search for wickets a bit too much.
Let's push out the offside. There's no run. I guess that's why they've got a relatively defensive field. Given they've got 7 wickets down, they have the fielder at third and 2 on the leg side boundary. Just the 2 slips in place, because it's not the end of the world to them if it takes them a while to get the next wicket, providing they don't concede too many runs. They've got plenty of time. What they don't want is to suddenly find Warwickshire scoring at 4 or 5 and over, and maybe rebuilding a bit in the process.
Is this Liam Dawson coming on, or has he already been bowling?
Was that a signal for spin bowling then, your little gesture you just did there?
Yeah, my
Okay.
modern realist interpretation of an awful spinner such as myself. I've never understood off spin. It's genuinely something, not that Liam Dawson's bowling that, but I feel like every young kid practices leg spin in the nets, but I've never been able to figure out how people bowl off spin. Alex is gesturing to me that it's the same. It's honestly, I always feel it's unjust when off spinners are almost dubbed to be the least attacking of the two, because just the fact that the ball is coming out of their hands without them chucking it is a miracle to me. But it will be Liam Dawson, and a few changes to the field as there's a little chat between James Vince. He's holding the ball in his hand, he's looking at it in a disgusted manner, and he's walking slowly towards the umpire, and mamma mia, here we go again.
Yes. That's impressive, one of your age, and though I suppose it's been revitalised, the Ageas songs, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm afraid that's probably from the movie.
Yeah, yes.
It's interesting with the balls, because Alex Hartley on TMS recently has managed to find out the problem behind the Duke's balls this year, and was speaking to them, and it's all about the tightness of the stitching, that this year the stitching hasn't been tight enough, and that's why we're seeing more teams perhaps ask for the ball to be changed. I just don't know whether, Clive, the teams are probably getting a bit complacent with it now, when there's periods of play when nothing's happening. Do you think that the teams are pushing it a bit too much? And
presumably the umpires wouldn't change it unless they felt it genuinely was damaged, and they are changing it again. So it got changed after 9.3 overs this morning, and now where are we? We're 47. So this one lasted a bit longer, I suppose.
It's interesting whether at the end of the year, like, obviously there's been a bad batch, but they brought in a new batch. They said this batch would be better. It hasn't been, and whether if at the end of the year, kind of Duke manufacturers can't guarantee this quality, will they continue to use these balls?
Yeah.
Will they opt for a sturdier kookaburra, which I'm not sure many people would want to see, but if the standard remains at this level, it's an annoying disruption in play.
Can't be many sports where the ball is such an issue, really. I don't recall, the odd football gets burst, but not really, even that doesn't happen very often these days.
I'm always
You
surprised.
don't see it at Wimbledon, them constantly having to replace the tennis balls.
That's what I thought, because when I've played tennis as a kid, there was always that one ball which remained a bit flat, and you'd bounce it on the floor and it would trickle. But they've only got the best at Wimbledon, of course, and it's just interesting that these balls have kind of passed the check process to get through to this.
I suppose it's the stitching, isn't it? That makes, as you said, that makes the difference in terms of the cricket ball. Well, we're ready to resume once again. Make it a slightly longer day.
We'll have to see if, when seams on at the other end, whether this ball does anything different. The session started with almost a little bit of reverse swing, but just went flat. But here's Liam Dawson with his left arm spin, as that's straighter, pushed off the back foot by McAndrew to that short mid-wicket. One slip in play, and a close catcher at extra cover. No short leg at the moment, as Dawson meanders past the umpire, and that's cut off the back foot, straight to point. No run, 132 for 7.
So Liam Dawson started the rock. Warwickshire are going along really quite nicely. It's 63 without loss when Alex Davis.
Dawson bowls low, full toss, and just short. Fielder at mid-wicket. They dive forwards, full length. But I don't think there was ever really going to be a catch. As in comes Dawson again. This is Fuller and defended by McAndrews. Playing a good innings here for Warwickshire. 19 off 35 deliveries now, and just being an anchor in this partnership between himself and Briggs. As Dawson in, wristedly flicked off the hit by McAndrew, and he gets through for a single to that fly mid-wicket. They're not quite in the ring, but almost a position waiting for one of these two to play a big shot for the ball to be skied into the air. I'm not sure we're going to see that from these two. They've played patiently so far. Just a change in the field as the short mid-wicket is brought into a second catcher catching position at extra cover, and that fly mid-wicket moves into a more conventional mid-wicket. So Hampshire trying to tempt Briggs here into driving on the up, as Dawson bowls straighter and dropped into the onside by Briggs. Mid-wicket comes around and fields, and that completes the over. 133 for 7 off 48.
There's not a massive amount of batting left for Warwickshire. George Garrett, very inexperienced. He played 4 first-class innings and does have a top score of 24, but very inexperienced number 10. Then Ollie Annan-Dolby, who has developed a skill of being very difficult to get out, but doesn't necessarily contribute a huge number of runs. Just go back to that first wicket, Dawson getting Alex Davis. Alex Davis might be reflecting on the decision to play a semi-sweep shot because that wicket started the rot really for Warwickshire. This is the best partnership since then, since his opening stand of 63. So it just opened the door a little bit to Hampshire, perhaps. Fuller comes into bowl, and that's a good Yorker, which is well kept out by McAndrew. Fuller ends up flat on his face, falls over as he completes the run up, but well kept out by McAndrew.
And that's a very common thing you'll see from James Fuller. He charges in fast and often loses his footing in those bowling footholes. The umpire just having a look there. I suspect it's more the dustiness of the pitch. Those spikes less gripping in the surface but skidding along it.
Next one's going down the leg side, no runs. McAndrew's got 20, which means he's got 79 since he was last out, because he was 59 not out against Northants. That was his first innings after that 92 he scored for Australia A. So just beginning to find a little bit of form with the bat.
It's interesting you spoke about Davis' dismissal, when I'm pretty sure in that quarter-final between these two teams, he was also out to Brad Wheel, clean bowled, trying to play a similar shot early on in the innings. Yeah.
That's a wide delivery, which he has a swing at McAndrew. That wasn't one of his better looking shots. Didn't move his feet, played all over that. Ben Brown takes it behind the stumps. Yes, they were chasing quite a sizable target, and it's just sort of the way they play. They go for those shots, but even then it did feel
slightly premature.
So one of those ones, of course, when it comes off, you're gushing about what a great shot it is, but when it doesn't, you're thinking, should he really have played that? Anyway, Fuller comes into bowl, and it's defended solidly that time by McAndrew to point.
And a successful delivery for Fuller, who manages not to fall over. He actually fell on the last delivery as well, and actually it looked a bit nasty. His head hit the ground, and he's got a graze up his arm now, which he was rubbing, but seems to be okay. And just noticed through his follow through about the fantastic footholes which the Hampshire bowlers and of course the left-handed Keith Barker are creating for the spinners to aim at already on day one.
That's defended by McAndrew. Well, Warwickshire know plenty about that. It used to be quite a combination. Keith Barker at one end and Jitan Patel at the other. Teams used to get a bit cross and leery about it, but Barker was never doing anything illegal. Jitan Patel enjoyed bowling into the rough that he left. So Fuller stays on his feet as he bowls that one. It's pushed out to the onside. It's a maiden from Fuller. Almost wants to call him Ricardo there. So he's a footballer. We're talking about James Fuller here, the cricketer, and Warwickshire 137 for 7.
James Fuller was bowling really full in that last over, and you can tell there's just been a change of tactic to Briggs, particularly when he's been on strike, but also to McAndrew, just to keep them driving. We've seen those close catches, and not much has gone through to the slips today. Well, there's been quite a few which have fallen short. There's a clear tactic from Hampshire here. And Dawson to continue from the hotel end. Those two close catches on the offside as he comes in, and that's straighter, defended firmly by Briggs. Back to Dawson. This will be the 50th over of the day. As he waits at the top of his mark, Briggs on strike, bowls, defended to extra cover, no run, and Briggs playing the supportive role here for his team. The spinners union will mean that he won't want to get out to Liam Dawson, who bowls and giving himself some room, slashes this away on the offside. The fielder on the deep cover boundary runs around and cleans up. Floppy hat flying in the wind. And they take a single, 134 for 7. So that is the only problem with the floppy hat, that they look cool and they obviously provide the sun protection, but as soon as you start running, unless you've got a massive conch, then I'm not sure. Is that a nose? That's a conch. What's the word for head?
Bonce?
Yeah, that's the word. That's the lovely word. Dawson bowls, left alone by McAndrew outside the off stump. So unless you've got a massive head, they're just going to fly. Do you need a chin strap?
Yeah, that'd look a bit silly, wouldn't it?
More like a cowboy hat.
You just have to accept you've got to go and pick the ball up, the hat up every time you run.
Dawson in bowls, defended from the crease by McAndrew. No run taken. Good over so far from Liam Dawson. Just the one run off.
In the olden days, it was sort of gentlemen against players. He used to have the top hats. He used to take catches in the top hats until that was outlawed.
Is that all hats? That's outlaw?
I assume so, yeah.
Dawson drives, and is that a drop? Extra cover. It was a firm drive from McAndrew. Dying stop there in the covers. We'll have to watch this replay, although we may not be able to see from the camera angle whether it was a bump ball or not. There wasn't much of a reaction from the Hampshire players, which make me feel inclined to say that was a bump ball.
It's certainly travelling very fast.
134 for 7 then, and it's been a quiet period of play wickets-wise compared to that period after lunch, and it's been some... Have we gone through the other scores recently across the country?
We can do that.
Do you want to do that on me?
Well, you can do it if you've got them there.
Thank you. Well, I'll let you do this over.
It's Fuller in, and he's playing across that is Danny Briggs. There's an appeal for LBW, but not necessarily the most confident appeal, and it's not out.
Yeah, I think there was maybe a bit of bat on that from Briggs and the possibility of the ball going down the leg side. So ambitious shout from Fuller, but he's searching for his first wicket. Looking at that first score on the list in that Essex-Gloucestershire game. Gloucestershire 136 all out, and Essex in reply 22 for 1.
This one Briggs plays back to the bowler, who fumbles it a little bit, but feels it cleanly enough.
The game between Kent and Northampton. Northamptonshire 174 for 2, with Emilio Gay there on 98 not out. Good get for Northampton so far. And quickly, Somerset Lancashire. Somerset 154 for 4, which is a good recovery from their early wickets in the innings.
Fuller goes into bowl, and that's turned round by Briggs into a little bit of space on the leg side. That's a well played single for Danny Briggs. He's on 12, 135 for 7. We've been talking about the balls problems here. Martin Emerson, our colleague from Durham, saying that the game there against Derbyshire, they're on to their 4th ball of the game already after 50 overs.
I dread to think of the cost for the clubs, because
I don't know whether they get a refund if the ball doesn't last or not.
I'm not sure how you'd have to provide evidence of that by sending it back.
Have they kept receipt? Fuller comes in bowl to McAndrew. And short, and McAndrew pulls it, it's in the air, and he's going to be out. Oh, dropped by Abbas. What an escape for McAndrew. He had some ground to make up Abbas, but he looked to have done the hard work. Got his hands to it, but couldn't hold on to it. And a real escape for McAndrew, because that would have been a soft dismissal. 2 fielders out there for the one that's banged in short and pulled. And McAndrew fell into the trap, but then managed to escape it, if you like. He's on to 21, 136 for 7. That was pushed back by Danny Briggs, and wasn't deliberate that time, because it came off the inside of his foot and nearly rolled onto the non-striker's stumps. But McAndrew was safe in his crease anyway. We had this morning a very tight run-out call when Alex Davis had to dive full length. after the ball was deflected onto the stumps. But he got away with that, was given not out. That and is short, and Briggs gets out of the way, goes through to the wicketkeeper. And it's the end of the over, so lucky not to get a wicket there. James Fuller, Warwickshire 138 for 7.
Yeah, I was waiting for when we'd see that short ball from James Fuller, and it was executed perfectly. As you mentioned, that catch. He had to make a bit of ground running in, but got there, got his hands to the ball, but it just bounced out in the end. So a missed opportunity for Hampshire just to finish through these scores around the country. Yorkshire batting first, 200 for 5. Adam Life not out on 86, and then looking at these games in Div 2, starting with that Durham-Derbyshire game with the 4 ball changes. Derbyshire 145 for 5. Not much has changed there since we last visited. And Glamorgan 185 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. As Liam Dawson makes a few changes to the field. Just the one catcher extra cover now, as that's a leg stump line ball pushed to mid-on, who's sat deep, and they get through for a single. That brings Briggs back on strike. Middlesex, Worcestershire, Middlesex 172 for 7. As Dawson in, defended. No run taken. And then finally Sussex, Leicestershire. Sussex 254 for 2. With Hampshire's, or ex-Hampshire player, Tom Alsop unbeaten on 79. Dawson bowling, one slip in place, and on the back foot punching past the rolling extra cover fielder. No run taken as mid-off fields, and the score remains 136 for 7.
12 overs to go till tea. It's going to be a late old tea. That's after this next ball. Dawson having bowled 8 of those overs.
Defended by Briggs into the offside.
9 overs. The scoreboard suddenly going backwards and forwards. This is his 9th over, and they're still going to have 12 overs.
Yeah, unfortunately, both scoreboards are showing different things, so I'm
Yeah.
not actually sure who's batting and not sure who's bowling. So hopefully that is Liam Dawson, who's just bowled, pushed into the offside.
That was
No run taken.
Danny Briggs. It's 11 overs till tea, but still it's going to be quite late, given that Dawson's bowled a little bit. But we have had both the stoppages for change of the ball, but were quite lengthy ones.
2 balls remaining as Dawson bowls. Apologies, final ball of the over. That one is a dot ball. And the score 137 for 7 after 52 overs. And it's funny, it's been a problem Hampshire have had quite often this year with over rates. They do have a lot of seam bowlers with long run-ups who potentially walk quite slowly back to their mark, and particularly in weather like this. But we do often get a lot of tweets and emails in speaking about run rate. And of course, if you do want to tweet us or email us about run rate, that is at Solent Sport on Twitter or at Melissa G Story, and then on the emails, if you fancy getting in touch that way, it's solentcricket@gmail.com.
Well, they've got to be careful, of course. They can be docked points, but the other thing, of course, is 7 wickets have fallen, so 5 wickets have fallen in this session. That's always going to slow things down a little bit. And Fuller to bowl his 5th over, and catch dropped in the last over. He's now got 3 men out on that leg side for the pulled shot. Well, Nathan McAndrew have made note when he pushes a short delivery out to the offside down to the 3rd for a single. And McAndrew's on to 23, 138 for 7. So well, beginnings of a partnership here after Warwickshire fell so dramatically. They lost, take your pick really, 7 wickets for 41 from when the first wicket fell. Put on 34 now for the 8th wicket so far. Fuller bowls, that's short, it's turned round to square leg by Briggs, a controlled shot, and he's able to claim his 13th run.
It's how often you see these partnerships, as you mentioned, in the middle order, who suddenly make the pitch look a lot easier to bat on. You have the same thing happening, well, less a case as of late with England, but often they've always been a bit of a disaster at the top order, and then It's 6, 7, 8 who makes it look like an entirely different surface.
Fuller running and bowls, and that's again short just outside off stump, and they're not falling into temptation this over. They've in fact they're going for a second run there. That's a good running by McAndrew and Briggs. She ran the ball down to third, but not falling for the trap they did in the last over. We saw, I mean, Hampshire bowled very well, and they did get the ball to do a bit, but I don't think it was ever 104 for 7 pitch. So Kevin is poised for an update.
I am. Yeah, Melissa's just quietly sneaked off for another ice cream, probably.
Yeah. Fuller comes to the ball. It's a bouncer. It's quite a high bouncer. Ran a slight risk of being called no ball, but it's not. And it remains 141 for 7.
It's all gone quite quiet again, isn't it?
Yeah, these two are rebuilding. Just that drop catch by Abbas.
Yes. Not easy, but
A player of his pedigree would expect to take it.
Yeah, I think you'd be disappointed if you dropped that, but it wasn't that easy, was it?
Fuller comes into bowl. That's left. There's no run.
They're doing a good job, these two, though, aren't they, really?
Well, one that's badly needed. And again, it just sort of begs the question about the failings of those above them. Good opening stand, but after that, I was saying before, it all started with a somewhat injudicious shot from Alex Davis. It's easy to play the game from up here, but just wonder about that choice of shot when Warwickshire was 63 without loss.
Yeah.
Well, beyond, not long later, they're 104 for 7. But, that's defended by McAndrew back to the bowler, and they got 4 runs off that over. A well-run singles and a 2. McAndrew added 3, so he's on 25. Briggs got the single over, he's on 13.
So we've had, what, 53 overs of the Warwickshire innings, and I think it's round about these sort of overs, isn't it, where the ball gets a bit soft and it's the wickets seem to get harder to take, but taking nothing away from the 2 out there in the middle. They're playing quite nicely and just playing the delivery at the moment, not trying to do anything too silly. Just playing straight and just getting Warwickshire out of a tricky situation. Came together at 104 for 7, 141 for 7 it is now as Dawson bowls to Briggs. Briggs drives, it goes up to mid-on. There is no run there. And Dawson into his 10th over here. Do a very quick 30-second summary of what's been going on. As that's cut away by Briggs, past a diving Keith Barker at backward point. Be another run. And Warwickshire here are 141 for 7 in their first innings, having won the toss and elected to bat first. It looked a good decision at lunch when they were 87 for 2, but then the wickets started to fall, and Kyle Abbott in amongst them. His spell this afternoon, 3 wickets for just 9 runs, well backed up by Keith Barker, who picked up 2 wickets for 25, as McAndrew, the Australian, has just hit Dawson over his head for 6 over mid-on. So a bit of a recovery for Warwickshire. They were 104 for 7, but McAndrew on 31 now, and Danny Briggs, the former Hampshire player, he's 14 not. Hampshire 148 for 7. Oh, they're throwing the ball back to the umpire. Just is he checking to see if it's out of shape? No. Goes back to Dawson. 148 for 7. That was a nice shot there. Mid-on's back now, right on the rope. Not quite on the rope, maybe, but Abbott is down there. That's played back to mid-wicket. No run.
McAndrew's second at 6 of the championship season. Warwickshire's 26th in total. But a lot of those were hit in 1 innings by Michael Burgess.
I was going to say, Hampshire did well to get rid of him for no score. He's had a good season, hasn't he? He sets on the line of middle and leg. McAndrew turns it away on the leg side. Quickly in this Holland, but they'll come through for a single there. 149 for 7. Yeah, Burgess has done really well for you guys, hasn't he, this year?
He has, yes. Unusual failure today. Didn't play in the T20 Blast, which is a bit surprising.
Gosh, you've got to strike it at about 200 per 100 runs per 200 runs per 100 balls to get in your side.
Yeah.
Anything under that, you got no chance. But he's been a good striker at the ball anyway, isn't he, in the championship? He got a short delivery from Abbott, which he gloved through to first slip. James Vince taking the catch. That's cut away by Briggs out into the covers. End of Dawson's 10th over. 1 for 22 for Hampshire's left arm spinner. 149 for 7. McAndrew has 32 and Briggs 40.
Yeah, well, it's ticking along, these two. And but they've got to keep going. And Hampshire, as I said, they can afford to be patient. It's not the end of the world for them if there's little partnership bills here. And I think at the start of the innings, I would have said if we can bowl Warwickshire out for 300, that would be a really good effort. So they won't be getting too concerned just yet, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I think what we've seen generally, haven't we, especially with these balls that you use now, that once you get past sort of 40, 45 overs, then wickets are harder to come by, aren't they, really? The ball goes soft, doesn't bounce as much, doesn't go through as quick, and doesn't do as much. It seems as though you go into quiet periods in the championship in this stages.
So Fuller continuing to bowl and short, and again it's become a bit of a theme after that earlier drop catch. He's banging him in short, 3 fielders out on the onside to try and tempt the batters into a loose shot, but all that Briggs and McAndrew have been doing is running the ball so off their chest down to third, and McAndrew does there for 2 to bring up the Warwickshire 150.
And the 55th over. It's been a good little partnership.
Yeah.
47.
So Fuller comes into ball. Oh, he does go for the pull shot. It's a very controlled one. He pulls it down into the ground. McAndrew for the single. And he moves a 35. 152 for 7. There's 3 out on the boundary, on the leg side boundary, and McAndrew's on strike. 2 when Briggs is on strike. Slip in place. Well. So in comes Fuller to Briggs, who just clips out round his pads. Fuller falls down again after completing the delivery, and the ball goes down a fine leg for 4. And that's the 50 partnership.
Yeah, they played very, very well, apart from that one little mistake from McAndrew, which I think if Abbas had taken it, it would have been a hell of a catch anyway down at fine leg. But otherwise, they've looked pretty safe, haven't they, out there? Played very nicely. Played every ball on its merit.
Yeah, well, Sam McAndrew does come into this game with a little bit of batting form. Got that 92 for Australia, and an unbeaten off century against Northamptonshire at Northants. As Fuller comes into bowl to Briggs, who pushes out to mid-off. There's no run. Briggs's runs were pretty important to Warwickshire last season, the championship winning season, so we know he can bat.
He can, yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's a much better than number 9. It just has a normal technique, actually. I always thought that I mean, when he was here, he proved he could bat.
But Hampshire will still feel they get 1 wicket. The rest, the final 2 could follow quickly. That's a bounce, so there's no run. So George Garrett, very inexperienced, and Ollie Hannon Dolby. There aren't many genuine number 11s anymore, and he certainly isn't one. He's a perfectly competent batter, but nonetheless, he's definitely not in the team for his batting. So they may feel and get through this one. I might be able to wrap it up quickly.
Yeah, I think anything where Hampshire on in the field for the whole day, I think will be a bonus.
Yes, absolutely.
And you would hope. I mean, what have we got? We've still got another 9 overs or so till tea. Be nice.
And that's a nice drive from Briggs through the offside. It's gone square for 4. He moves on to 22. And these two make it look fairly straightforward, which in a way is slightly worrying, but that's, that's like the sort of no-win situation that Warwickshire are almost in, really. But that's his 4th 4, and it's 160 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, so many championship games. I mean, it's always been the case, but I just think this year with these balls, it seems to be even more, doesn't it, really? The first 40 overs of your innings is where it's quite hard work, or if anything's going to happen, it happens then, and then when the ball starts to get really soft, no matter how many changes you have, then batting does look to be a lot easier. So as a bowling side, you're trying to do all the damage in the first 40 or so, which Hampshire, with that spell this afternoon, managed to do. But then of course you've got to then sort of winkle the rest of the innings out. But it's proving difficult at the moment as Dawson to start his 11th over from our commentary end, bowling to McAndrew. McAndrew forward, back to the bowler. And there's no run. He's not played a lot of first-class cricket, is he, McAndrew? So he's what, his 18th first-class game?
Yeah,
28 years old.
He came with only a handful of first-class games before.
His debut for Auckland back in the 2016 season, but been playing for, what's it, South Australia from New South Wales. It's played out on the onside, and there's no run. Interesting how he actually managed it to Auckland. Dawson just takes his time. He's got the slip in and the man on the drive on the onside, which is almost shaking hands with Danny Briggs. That's played out quietly on the offside. Dawson fields 160 for 7. A bit more hazy cloud around now than there has been at any time of the day. More to our right than overhead, but definitely some hazy cloud. Full again, and McAndrew quite happy just to quietly play that back to the bowler off the front foot. And Dawson again just taking his time. In again, and again McAndrew just quietly plays that forward, and that's fielded by Ian Holland. I think that's Ian Holland? Or it might be an Irwin Donald. It's an Irwin Donald actually. In that short, straight mid-on position, just off the cut strip. Dawson again on the line of leg stump, just straight into front. McAndrew quite tidily plays that away on the leg side behind square, and that'll be a single. Keep the strike as well. 161 for 7 at the end of that over. McAndrew has 36 and Briggs has 22. Good stuff from Warwickshire.
Yeah, damage done though early in this session. Collapse after lunch. Desperately trying to repair the damage. So I'm thinking about batting points at 102 for 7 is looking like they wouldn't get any at all. At least now they've got a decent chance of getting at least one batting point on the board.
5 wickets for 16.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Mohammed Abbas for the first time this afternoon.
Change of ends for him as well. Well this morning.
Yeah, his figures at lunch: 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 11.
Yeah.
Quite surprising it's been this long to see him.
Yeah.
Warm round of applause. He's loved here. Mohammed Abbas missed the last couple of games, returned to Pakistan, but he's back. Must admit, I wasn't quite sure when he was coming back, because I guess with these 3 championship games coming up in the next 3 weeks, they're quite important, aren't they? And then of course that final round of fixtures in September.
So he's got 2 slips. Bowling first to Nathan McAndrew. 2 overseas players pitting their wits against each other. Abbas right arm over bowls. McAndrew pushes it out into the covers. It's a dot ball.
Fuller's figures from that end: 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. There's nothing really there for him, was there? Really, not a lot of bounce, not a lot of pace. Just 6 overs of normal sort of championship cricket, really. Nothing in the wicket for him.
Abbas into bowl to McAndrew, who drives but doesn't get it past mid-off. Mid-off and mid-on are both up.
You must be looking forward to the Commonwealth Games. You guys must be getting heavily involved in that, aren't you? BBC stations.
Radio WM more so than BBC CWR. We are getting involved a bit because we do have some sports in our patch. We've got the arena. I call it the Coventry Arena during the games, but Coventry Building Society Arena is being used for the rugby sevens and a few other things as well in the arena. We've got bowls in Leamington.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we've got a bit. That's pushed back to the bowlers no run. Of course, Edgbaston has got the T20 women's cricket, which is going to be fun.
Yeah, Melissa's doing those games up there.
Did.
Yeah. So, so you're doing a bit of rugby commentary and a bit of bowls commentary then?
Our rugby guy is going to do most of the rugby, which is actually only over in 2 or 3 days. It's done quite quickly. But I expect to be reporting a bit from the. I'm not sure we'll be commentating on the bowls, but I might be reporting from it.
Quite exciting though, isn't it? Commonwealth Games. That must be going to be fun.
Let's push out the offside. There's no run. We've got a cycle road race in Warwick as well, so we've got that. A few things going on in wrestling, which is not the wrestling you see on ITV, either of the old type or even the new type.
Proper wrestling.
More of a martial art type wrestling.
Okay.
It's taking place in the arena.
And that goes on for what, 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's I think just short of 2 weeks. Yeah.
Starting...
There's plenty going on. It's all. In comes Ageas. That's driven back. There's no run. Do you know what? I can't remember the exact starting date. It's I think it might be the very end of July. No, it'd be a bit before the end of July. I think I should know, but off the top of my head, I can't quite remember. But
28th.
28th, yeah. All around Birmingham, you see signs of it. You know, I often pass the university, Birmingham University, where the hockey temporary stands are going up, and there's a swimming pool there as well. It's there's lots of building work around Edgbaston, partly to get cycle lanes in there in time for the games.
They're still doing them outside Edgbaston, aren't they?
Yeah, I was saying, yeah. That's that one is pushed out the onside. There's no run, so it's all happening. Yeah, it's exciting. 161 for 7 at the end of that over from Ageas. It's another maiden over from him.
It's his middle name.
If they can't get the wickets at the moment, Hampshire, just making sure the runs aren't scored will do.
Yeah, it's exactly what they do. This is what they've done game after game, really. Just try and keep it quiet. You're not always going to take wickets. They've had a great spell this afternoon, 5 wickets for 16, but that isn't always going to happen, as we're seeing with this partnership.
When you see his name written in big letters in the scoreboard, it does look like a multitude of Swedish bands, doesn't it? Ageas.
Yeah. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 11. Yeah. So Dawson to continue from our commentary end. Still got Donald on that short mid-on position, about a third of the way down the pitch, although he's just off the cut strip, driven into the covers, and that's fielded. And there's no run. It's just forcing McAndrew a little wider. I've just noticed he wears number O on his back.
He does. We've sort of talked about that with Melissa. It is a slightly strange one.
Don't think there's anybody around. Is there?
No, I've not seen it. I've not seen it before.
Just worked to mid-wicket by Briggs. No run. No, I don't think. I've seen double O. Somebody had double O, didn't they?
They did. I think they did, yeah.
Did Shahid Afridi, did he, or somebody? Somebody had it anyway. Somebody will remember at Solent Sport or solentcricket@gmail.com. Somebody had double O. But we've not seen an O. Briggs again pushes it out on the onside. Donald just pushes it to Ian Holland.
It just goes to show there's no one at the club quite strong enough to say to the overseas player, don't be silly, of course you can't be number 0.
Or perhaps they had a spare 0, and that was the only number left, as that's pushed to Donald. Just off that cut strip there. He's definitely bowling a very straight line here, Dawson. Couple times around sort of middle and leg, trying to invite the leading edge, but Briggs not having any of it at the moment. Dawson bowls. Oh, he's left and bowled! And that's another batter that has left the ball. That just came in with the arm there from Dawson. Briggs, it looked like he was going to leave it from very early on as the bowl left Dawson's arm. And Briggs goes for 22, 161 for 8.
Well, that's a big blow. Said Hampshire could afford to be patient to get that wicket before tea. A decent effort from Danny Briggs and Nathan McAndrew, but Warwickshire remain in very big trouble. And Dawson getting a couple of wickets on the first day. Should report the pitch. Kevin Spinner getting 2 wickets on the first day. Can't be having that.
Yeah, no, I know. It's a bit worrying. I think take Dawson off. Mind you, if you leave straight ones, it's not really helping, is it? Really? I just think. Well, I mean, the obvious phrase comes out: use your bat. But
yeah, well, that's two now gone that way.
Matthew Lamb before Danny Briggs left one, which just clipped the top of off stump. And I think Benjamin was bowled by a bass. He did the same,
as well,
didn't he?
So that's three now.
Three, yeah.
Not offering a shot. That's not great, is it? Let's be honest.
No, it's not. And I mean, the thing is, it isn't. And there's a fine line, isn't it? When we sort of sit here and we say, God, that's a good leave. And 90% of the time, they are good leaves, even though they're very close to the off stump. They are actually very good leaves. But of course, there's a very fine line between a very, very good leave and a poor leave. And we've just seen a couple there. In fact, but probably Danny Briggs is probably the poorest we've seen, actually, in a way, because Dawson isn't getting a lot of spin. And, you know, that's come in a bit with the arm on the angle. And I think it was too straight anyway. I think even if it had pitched and turned, you know, and maybe even just straightened a fraction, I think it's too close to him. So I think that is a really big misjudgment. You can almost forgive Matthew Lamb because that looked as though it just come back at him a fraction. But
and I think one Chris Benjamin left.
Oh, sorry, Benjamin.
Yeah,
sorry, Benjamin's what I'm thinking. Sorry, totally.
Yeah. Well, here's exciting news for Ollie Allen Dalby. He's promoted up the order. He's batting at 10.
He's doing something right then.
He's earned it. He's batted really well this season, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, twice he stayed in while Michael Burgess made hay and scored loads of runs at the other end.
He's faced over 200 balls this year. Dawson's over the wicket because he's left-handed. That's a thick outside edge. He's going to get a single through the vacant gully area, so he's off the mark straight away.
Well, there was the one innings where I think he was a bit distraught in the end because he got to quite close to the record for the number of deliveries faced without scoring a run, and then he edged one away and got a run, so that ruined that. And he's look at him now. He's on one off one ball.
100% strike rate.
Yeah. Obviously, that promotion's gone to his head a bit.
He's got a job to do still because McAndrew's playing nicely. It's important that he and George Garrett stick around for as long as possible because McAndrew looks as though he can extend this innings by quite a bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, they need 38 more to get a batting point. Who knows how important that could be at the end of the season if they get perilously close to the bottom two. The relegation issues made all the more complex this season by us actually not knowing whether there's going to be relegation as such, but
yeah, I know. What is
going
going
to
on?
Work on the assumption at the moment that there is.
What do you think is going on then?
Oh, I don't know. I did.
It's annoying.
It feels to me as if you're almost not allowed to object to change because then you're sort of seen as a dinosaur or whatever. But I was thinking about it actually. Part of the thing, they want to reduce the number of games. Well, taking aside the debate on whether that's necessary or not, you don't actually have to change the format. You can reduce the number of games if you want without changing the format. Because already in the first division we don't play everybody twice. So if you want to play 12 games or even 10, you could just do it, just play fewer games. That one is pushed out and the onside Abbas coming round the wicket to Ollie Allen Dalby, who actually nicked the strike with that single. I just realised the last ball, the last over, that was a slightly curious decision. However, 162 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, it's still a bit odd. You've top division, you're not playing everybody twice. I mean, you know, if Surrey win it, and I don't know about you guys, but we're only playing them once.
But in your day, you didn't play more than twice, did you?
No, we didn't, no.
So
that's
it's
true.
not new.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
In comes Ageas Bowl to Hannon Dalby around the wicket. Hannon Dalby leaves that. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels as though it's not quite right yet, anyway, is it? But you think, oh God, here we go, another 2 or 3 years, and we're changing it again. I think everybody just gets fed up with it changing all the time, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I personally like 2 divisions.
Yeah.
In ideal world, 2 divisions of 9, but I understand what's a problem. It means one team. To get fit in the fiction is harder because of the odd number of teams, so I get that.
You a 3 division man?
No. This next one is left. There's no run. No, 2's right for me. But they haven't asked me yet. Strangely, I'm still waiting for the call.
Normally. I think if you're over 30, they won't. And we're only just over 30, obviously.
Yeah, just about.
They'll lost people like Melissa.
Yeah, say hand over to Melissa.
Yeah, they'll take more note of that, which is fair enough. But yeah, whatever they do, we'll run with it. Obviously, well, we've got no choice.
Exactly. Ageas comes into bowl. 3 slips for Ollie and Dolby now. Oh, he nibbles at that one outside off stop. It goes through to Ben Brown. He holds the post as Ollie. I didn't feature in the T20 Blast this season. He was in the squad for much of it, but never actually got on the team. He did a bit of commentary in the quarter-final.
Oh, yeah.
Not with us. I think he might have done a bit of the in-house.
Okay.
I think we would have asked him for the final, but we won't now because we ain't there.
Next year.
Yeah, 162 for 8. Ageas round the wicket bowls, and he pushes that into the covers for no run. He does do the regular pod blast with Richard Wilford. I think there's 2 in the current series currently in play. You can get those from your normal podcast provider.
Good talker then, obviously.
Yeah.
He's been around a while, hasn't he?
He has, but he's had a bit of a renaissance because a long time at Warwickshire he was really predominantly a white ball player. Only really played red ball, if they were desperate. Ageas comes into bowl, and he's flicked that away past back a square leg for a single. He won't get another one. Is that the last ball of the over? Has he nicked the strike again? He has. And Dolby's on 2. No, I say he's desperate, that's a slight exaggeration, but he was very much a fill-in when others weren't available for red balls, predominantly playing white ball, but then a few seasons ago he found himself in the red ball team and has never looked back since. He's bowled consistently well.
Yeah, good on him.
For a period now, so he's now very much first names on the sheet for the red ball team.
Yeah, second top wicket taker going into this game in Division 1 with 30, which is no mean effort.
Not for me to advise him, but I'm going to suggest to Ollie not to take a single off the last ball of this inning.
He's protected McAndrew. He's taking his job too seriously out there.
Maybe he sees himself as a tea watchman.
Here's Dawson. Yeah, we've got, 5 overs till tea. There's Dawson over the wicket, flights it, worked in the air, past a diving mid-wicket. Dawson got excited there, jumping up in the air, but it goes through to Ageas, and it's a single to Hannon Dolby. I think that was Gubbins there, diving away, although the ball was always a couple of yards away from him, diving to his right. 164 for 8. Field changes for McAndrew. I haven't seen him on strike for a couple of minutes, or a couple of overs I should say. Here comes Dawson. That's hit hard, nearly takes out Hannon Dolby out, who had to duck underneath that one, and you just heard it hit the boundary board there. That was a fierce uppish drive there over mid-on. And 168 for 8. McAndrew looks a good player, I have to say. He moves on to 40. That's off 69 deliveries. Typical Aussie. McAndrew strong with the bat. Clive Eakin is taking a break, and Melissa Story will take us up till tea, as that's just pushed towards mid-wicket. Nice diving stop there. Prevents any runs being taken. Welcome back, Melissa.
Thank you.
It's gone a fraction quiet, although Hampshire will be pleased to have got rid of Danny Briggs. 57 those two put on for the 8th wicket. McAndrew goes for the slog sweep over mid-wicket. That's a beautiful shot, which is brilliantly timed, and that's gone for 6. Well, we've seen a lot of those over the last few weeks with the T20. And there we are in the championship. Here's another one.
Well, I love this passage of play when you have the established batter at the crease and then you have someone such as Ollie Hannon Dolby at the other end who perhaps is batting one position too high. And he does really just have to take the attack to the Hampshire bowlers, and it will either work for Liam Dawson here or he may get hit into the stands a few more times.
McAndrew moves on to 46. Here's Dawson again. McAndrew on the back foot just whips it away into the gap square on the leg side. Will pick up a single. Moves on to 47. 175 for 4 now, Warwickshire.
And leaves Hannon Dolby with just the 1 ball to survive. 12 runs off this over so far. And is it 1 over then left until tea?
No, 4.
4.
4 after this, yeah.
I've been fed false information.
Not from Alex again, have you?
Well, we've been discussing quite a funny story which has come out just this morning. Cricket-related story.
Okay. Alex, one of the local journos here. His edge already dropped. It's gone through the hands of James Vince at first slip, although it went very, very quickly. He had to move to his right. I'm not sure Ben Brown had enough time to react. And Hannon Dolby picks up a boundary.
Yeah, it really picked up pace off the bat, which you wouldn't expect normally from a shot like that from Hannon Dolby. He went back, which often takes pace off the ball rather than a strong drive. But yeah, it seemed to come quick to James Vince, who threw out a hand almost in just hope that the ball would stick.
Yeah.
But it was a difficult chance, still a chance, but a difficult one for Hampshire.
So you were talking.
So a story has emerged from India this morning, how a group of farmers and youngsters have been busted for running a fake IPL and basically conning some Russian punters into betting on it. And it's been quite an entertaining story breaking out, as they've basically taken turns wearing all these different teams' kits. They've downloaded sound effects from the IPL to make it sound more realistic, and just never did any wide pans into the crowd because they were just playing at a random rural village club. And they also hired someone who sounded like one of the IPL commentators, so a literal doppelganger.
Brilliant.
As Mohammed Abbas comes into bowl to Andrew, that's driven to extra cover, no run taken, and yeah, so they've managed to do it for 2-3 weeks before actually people finding out it was fake. And there's a quite funny video of the AstroTurf they were playing on, which it took them 2 weeks to figure out that wasn't the real IPL.
I'm just looking at that. They really think that's an IPL game.
They were using a red ball, not a white one. Some of the shots and bowling, they're using traffic cones to mark out the wide lines. As in comes Abbas, and that's pushed into the gap on the offside by McAndrew. He takes the single, only the second ball of the over, which leaves Hannon Dolby on strike for the rest of his over. He's trusting his partner. And the one insight we've seen of this game was just a player probably bowling at a gentle pace, maybe about 45 miles per hour. There's a wide, and then he bowls one and gets slotted in the air for 6, narrowly missing the traffic cones.
Unbelievable. How on earth can they...
You must have to be very gullible.
I was going to say, to not realise that's not an IPL game. It's incredible.
They're going to be shocked when they watch the real IPL next year, aren't they? Abbas in, and that's straighter, just dropped down by Hannon Dolby into the onside.
It's hilarious.
Turns down the single.
Does it say how many people were duped?
I'm not sure. I think it was quite a few, because obviously it's come out as quite a big story, and the police got involved eventually, but yeah, the highly entertaining stories.
I mean, just the way the guy's bowling, I mean, it's...
They're playing at a remote farm, it says. And they reached the knockout quarter-final stage before the organisers of this fake Indian Premier League were caught out by the police. Abbas bowls and tickled off the hip of Hannon Dolby down to fine leg. Gently jog through for a single, 181 for 8 the score. They also got, now I'm not sure what this currency is, but they got paid 400 of whatever currency that is per game to act as players, and the umpires pretended to talk into walkie-talkies. Now this is incredible. The story just keeps getting better and better. Abbas begins to run in and walks back to his mark. Just waits as the right-handed McAndrews on strike, and that's a shorter ball. Left alone, drops his hands on that delivery. A bit too wide from Abbas. If you're going to bowl that shorter delivery, then...
I'm trying to see what the symbol is, because it's either in craw, isn't it, or lax. Lax, I think.
So not quite the 2 million craw you get paid to play in the actual IPL, but 400, you wouldn't mind that.
So for that, I think craw. I think craw is quite a lot. Yeah.
That last ball, no ball there from Abbas, so will have to be re-bowled. As he's in again to McAndrew, who's pushing this firmly into the offside, to the deep cover sweeper. Another single taken, 182 for 8. And trusting his partner at the other end here, Hannon Dolby on 8 off 11. McAndrew on 49 now, so one shot away from that 50. It's been a key innings for him for Warwickshire.
Yeah, well, as this ball's got older, isn't it? It's done very little now. It looks very easy batting track out there. And it just looks as though you just play straight now, you're okay. As long as you play a shot, you're okay. 3 of the Warwickshire batters didn't play a shot.
In comes a bat around the wicket, shorter, and Hannon Dolby ducked underneath that one. It's a long way to go down for such a tall man, but he plays it well, and that completes the over. 184 for 8 at the end of the 61st over, and it will mean that McAndrew on strike.
Yeah, one away from a half-century. George McMenemy tweeted a little while ago. Sorry, George, I know you'll be listening. That's Solent Sport. Afternoon to you. Hello to all the lovely team on this glorious day. I just want to say how incredible it is to be witnessing Hampshire being competitive in all forms. Win, lose or draw, we're participating in some gripping cricket, reaffirming why we're all fans of the amazing club. That's a very positive tweet, isn't it?
He's a very positive person.
He is.
Did you see that he went viral recently and got recognised by Dale Steyn and Marnus Labuschagne?
Do you know what? Go on, just remind me, because I did see something as Dawson comes in round the wicket. McAndrew plays that back to the bowler off the front foot.
He went viral for a video of him playing village cricket with a glorious setup. He had fantastic suspenders on and a bright, colourful outfit, and bowled probably the most unconventional ball I've ever seen, where he bounces backwards and forwards.
McAndrew plays that to mid-wicket.
And delivers the loveliest, loopiest stuff, which was badly played by the batter, who jumped back, and it was almost inside edge onto the stumps. And that video basically got thousands and thousands of views and was noticed by international cricketers.
Okay, McAndrew, half-century as he turns that away behind square on the leg side. Exactly 50 for the Australian. It's come off 78 deliveries. It's a round of applause, and Mel's just showing me the video of that now. Quite an incredible run-up.
It is, and
79 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes.
it must be quite off-putting as a batter, because I'm not sure which skip the ball would actually be delivered. And if I was him, I would mix it up each time. So maybe 3 skips the first ball. They'd go, oh, okay, wait, 3. Maybe do 3 skips for the first 2 balls. Then maybe 4 or 5 for the next one. And then only do 1 skip, like the Jimmy Anderson in swinger. You'll never know it's coming.
As Hannon Dolby plays that into the ground off the back foot on the offside, and there's no run. I think you'd be waiting, you'd be wondering when he's actually going to bowl. You're right. But yeah, interesting piece of bowling. Dawson equally as interesting, but for a different reason. He's played a miss there, and it's turned out of the rough, and I don't think it's touched anything. It may just have touched Ben Brown's gloves. That's going for 4 byes. Gone in between bat and pad as it bounced. Foxed the batter, foxed Ben Brown. Warwickshire 189 there for 8.
Good bit of turn from Dawson, and it's nice to see some spin early on in this wicket. Probably weren't expecting so much in this first day, seeing as we're not Chelmsford, but
Harmer another 5 wickets in case you were wondering today for Essex against Gloucestershire. Dawson gets another edge, and it's gone through second slip, not in the air. Quicker ball, and that's going for 4 off the outside edge. Abbas is not. It's James Fuller trying to get there in time at the top end of the ground in front of the Hampshire dressing room. But another 4 runs. You just get the feeling these are all valuable runs here for Warwickshire, who were looking good at 88 for 2, and then they slipped to 104 for 7, and then a 57-run partnership for the 8th wicket between Briggs and McAndrew, and now more valuable runs here, 193 for 8.
yeah, and you mentioned, I think Hampshire at one point thought they'd probably be able to skittle Warwickshire for around 150, but those wickets fell because they were working hard. This is by no means an easy pitch to bowl on, and if anything, these recent shots by McAndrew and Hannon Dolby just show that when you give yourself a bit of time out there in the middle, you really can accelerate your innings and build a large total. McAndrew's 50 only off the 79 balls, so he's been patient, but he's not been afraid to play his shots. And Hampshire will just need to adopt that mindset as they go into their batting innings, which they'll hope will be soonish.
Yeah, sometime after tea you would think. 2 overs to go until the break. I've just been sent a nice picture actually by Donald Histed. I hope I've said that right.
As a pass continuing over the wicket, and that's driven by McAndrew to mid-off. No run taken.
SolentCricket@gmail.com. He's emailed, enjoying the stream from the Isle of Tyree, northwest of Mull. Perhaps not as hot as the south coast, but surely better views. Just sent a nice picture of some boats in this little inlet. The river looks beautiful. So, hazy cloud there, though. Mind you, we've got some hazy cloud here now. In fact, quite a bit, but warm.
Be a nice day to be on the beach.
Oh, wouldn't it?
Not sure it would have been as nice this weekend with how many people were going to the beach. As a bass in again, a big hoik from McAndrew, which has bounced off his thigh pad, the ball. Gone past the diving Ben Brown and is retrieved by James Vince. They haven't taken any run. McAndrew now maybe adopting the mindset that he wants to face as many balls as possible before the tea break. Yeah,
that's an interesting shot though, isn't it? That's a shot of a man who doesn't trust his opposite number, and Garrett coming in number 11. I mean, that is a really extravagant shot.
But then other times he's taken a single on the second ball of the over, so he's got to be consistent here with what his approach is as he's pushing this into the onside and picked up by mid-wicket, no run, 193 for 8. I think he's stuck between two mindsets here of, do I just go for it, or actually do I look at Hannah Dolby at the other end? He's 12 off 15, the ball's not doing much. I guess the only threat would be to keep Hannah Dolby away from Dawson, because it is turning and it's caught the edge of McAndrew's bat, so maybe if he faces as many deliveries from at least Liam Dawson's end, then he can have a bit of the free rein at this end against the seam of a bass. Who's running in again, fourth ball of this over. Straighter, push back down the pitch and past the bowler, no run.
Yeah, this is a bit one thing or the other for McAndrew, isn't it? Vince is coming out from slip now. I think they're going to try and keep McAndrew down this end, but Hannah Dolby isn't playing too badly, but I think that with the rough outside, Hannah Dolby's off stump. They probably feel they've got a good chance of picking something up, which will be, after this, the last over before tea.
At the top of his mark, and Mohammed skittles into the crease. That's full and wide, driven gloriously to the boundary by McAndrew. There was a fielder out there fielding on the boundary at cover, but this was just in front. Timed perfectly.
Beautiful shot.
Moves the score on to 197 for 8.
Paul Williams on the tweets at Solent Sports says, tail holding us up again. I'm afraid it's really just the fact that the ball's soft, isn't it? We've seen Hampshire do it time and time again against other counties. We've seen other counties do it against Hampshire, and I'm sure Warwickshire have felt the same. When the ball gets soft, it just looks a much easier batting game.
Final ball of this over from Mohammed Abbas. He's in, it's shorter, pulled but guided down to fine leg. It was a controlled pull shot from McAndrew. Rolled his wrists on that, and that completes the over, 198 for 8. It's funny you say from that tweet that I don't think Hampshire's bowled bad. It's just got easier to bat. Well, it's a different story, you could say, with the England men's test team at the moment, where when the tail come in, they seem to lose all idea of what you're meant to do. Instead of just bowling a length, they bowl it short, they bowl one-day mode bowling, which tends to get smashed around the park. But Hampshire here, they've continued with the same tactics they were applying to the top order, but it has just got a bit easier to bat on.
Certainly has. Overall run rates a fraction over 3, so as good as 3, which is not bad going. Last over before tea then, 63 done. It'll be 64 when the players will take their 20-minute break. Heading into the evening session, 198 for 8 then, and McAndrew 155. Looks a good player. There's Dawson bowls, McAndrew pushes it out on the offside. Could take a single with everybody back, but he doesn't. But I'm sure he'll play a big shot somewhere along the line. If apart from Vince, everybody, in fact I was going to say for the next ball, is on the boundary. They were for the last one, but not now. Interesting how there's a big change in the field here. Extra cover coming up, mid-wicket coming up, Barker coming up on the 45 on the offside. Completely different change of field. There's some bowls, length ball to McAndrew. Could take a single, that's a deep mid-off, but doesn't. You feel there's a big shot coming?
Yeah, it depends if he's battling in his mind about whether to just see off this over, come back after tea, or if Dawson just pitches one up. I'd like to see, thinks he could clear the fielders at long on, long off, but he is changing the angle up and coming around the wicket now. If he bowls into his pads, he may just be a bit more tempted to play the big shot. But saying that, we've had square leg brought in to the ring, and it looks as if mid-wicket is heading out, or even a second slip. Who knows what's going on?
Short leg, I think, coming in, or might go out on the offside. But yeah, he's going to bowl into the rough, Dawson, over the wicket. Fields predominantly now leg side. A couple of fielders coming across.
This is going to be the longest over.
Yeah, leg slip. Gosh, we're already 35 minutes over the scheduled tea break. It's going to be another long evening. As Dawson bowls deep mid-wicket. There are 4 men out on the leg side. It's kicked away by McAndrew. I think if he's a sensible player, and I'm sure he is, that he'll just do nothing this over. And then they'll all regroup in the dressing room at tea time and have a chat and then see what they might want to do.
I think Dawson should throw in the George option of a little skip at the crease and try and throw him off. Final ball before the tea break.
3 balls left. Yeah, what's he going to do? It's Fuller, and it's worked on the leg side by McAndrew, who thought about a single, and he's running down the pitch there. I'm not sure the umpires are going to like that too much.
I'm not sure why he would take a single at this point.
Just bat to a tee, eh?
Unless he thinks that if the wicket's going to fall with 4T, he'd rather it would be Hannon Dolby than himself.
Yeah. 2 balls left then. There's Dawson over the wicket again. Just plays that forward defensive out on the leg side. Again, he could take the single, but doesn't. Dawson just takes his time walking over towards mid-wicket. Sure, 1-2 of the crowd are desperate to have a 20-minute break. Somebody's shouting, I think it's Liam Dawson. Field comes up now on the leg side, or 2 of the fielders come up. In fact, most of the fielders are coming up here. Deep square leg stays out, deep fine leg or deep backward square stays out, everybody else in a ring. Is McAndrew going to play a big shot here? Even the leg slip goes out on the 45. What does McAndrew do? I'm sure he'll just block it. I'm sure he will. Dawson over the wicket again. He does. Played out on the onside, and that is T with Warwickshire on 198 for 8. McAndrew with 55 not out as dug Warwickshire out of a hole here. Hannon Dolby will resume with him after tea. He's 12 not out. But Melissa, that was even that session was a session of 2 halves.
It was, and things absolutely firing for Hampshire in that first hour. We were completely shocked by the transformation that had occurred over the tea break and those quick wickets which fell, reducing Warwickshire from the relatively dominant position in the morning session from 88 for 3 down to 104 for 7. But this partnership between these two, at least, and Danny Briggs playing a big role as well, supporting McAndrew at the other end, has been absolutely key to this Warwickshire fight back. And you feel as if these two can carry on frustrating the Hampshire bowlers, get to that 250 mark, then this would be a good first innings total.
So McAndrew 55 not out, Hannon Dolby 12 not out, 198 for 8. Warwickshire did lose 5 wickets for just 16 runs in the first period after lunch, but then Danny Briggs and McAndrew put on 57 for the 8th wicket, and these two have got Warwickshire through to the total where they are now. 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 3 for 36, a spell of 3 for 9 from him. Really did the damage this afternoon and ripped the heart out of the Warwickshire innings. Couple of wickets for Keith Barker this afternoon as well. His spell of 2 for 25 off 7. Means that he's got 2 and 2 for 45. Liam Dawson, 1 wicket either side of lunch. That's where we're at. Myself, Melissa and Clive Eakin will be back with you in just under 20 minutes time. Oh well, I can't moan at them now, can I, for mucking it up this morning. Has been a very warm day here today, but the cricket has been good. Warwickshire in their first innings will resume on 198 for 8. Nathan McAndrew, the Australian, will resume on 55 not out. Oliver Hannon-Dolby will be 12 not out. And this game has it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy innings so far as regards Warwickshire and Hampshire coming back into it, because at lunch, Warwickshire 87 for 2. Davies and Benjamin, the two batters, out for 15 and 7 respectively. And then came the collapse after lunch. Hampshire picking up 5 wickets for 16 runs. Dom Sibley, the first of those to go for 56. Will Rhodes made 2. Matthew Lamb and Michael Burgess were out without scoring, and Dan Mosley for 16. Carl Abbott's spell after lunch was 3 for 9. Barker picked up 2 for 25. But Nathan McAndrew has held the innings together. Danny Briggs was out, the last man out before tea. He went for 22. Those two put on 57 for the 8th. McAndrew, as I say, will resume on 55 not out, and it looks already, before we even get going, that we might have a ball change. Your commentary team for this evening session, in a moment or a bit later, you'll hear from Melissa Story, but taking you through this first period as and when it gets underway. Once we've got another ball change, I think it'll be the third, is myself, Kevin James, and Clive Eakin.
I don't want to be curmudgeon about this, but they've just been off for 20 minutes. Couldn't they have sorted this out before now? They came out to the middle, and suddenly the umpires, they obviously didn't check the ball before they left. It's a little bit bizarre, but there we are. So first target for Warwickshire is to try and sneak a batting point. Look, it's been a recovery, but they're still miles short of where they'd want to be. I would think they'd been disappointed with 300, to be honest, at the start of the innings. And unless the tail...
Apologies there, it looks like we had a bit of a power cut just for a microsecond, but we are back. How weird. Everything went off and then it suddenly came back on again.
There you go. Well, we haven't missed anything. It's still... So this is... I mean, I'm sorry, but this is not cricket at its finest, is it? 20-minute tea break, and now we're just spending ages sorting out a new ball. Oh, there's the inevitable get on with it shout from a spectator. And on this occasion, I almost joined in because this is not good. This not great planning. The ball cannot have been damaged while they're walking out to the middle, can it?
Well, I don't know what the umpires have been doing with it in the umpires' room. Nobody noticed it walking off, obviously.
Anyway, the paying public will get to see some cricket soon. So as I was saying, yeah, I mean, from Warwickshire's point of view, I suppose they've got to just put behind the fact that they're in a poor position and try and get what they can. It has been a good effort, and Nathan McAndrew's done really well. Good partnership with Danny Briggs and now with Ollie Hannon-Dolby. And they are on the verge of at least picking up a batting point. Still got to get 2 more runs, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby's on strike after they managed to keep McAndrew away. So Kyle Abbott is going to bowl to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's batted well thus far. And, oh, that's a good start. He's run that down to 3rd for 4. Deliberate shot, thank you very much. And that is the batting point, so something for Warwickshire. 202 for 8.
He's played quite nicely, Hannon-Dolby. Just got to give McAndrew some support here, hasn't he, really? Because Nathan McAndrew, I have to say, looks impressive here.
I'd say he's in form. Actually, he's now on, I think, 114 since he was last out for Warwickshire. 59 not out at Northampton. So, well, that was the intention. He's signed, yes, to be part of the bowling attack, but also to add some useful runs in the lower middle order. And he's doing so here, and it's Anandorby who leaves a short delivery. Again, it's good batting from Ollie Anandorby. No dramas. It's short. It's not going to trouble him, so he just leans back and lets it go to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, and batting does look a little easier, doesn't it, really, with this ball? Well, it'll be interesting to see what this ball does, but if it is anything like the ball they've just changed, then batting has got easier, but that's not taking anything away from these two players.
202 for 8. And Abbott, who's got 3 wickets so far. Round the wicket, bowls a bouncer. It's a very short bounce. Ollie Anandorby did duck. He's a tall guy. He may not have needed to. It bounced that high. Could even have been flirting with a no ball call. But
that was short. Abbott's been impressive in this innings. Started after tea, 3 for 30 from 15. Sorry, 3 for 40 from 15, it should be. No, 30.
In comes Abbott to bowl. Oh, and Anandorby hits that in the air, and short legs light flashes before his eyes as the ball whistles past him, and Anandorby gets 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, that would have been a catch and a half, wouldn't it? I mean, to even react at Donald there, who's actually about 2 wickets away, but still very close. To even move your hands to your right, seeing the ball go to your right. I mean, he obviously was late, but good reaction.
2 runs, Anandorby is on to 18 now. And next one is wide, and he leaves that. Through to the wicketkeeper.
Top scorer of the season.
Yeah, as I say, it's by far from being his longest innings of the season. He's batted some real long uns this season. We sort of jest about it because he's at number 11, and he probably jests about it himself. But you have to give him credit for the work he's done on his batting. He's become a useful number 10 or 11 who can just help the team eke out crucial runs.
You do. You just want somebody who can stick around, don't you? Because invariably they're in with somebody who's going well.
Abbott bowls, and he pushes that into the offside. Thinks about a single. I think possibly Nathan McAndrew looked at the scoreboard and thought, no, last ball of the over, let's not run a risky single. I'll take the strike. But he took 6 runs off that over. Did Ollie Anandorby to move on to 18 and leave Warwickshire 204 for 8 after 65.
About 16 overs, 3 for 42 with 5 maidens. Is Liam Dawson carrying on? Yes, he is. 15 overs, 2 for 45. Picked up Alex Davis, the first wicket this morning. About an hour and 10 minutes into play when Davis got down on one knee and just tried to flick him over his left shoulder, a little deft sweep, and missed a straight one. LBW. And Dawson also picked up Danny Briggs, not playing a shot, and was bowled for 22. But Dawson looks like he's going to continue with this over the wicket attack to McAndrew. I think he's just going to try and stop McAndrew playing some shots, because he played 1 or 2 nice ones, or has played 1 or 2 nice ones in his innings so far. He's going to try and make McAndrew hit against the spin out of the rough. There is a short leg in though, and there is a slip, but fielders scattered around otherwise as McAndrew drives onto the onside. They'll take the single. Obviously trusts Anandorby to face Dawson.
Well, that's impressive, I think. Although he just threw his head back there a little bit as if he maybe think, oh, I got that wrong. But I do recall an occasion when Jim Troughton took a single off the first ball of an over when number 10's the other end, and I did say, then that's really refreshing to see. And of course, inevitably, numbers 10 and 11 were out the next 2 balls. But
well, there is a little bit of rough out there. As I say, the wickets here tend to start a little drier than normal now. So, but it's not dangerous rough. It hasn't really spun big, if at all, out of that rough. So Anandorby will probably feel that he's reasonably competent to keep the ball out. Although there is a gully in there now, as well as the short leg and the first slip. Dawson over the wicket to the left-hander. Anandorby goes for the slog sweep outside of stump and misses.
Okay.
Probably picked the right line, though, to be fair to him.
It looked all right, didn't it? Except he missed.
Picked the right line, but yeah.
Isn't it best just to try and keep these out?
Interesting, actually. Well, I think Dawson wanted somebody deep. He's saying to Vince, I want deep mid-wicket. Vince is saying no. Barker's staying where he is. Inviting the slog sweep again. There's Dawson bowls. And Dolby pushes forward edge. Caught in the gully, dropped. Oh, that went very, very quickly and low. And I think that's Holland there. Got a hand on it. Went very quickly. Yeah, I did actually when he fell to the ground. Thought he might have had it in his hand. It's either Donald or Holland. Can't quite work out, but he's very close there. And he's on the back foot there. Hannon Dolby plays that out into the covers. And there is no run. But a chance, albeit difficult.
2 more balls to survive this over.
Yeah. Comes in again, Dawson and bowls. Hannon Dolby on the back foot, plays that into the ground. Fielded at short leg. Makes you feel that sometimes you might as well go for the slog sweep outside or stump if you're just going to play and get the edge. But I think what saved him is it went very quickly and low. 205 for 8. Barker does go a little deeper at deep mid-wicket now, almost inviting the single. Hannon Dolby will take it, will he? Or turns, he beats him, and I think it's beaten Ben Brown, and I think we could be seeing 4 more byes here, as that has turned out of the rough, and it is 4 byes. All useful runs here for Warwickshire, 209 for 8 at the end of Dawson's over.
Yeah, well, they survived that over just about. I think you're right. I mean, possibly Hannon Dolby's slog sweep was based on, well, if I just try and block it, there's every chance I'm going to edge it anyway. So, anyway, he got through just about. Put a slight bet on McAndrew not getting a single, certainly in Dawson's next over. I'm not giving Hannon Dolby necessarily 5 deliveries, but we'll see. So, Abbott to bowl. The important thing is for Warwickshire is the scoreboard is ticking. It's not like they're just surviving, which is always a bit pointless, really. You need to get runs as well, but they've taken, what, 11 runs and 2 overs since tea, so that's progressed them nicely. Abbott to McAndrew, who leaves that one, shortish outside off stump.
Well, a while ago when I looked at the scoreboard, I think the run rate was 3.1, so it's actually 3.2 now over the whole inning. So the run rate certainly isn't dropping, even though they've had a little spurt. Is
this an official warning? It's certainly umpires having a big word with Abbott about his follow through. I don't see him saying anything to the square leg umpire, so it might have been a final informal warning.
It's interesting. There's the second time Abbott's been looked at by the umpire at that far end.
He comes in now to bowl, and that's pushed out the offside for McAndrew. And they do turn down a single there. There was definitely a single to be had, and they turned it down. We had an incident for Warwickshire against Lancashire. I don't think it had a profound effect in the game in the end, but Warwickshire actually penalised 5 runs for Henry Brooks running on the pitch while batting.
Oh, okay. I don't see that.
They've actually been penalised 5 runs twice. Once in the Championship and once in the T20 when Carlos Brathwaite threw the ball towards Wayne Madsen as a bowler to batter. This one's short and it's pulled by McAndrew, but again he's turned down the single as he couldn't get it past the field on the square leg boundary. That's the 3rd ball of the over, and this is a change of tactic from McAndrew. He's now starting to turn down these runs.
It's like getting penalised in the T20 is a bit unlucky. I don't think I've seen too many of that.
Well, at the time on commentary I thought it was fair enough, because I don't think, well, I mean, Warwickshire cleared always out of his ground. He didn't look much out of his ground to me. But it did emerge afterwards that Brathwaite didn't actually hit him because it hit his bat. So given he didn't hit him, I thought maybe that was a little harsh. Anyway, again, it didn't really matter. Bears won that one. That's short and it's pulled by McAndrew, and this time he does take the single. 4th ball of the over, and it's 1 run. He's on to 57, 210 for 8.
It's interesting. Just going back to that Abbott situation, I can't remember off the top of my head Abbott ever being spoken to about running on the pitch. It's very unusual for him. Twice in the game. The umpire had a really good look, I think, before lunch. And the second time here. Very unusual for Abbott. Oh, they're going to look at the ball again. We've only had the ball changed since tea. And the umpire's, oh my gosh, here we go. The umpire's going to go and consult the other umpire now. This could be the second ball change since tea. It's ridiculous.
Could be a second get on with it shout since tea, I would think.
We'll be here till 8 o'clock here. We still got.
The umpires actually don't meet in the end.
Ah.
I think you say no. No, but they are throwing the ball off, so it's ironic cheers from the crowd.
Well, you'd think.
I know he threw it to the back to the bowlers. They go,
Yeah,
no, okay.
Why? It's a home crowd. Why are they cheering?
Because it's tedious, isn't it? Maybe stop moaning about the ball and just use the one you've got. That's probably their thinking. That's pushed out to the offside by Hannah Dobby. There's no run. 210 for 8.
Most of the crowd go at 6 o'clock anyway. It doesn't matter whether there's 1 over to bowl or whether there's 20 overs to bowl. They still go home. Yes,
that was the problem with the day-nighters, wasn't it, the championship?
Yeah.
Everyone still went home at 6. So.
I know. Rubbish exercise that was.
I quite enjoyed it. I know not many
Did you?
people did. Yeah, I did quite enjoy it. There were problems with it, I know, but anyway, I don't think it's going to happen again for a long time.
No.
Abbott comes into bowl, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. I thought it was just something different, wasn't it? That was quite good from that point of view. Jonathan Trott was batting with it. He was saying that it's quite, and possibly as a senior player, age-wise, it might affect him more. It was quite hard to see the ball at one point in the day, the orange ball, or pink ball, whatever it was. And he said that having scored lots of runs, it wasn't like he was moaning because he was out for nothing. He scored quite a lot of runs that match, but he said it was quite difficult at times to see it. 210 for 8.
And still 29 overs left in the day, and we were coming up towards, well, in fact, we're just past 10 to 5, so this is going to be a long one. And
definitely not going to make the 5 o'clock kickoff.
No, you are going to miss. You won't see any of it. It was wrapped on the pad. That's pitched miles outside the leg stump, and I'm afraid there's never any danger of that being called out to LBW because Dawson is over the wicket. Yeah, in fact, you won't even see the post-match interviews, let alone anything else. So Dawson's,
well, I could do some of the Austrian players are still here.
You could actually, yeah. In case they miss them, you can say, well, I'm at the same hotel. Forward is McAndrew out on the onside. Dawson's going to have to do all his own fielding here because all the field, apart from Fuller, who's on the 45 on the leg side, or no, it might be Abbott actually, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, and a deep mid on.
I think he baited McAndrew there to say, come on, then take a run then. I'm not going to be able to chase this. Go on, have your single. No chance.
Dawson bowls. McAndrew works out on the onside. He may look for 2 here. He probably thinks he's split the field. Scott Curry is on as a sub fielder. Picks it up, throws it to the far end, the keeper's end. I'm just wondering if Mohammed Abbas is off. Can't see him on at the moment. So Scott Curry is on. The 50-run partnership there is up for Warwickshire. So they've put 57 on for the 8th wicket, and so far 50 unbroken for the 9th.
And 63 for the first, and almost nothing for the rest.
Yeah, 5 wickets for 16 after lunch. Again, just proving that as the ball gets older, it's easier for the batters lower down the order. But Hampshire have had a problem trying to bowl sides out after making early inroads. And they're seeing this again here. Dawson over the wicket to Hannon Dolby. Slog sweep, gets wrapped on the pad, but he's well outside the line. Misses out on that one. Barker is quite deep at deep mid-wicket, although he's quite square for Hannon Dolby, who's on 18. Doing a good job for his side here, keeping McAndrew company. Dawson again pushes forward. That's just gone backward of point, and there is no run.
I'd just love to see Ollie Handel be charged down the pitch and hit him over the top for 6 here.
Well, it's on, isn't it, with mid on and mid off up. Cover's being pushed back now. That's James Fuller. Dawson bowls. Hannon Dolby plays and misses outside the off stump there, trying to steer it into that gap. End of the over. 211 for 8 Warwickshire, having been at one stage 104 for 7.
I mean, you can play aggressively. Ollie Handel, I remember an occasion, was it last season? No, I don't think it was last season, maybe a couple of seasons ago, when Warwickshire needed 8 off the last 2 balls of the 110 overs to get a bonus point, and he proceeded to hit them both for 4 and get it. So he can do it. But it's a good innings from him at the moment. It's a good partnership, but they'll want to recount. As I said, they still haven't got anything like enough, I don't think. So they've got to recount whatever they can now. George Garrett still to come, and again the field spread out. McAndrew's got plenty of options for singles, which he probably won't take. 3 on the onside deep. Third is back. A mid-on and mid-off are up, but fairly deep. So, I mean, if he really wanted to, he could take a single there, but I don't think he will. Abbott bowls, one slip in place. It's defended by McAndrew. And it's a dot ball. They have stopped scoring runs a little bit the last couple of overs, Warwickshire. They're surviving, but they're not pushing the scoreboard on that much.
No, these two are really frustrating Hampshire. They really are. I think when Danny Briggs went just before tea, Hampshire would have hoped to have wrapped things up by now, but they don't look like taking a wicket at the moment.
In he comes, Abbott, and that's pushed out to the offside for McAndrew. There would have been a single there if he chose to take it. He did not. Yeah, I suppose from Morris's point of view, if they could bat, say, for another, that's asking a lot, but for another 19-20 overs, it would then give, or even get to say 16 overs to go, it would give their bowlers one burst today. Have a nice rest this evening and still be fresh tomorrow with a relatively new ball. So third ball of the over, nothing scored of it yet. And that's a bouncer, which McAndrew, interestingly, he plays the tennis shot down to fine leg and says, OK, I'll take a single. So he's allowing Abbott potentially 3 deliveries to bowl at Hannon Dalby. McAndrew's on 58, 59, 212 for 8. So he's matched his score at Northampton. And short leg goes in for Hannon Dalby again. 2 slips in place. And he leaves one outside off stump, angled in, but well wide, certainly wide enough for Hannon Dalby to be confident in leaving it. 2 more balls this over.
I think they can frustrate Hampshire all they like at the moment. I think it's absolutely ideal from Warwickshire's point of view. No time limit.
But in his 18th over of a very hot day, comes into bowl. Again, that's wide, not making Hannon Dalby play. And now the field spreads out a little bit. He's still trying to get him out. They've still got 2 slips in place, but just drop the cover fielder out to the boundary. You offer a possible single, and mid-wicket is also going back. They still get the short leg in and the 2 slips. Mid-on, mid-off are still up. So it's last ball of the over. But comes into bowl, and Hannon Dalby pushes it back down the pitch and will stay where he is. End of the over, 212 for 8.
Thanks very much, Clive. He's going to take a break, and Melissa Story will come in for the next half hour. And coming up to 5 o'clock now here at the Ageas Bowl. We still have 27 overs left in the day's play, so it will be a late one. We'll spend more time in the sun, which we don't mind, although the sun hasn't quite come into our commentary position. It's just starting to creep in now.
I was going to say, I'm certainly feeling the sun creeping in, sat to the side where it's hit and it's quite unbearable. So a lot of sympathy to the Hampshire bowlers and fielders today.
There's no breeze either, which doesn't help, is there? It's just still.
The whole day's felt really still, just especially in these periods of play.
This partnership feels still a bit at the moment, but it's doing exactly what Warwickshire need. As Dawson over the wicket again, bowls to McAndrew, who prods forward. It's fielded at short leg. Again, those fielders out in the deep, at deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket and deep mid on. But McAndrew hasn't even looked like hitting any positive shot out in that distance at all since tea. Dawson over the wicket again. McAndrew plays forward and it's almost carried to short leg. Nobody's really running after it because they know their batters aren't going to take a single. Donald is at short leg.
Yeah, it's been interesting because when he first came out, was at least joined by Hannon Dolby. McAndrew was looking to play those big shots, but since I think he's realised his partner at the other end is really quite competent, especially on this pitch, and he's realised he just needs to bat time.
That's right, as Dawson bowls, McAndrew kicks that away with the ball spinning, or not really spinning, but bouncing outside leg stump. No danger of an LBW there. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist. I'm sure the ball is soft, but McAndrew and HD have been between them, added 50+ runs since both were dropped. That doesn't help. Kicked away again by McAndrew. Of course, a couple of drops. Certainly the McAndrew one was difficult by Abbas out in the deep off Fuller. That was before tea. Hannon Dolby was a difficult one again in the gully. Went low and quickly off Dawson. But chances, even if they were a bit more than half chances. Kicked away again. McAndrew was kicking that away way before the ball arrived. He's looking to kick it away, looking to frustrate Hampshire, and he's doing that. He's 59 not out.
Are you surprised we haven't seen a bit of Felix Organ yet?
Now you mention it, I am. Yeah, definitely worth it, isn't it?
I mean, Dawson's bowled, this is its 18th over, on par with only Kyle Abbott, so you'd think they would like to introduce maybe a second spinner.
Yeah,
He's a different kind of spinner as well. He gives it a bit more flight than Dawson.
Maybe he'll come on at the end of Abbott's spell. There's a reverse sweep there from McAndrew. That's a brilliant shot. There's nobody out there. Knows exactly what he was doing there, because I think I'm right in saying Organ had come up into the covers. And then McAndrew saw that and thought, well, I'll swat that away for a reverse sweep. Perfectly safe shot, nicely timed shot. He moves on to 63, 216 for 8.
Yeah, he's playing a really exciting brand of risk-free cricket, and unfortunately for the fielder, the ball has raced away into the ground staff's tunnel to our side, where all the equipment's kept, and also Hawky the Hawk's little car, I presume, is kept in there as well.
You love that, don't you?
Oh, I mean, I was just speaking earlier about how we should bring the mascots into the longer format, because who's to say that they don't also enjoy the Red Bull stuff? It's very, mean of us to assume. As in comes Abbott. This is clipped down to fine leg by Hannon Dolby, who jogs to the non-striker's end and allows his partner McAndrew to take the brunt of the strike for the rest of this Abbott over. Got quite an entertaining sight to our right as Clive is doing a double update for, goodness,
BBC West Midlands and BBC Commentary in Warwickshire.
There we go, and he's holding two phones up to... We thought he was going to do the double phone look almost, but he's opted for the slightly cooler, speak into them like a journalist approach. But
well, we've nicked his kit, haven't we? Because ours is broken. Well, mine's broken. Ours. We'll call it ours.
oh, thank you for including me in that. As a shorter ball from Abbott clipped in the air, going down to fine leg. The catch is taken. Ian Holland on the boundary. A well-directed shorter ball from Kyle Abbott, and that's McAndrew gone. The big wicket, the breakthrough Hampshire were searching for so long. And finally this partnership broken. 217 for 9 now, Warwickshire, and Hampshire on the verge of batting.
Well, I mean, on the whole, he's been playing that pull shot quite nicely, hasn't he? Really quite measured, without trying to hit it too hard. I think the same there was. He wasn't trying to hit it too hard. Tried to stay on top of the bounce, but just got a top edge. And that's a good take there from Ian Holland. But a warm round of applause for Nathan McAndrew, because that has been a very, very good knock. And who knows, it might be quite a telling knock as we go through the next couple of days or so. But Warwickshire at least needed a knock of that from him.
Absolutely, and he's made the decision at the toss not so much seem more correct, as in weather like this it's always the correct decision really to bat first, but he's made it worth it for Warwickshire with that innings, because before it was looking as if they were going to waste that opportunity to get the first dibs on this surface. But at this point now, if they could just use these two final batters to scrape past maybe that 225 mark, it's just that psychological advantage for Warwickshire, and then they'll have a few overs at the end of the day to have a go at Hampshire, which is never ideal, but
it's not as if it's early April kind of time where suddenly those final 20 overs of the day are horrible and you're navigating the cold and the cloud and the ball's hooping sideways. Here, the conditions are meant to stay pretty much the same. In fact, probably get hotter.
113 the last 2 wickets have put on, 57 between McAndrew and Briggs, and that was 56 between McAndrew and Hannon Dolby. So useful runs for Warwickshire, who were in trouble at one stage at 104 for 7 when Briggs and McAndrew came together. Warwickshire having lost 5 for 16 at that stage. So yeah, useful runs. It's given them something to bowl at.
And we spoke earlier in the start of the day even that Warwickshire's bowling, they've suffered a few injuries this season and they're looking just maybe a bit short on a pitch like this. It's a surface where you've almost got to have a bit of pizzazz to make something happen, and Hampshire managed to do that consistently with Abbott and Barker, but it's going to be a tough ask as Abbott in, and that's past the outside edge of Garrett's bat through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. Good ball first up, and I think the game at Canterbury probably illustrates that playing at Canterbury this year has been a tough old ask for bowlers because the runs have been piled up and there's been plenty of 500 plus totals, but even on that surface Hampshire were able to take 20 wickets on a dead surface. The question will just be whether these teams who have suffered injuries will be able to do the same. But they do have plenty of options and they do have the spin of Briggs. As Abbott in, a bit wider this time and left more comfortably this time by Garrett, who recreates his shot or his leave twice again just to enforce it in his mind. I think Oliver Hannah Dolby now is going down to the other end and going, look mate, I'll face most of the deliveries and whether we'll be now seeing him give it a whack.
I'm the senior man now in this partnership.
I mean, he's a tall man, he's got long levers. I'm sure if the ball was bowled in his arc, just step away and give it the old golf swing. But Garrett has 2 more deliveries in this over from Abbott to survive, who's in, bowls, and that was just caught by Ben Brown. Thinnest of edges behind to the keeper, and Garrett did not want to walk there. He remarked his middle stump immediately. It must have been as faint as they could be, but the Hampshire fielders didn't miss that one, and the final wicket falls. Hampshire will be thankful that those wickets fell in quick concession there at the end, and Warwickshire finished on 217 for 9 after their first innings.
And a 5-wicket bag for Kyle Abbott there, 5 for 45. Second time he's taken 5 wickets this season. Not actually his best figures, I'll come to that in a moment, but a good comeback from Hampshire, certainly after lunch when they picked up all those 5 quick wickets, reduced Warwickshire from 88 for 2 to 104 for 7, but then a fight back from Warwickshire. Danny Briggs and Nathan McAndrew putting on 57 for the 8th wicket. Danny Briggs going for 22 before tea. McAndrew out after tea, hooking at Abbott, top edge, well caught by Ian Holland down at fine leg. He went for 63, and the innings has finally come to an end in the 71st over, with George Garrett being caught behind. Good catch from Ben Brown.
It was. The ball, I thought, deviated just off the seam, but sometimes those faintest of edges are actually the hardest as a keeper, and just that slight adjustment in the position of your gloves is the hardest thing to do. But Hampshire are getting a warm round of applause here for their hard effort in the field. I'm not sure many teams today who have been put into field would have been expecting to take all 10 wickets in the day, and there's a lot of appreciation here, and they'll now probably be quite excited to see Hampshire back.
Right, we're going to take a quick break in between the innings. Yes, 5 for 29 in the second innings, Kyle Abbott, in that win over Kent at Canterbury. So the second time he's taken 5 wickets this season. Join me, Kevin James and Melissa Story in just under 10 minutes' time. Russell Warren and Steve O'Shaughnessy, the two umpires, are leading the Warwickshire players out into the middle, because in a moment we will have the Hampshire reply to the Warwickshire all-out total of 217. The main scorers for Warwickshire earlier in the day was 56 from Dom Sibley before he was first out after lunch, and that brought about a run of 5 wickets for just 16 runs. And then there was a fight back from Warwickshire, led mainly by Nathan McAndrew, who made 63. He put on 57 for the 8th wicket with Danny Briggs for 22. And then when he was at for the 8th wicket, yeah, and then for the 9th wicket he put on 56 with Oliver Hannon-Dolby, worth 56, 217 for 9, and then the last wicket, George Garrett, fell on the same score. Kyle Abbott finished with 5 wickets for 45, his second 5-wicket bag of the season. Not quite his best figures of the season. He did pick up 5 wickets for a less in the second innings against Kent at Canterbury, a game that Hampshire won as well. So Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's coming into this game with the second most wickets in Division 1 with 30. He was a couple behind Keith Barker, but Barker's picked up a couple of wickets in that innings. He'll be looking to pick up more. Your commentary team this evening, a little later you'll hear from BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and West Midlands, Clive Eakin, but I'm Kevin James, and next to me is Melissa Story, as Hannon-Dolby comes in from that pavilion end, right arm over, and that's tucked away by Felix Organ, and that's going down towards fine leg, and Hampshire underway straight away.
There was a lovely breeze just then. I actually did not see that ball as my eyes were closed, just soaking it in. But it'll be interesting to see whether these Warwickshire bowlers get anything from this new ball on this pitch. We didn't see much from the Hampshire players, but with a few ball changes, we did see a bit of excitement in that middle session, that lunch, or period just after lunch.
I think I lost count of ball changes. I think it was at least 3, wasn't it, throughout the innings?
Last time we checked at Durham, it was 4.
Was that right?
So I'll have to get an update on that one.
Ian Holland to face Hannon-Dolby. There's 3 slips as Hannon-Dolby comes in and bowls. That's swung away. First time we've really seen a ball swing today.
I mean, Hannon-Dolby really, I adore his run-up, because he's a lanky man, and as he goes in, every single part of him just seems to flail about, and it's yet so awkward but so elegant looking. And I looking at that replay, his wrist position for that last delivery was absolutely sublime. Probably just the reason, if he swings it less from the pitch but more from the wrist, we may just see something early on. Warwickshire will be looking to shine and keep this ball as new as possible for these first few overs.
Comes in again, runs towards us, bowls and swung a fraction. That's played forward by Ian Holland. I know it's interesting you picked up on that actually, Mel, because I've always said when I watch this guy that he has the most chest-on action, I think, and yet still gets the ball to swing away, and it is literally because the wrist is brilliant behind the ball, right behind the seam, and not easy to do when you bowl with a quite chest-on action as he does. But quite often you'll see bowlers bowling with that similar type of action. It will always be fired into the right-hander, It's not easy to do what he does. Not classically side-on. Very open-chested as that's played on the onside.
I know what he reminds me of now. Can you see these?
What are they called?
So I'm trying to find the name, but if anyone's watched any kind of American drama or documentary, the big inflatable blow-up kind of men which are outside the car sales places, which get blown up with constant hair and flail their arms about facing forwards. I have to tweet out a picture, because the resemblance is uncanny.
So you've got to have on one side Hannon-Dolby bowling, the other side one of those.
I'll work on it. I'll get it up now.
If anybody can do it, you can do it. Down the leg side, flicked away. That's half stopped by Michael Burgess diving to his left. Does that come off the pad? It's Byers actually. I thought that might just have flicked Ian Holland's pad, but it didn't. And Hampshire move on to 2 without loss. We've still got some hazy cloud above us. It's not total blue sky that we had this morning and through until lunch. Slowly but surely there's been that hazy cloud come across, which has probably taken the harshest of the sun away. It's still been able to shine through it, but it's been very warm indeed, and as Melissa said earlier, probably the first breeze we've had all day just coming in the early part of that over, but that seems to have disappeared as well. There's a lovely drive from Morgan. It goes up to mid-off, and there is no run, but definitely a bit of shape on the ball there from Hannon-Dolby away from the right-hander. You can see why he's been picking up wickets this season. Hampshire 2 without loss, replying to that Warwickshire all-out total of 217.
And I'm sure all Hampshire fans listening along will just be on the edge of their seats slightly with this opening partnership between Organ and Holland, because the opening partnerships this season haven't been great. They started off fantastically in their game against Somerset, a partnership of 180, with Weatherly scoring 168. Not playing today, of course. He's playing, I think, maybe in the Hampshire second 11 game. And
yeah, down at Taunton, yeah.
Ian Holland got 81. But since then, or at least since last week, there was an opening stand of 97 between Organ and Holland. But apart from those two, the largest opening partnership was 38, again against Somerset. So they'll just be looking to establish something here. And Ian Holland needs some runs for Hampshire as well. As in comes Garrett, and that's a ball outside the off stump, dropped into the onside for no run, and a wayward throw into Burgess behind the stumps.
And Garrett is playing his first championship game of the season.
It'll be interesting to see how he fares. It's not going to be an easy game to play your first game. He's bowling in the heat and will probably be required to bowl quite a few overs. As in he comes, and that's past the edge of Holland's bat. A nice bit of gentle away swing. Holland actually, in all fairness, withdrew his bat at the last second and played well within the line of that ball.
Garrett's playing just his fourth first-class game. I say first one of the season. He's taken 8 wickets in those 3 matches he's played to date, and they've come at 37 apiece.
Hasn't played a game since 2019. Was it due to injury?
Clive Eakin will probably know more, but you might be right, I'm sure.
Garrett's the man charging in. That's fuller and a cracker of a delivery there. Holland lured into that shot. Played on the front foot, and I think that could have skimmed past the outside edge of the bat and the off stump by centimetres.
Great ball. So the opening partnership, sorry, you going back. So there was that big one, wasn't it? Weatherly and Ian Holland earlier, but there haven't been much to speak of, have they?
Yeah, since last week against Essex. I mean, it's consistently been Holland at the top of the order, but we did start the season with Weatherly, and then he suffered a broken finger, and Organ stepped in as that's full and kept out by Holland.
Yeah, they put on 90 odd, didn't they, in the second innings against Essex? 92 or 93 off the top of my memory.
But yeah, there was a bad run of luck when, I mean, against Surrey, the opening partnership lasted 7 in the first innings, 18 in the second. Against Lancashire was the worst. It survived 5 in the first innings and 0 in the second. I mean, that was a fantastic bowling lineup. Bear in mind, Jimmy Anderson rocking up at the Ageas Bowl was probably not what most people expected.
And bowler-friendly conditions.
Garrett bowls, and outside the off stump, left alone by Holland, who recreates that leave and again walks down the pitch to give it a tap.
Tidy shape, isn't there, really? It's just threatening to go away. In fact, a couple have sort of just swung away a fraction. It's nice shape on the ball, and you get the feeling that the way this wicket and the way these conditions have been today, that you're probably going to get some nice shape with a very brand new ball, but it's going to disappear pretty quick.
44 on his back. Running away from us is Garrett in, and that's slashed away, and a good stop at backward point. I thought that was going to be an immediate boundary there for Ian Holland, but it bounced off a used pitch and into the hands of the fielder at point. Fantastic bit of work. 2 for none after 2.
Colin Price has emailed sellingcricket@gmail.com. He says, why are there no Hampshire games starting on a Sunday for the rest of the season? Surely that's a mistake by the ECB. More fans would come on a Sunday, like me, coming from Kent, especially for this game, as it only gives Hampshire 1 day's rest up to Saturday's finals day, says Colin. Oh, Colin Price, yes. Hello, Colin. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, really. They could have played Sunday, couldn't they? Both these teams haven't played since Thursday night, have they? But I suppose there was a danger that they could have played on Saturday, had the draw been differently for the T20s. So I guess to go from a Saturday night quarter-final to play on the Sunday wouldn't have been ideal in this case.
Yeah, I suspect that's probably the reason.
But that's only 1 week, of course. There are more weeks to come. As Hannah Dalby from the pavilion end bowls, and that's clipped away nicely through square leg by Felix Organ. I think Hannah Dalby's asking the ball to do a little bit too much there. He's getting a little bit of swing, but I think starting it around leg stump just outside, he's asking the ball on a day like this to do something that we haven't really seen all day.
Yeah, an incredibly misdirected ball, and we've seen on this pitch that anything straying slightly wide of that 4th, 5th stump line is just going to find its way to the boundary, and that's bowling to one of Felix Organ's strengths. He loves the ball on his legs.
Yes, he does. He moves on to 5. Holland yet to get off the mark. 6 without loss as Hannah Dalby comes in. The game's wrapped on the pad. That looks out. Oh yes, he's gone. That was a straight delivery, and Organ was stuck on the crease there and just played down the wrong line. And Hannah Dalby, who moves on to 31 wickets for the season now, picks him up for 5. Hampshire 6 for 1.
There seems to be a few Warwickshire fans who have travelled down who are very happy with that wicket in the crowd, but he was tempting to do that. He's looked threatening from ball 1, just getting that slight movement. The ball before, we said, was the wrong pitch, over pitch, and maybe whether Organ just got a bit excited, overexcited with that previous delivery. He is one of those players, and quite prone to from the white ball stuff, that once he gets a boundary under his belt, there tends to be a few more consecutive boundaries following, and that was all around. I mean, he played all around that shot.
Yes, certainly. So again, you know, from a Hampshire opening batting partnership point of view, that's another failure. Openers just putting on 6. It's a difficult one because there's been lots of discussion about the Hampshire openers over the last 2 or 3 years, and whether it can be strengthened and how do you strengthen it. You know, Organ there, I mean, he averages 22 career, playing his 25th first-class match, and actually this season Felix Organ, playing in his 9th game, averages 28, so it's slightly better, 340 odd runs now for him. But again, it's just emphasising how brittle the Hampshire opening partnership is.
And it's difficult because, I mean, Hampshire's second 11 are currently playing at the moment, and it's going to be a case of, is there the talent coming through that second 11 who could open the batting? Maybe. Hampshire aren't actually batting in this game so far. They're actually being tonked around the park by Somerset, who are 369 for 8. But yeah, or the alternative, which quite a lot of counties have done this year, is to bring in overseas who can open the batting, and it's more about whether you back your own players or whether you want to try and build up those pressurising first opening partnerships.
Hannah Dalby to Gubbins, and that's way outside off stump and doesn't swing at all. And Michael Burge is taking that in front of first slip. Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, you've got Ian Holland at the other end, who's averaging 25 career. And actually this season is way down on that as well. Actually, he's not even 20 this season, and time again they're coming up against opposition. All openers are in the 30s. I mean, even today Alex Davis averages 35 career, Sibley 38.
And particularly with the debate about openers for England at the moment.
Yeah, length ball, Gubbins in behind that, plays that into the ground on the offside.
You see names thrown around all the time: Ben Compton at Kent, and even the likes of Ryan Patel at Surrey, and Dom Sibley, Rory Burns coming back, Tom Haynes at Sussex, who it has been confirmed has broken his hand. He's going to be out between 6 to 8 weeks for Sussex, so a massive blow for them to lose their captain as they go on to the 50 over competition and the end of this county championship in September, so a big loss for them. But you never hear the Hampshire openers' names put into these dialogue.
No, there's work to do there, that's for sure, but they can still play. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I mean, only last week, on a couple of weeks ago, on a very difficult wicket at Chelmsford, Felix Organ in the second innings. Absolutely terrific effort from him, where he picked up 65, and that was no mean feat against Harmer, who actually opened the bowling.
That was the second innings?
Second innings,
yeah. That was fantastic viewing, because Hampshire basically took the approach that we're not going to win this or get close if we play defensively, so we're gonna go attack, and sent Fuller in at number 3.
I did, yeah. 12 runs short, chasing 300, with Harmer turning and bouncing on that pitch. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. 6 for 1, Hampshire. And they are replying to that Warwickshire all-out total of 217. Top scorer was Nathan McAndrew with 63, 9th man out, and Dob Sibley 56, 3rd man out.
Just to run for a few scores going on across the country. First of all, that ODI between England's women and South Africa's women, who are all bowled out South Africa for 218 in the end, despite a fighting innings from Chloe Tryon, 88 off 73 balls, but the wickets fell around her, so that's England need 219 to win at Northampton in that game, as Garrett continues from our hotel end, and that's straight, worked into the onside and square leg by Ian Holland. No, that's wrong. Yes, it is right. For no run. The Essex-Gloucestershire game, well, it's not going well for Gloucestershire this season. They were 136 all out, and in reply, Essex are 101 for 1. So they've clearly brought in an entirely different... Didn't Gloucestershire get the memo to open the bowling with spin?
Obviously not.
In the game between Kent and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire 267 for 7. As Garrett bowls full and driven by Holland into the offside mid-off fields, and another wayward throw into Burgess behind the stumps. His fielder's not helping him out in that respect. Lancashire Somerset 254 for 5, which again, fantastic recovery for them. They were 105 for 4, but now Goldsworthy on 85 not out. And James Rue, the England under-19, just dismissed for 70. So he's making a name for himself around the county circuits. Garrett past the umpire, down the leg side and tickled down to fine leg. This should go for 4. And it will. And that'll just give Ian Holland a bit of confidence. He's off the mark.
Finally.
And it's one of those nice balls going down the leg side, which are easy to get rid of. Yorkshire Surrey, Yorkshire 296 for 5. Again, a great recovery from them. Live now, 122 not out. And Tattersall, the keeper, 73 not out. And then going into Div 2, got Derbyshire 247 for 5. Glamorgan 292 for 8. Middlesex were 188 all out in the end. As Garrett bowls and left alone by Holland outside the off stump. In reply to that 188 all out by Middlesex, Worcestershire 46 for 3. So an exciting game there, and Sussex, despite the loss of Tom Haynes, 356 for 3.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Just going to take a break. And Clive Eakin will come alongside me. I'm going to do a very quick 30-second update as to what's going on. Well, Hampshire are batting, replying to the Warwickshire all-out total of 217, and they are 10 for 1, so already lost a wicket. That was Felix Organ, LBW, to the seamer Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and he went for 5. Nick Gubbins is there, and Ian Holland is there. Holland has just picked up a boundary. In that innings of 217, Carl Abbott picked up 5 wickets for the second time this season. He finished with 5 for 45, but they did have Warwickshire 104 for 7 at one stage, so there was a fight back there for the visitors. Hampshire then 10 for 1. Clive Eakin back.
Yes.
Good start from Warwickshire here.
Yeah.
Here comes Garrett, bowls and played into the ground there by Holland. The scoreboard hasn't got Holland scoring at all, but I can assure you he's got at least 4. Joe, very quickly, just before Clive makes a comment at the end of that over, Joe says, implied to what Mel was saying about overseas and maybe an overseas opening batter, if you brought in one, you would have to say goodbye to either Abbott or Abbas, and that would be a very difficult thing to do, Clive.
Indeed, yes. Garrett's bowling pretty well.
Yes. Nice shape.
Nice to see, yeah. Sonny Hannon-Dolby has got the wicket. Actually, not a great deal to play with. 217, they'll feel well below their expectations. Here's Hannon-Dolby to bowl to Gubbins, who leaves that one. A few oohs and ahs, but Gubbins, I don't think, was anywhere near really playing at that.
Yeah. Well, Hannon-Dolby's got a couple to shape, hasn't he, really? Not so much to the left-hander at the moment, but he got a couple, didn't he, to the right-handers. We haven't really seen the ball swing, though. I think that's the first time we've really seen it swing today. And I'm afraid Felix Organ just playing slightly down the wrong line for his LB.
Hannon-Dolby then. 3 slips. into bowl, and Gubbins plays that into the ground. It's fielded at point by McAndrew.
I think Gubbins has had a pretty decent season this year with the bats. Couple of hundreds here in each innings against Lancashire on a difficult wicket. And so far he has 586 runs, averaging just under 50.
In comes Hannah Dolby then. It's ever dependable. Bowls, and it's played into the ground. Hannah Dolby tries to stop it, can't, but it is stopped by Alex Davis, who runs to behind the stumps to collect, so there's no run for Gubbins, who's yet to score. Both his batters yet to score.
No, Holland has got some.
Oh,
I just don't
not on the
think.
scoreboard.
Oh no, was it leg byes then? Oh, apologies, Clive. Sorry, maybe I'm thinking that he did. No, there were 4 leg byes at the far end of the ground. Apologies. Thought he got about.
So they're both on.
Yeah, they are both on.
Naught. And then Dolby is right hand a little bit away from his body as he runs in, bowls. It's outside off stumps, left. Taken by Michael Burgess behind the stumps. Rare failure of the bat from him today.
Yes, that was a big wicket for Hampshire to take. Good short delivery from Abbott. Caught it first slip. Now the umpire's having a look at Hannah Dolby's follow through. I think that's Stephen O'Shaughnessy at the far end. Just trying to think when he bowled for Lancashire, did he run down the wicket? I don't think he did actually, I can't remember.
And Dolby bowls, it's just flicked down to fine leg, and it will be Gubbins off the mark with a single.
To bowl a bit of medium pace, didn't he, for Lancashire? You've been playing, Clive, I think.
Yeah.
Played against him a few
A brief
times.
spell at Worcestershire. I covered Worcestershire many moons ago now. He finished his career, I think, at Worcestershire.
Oh God, you know what? I forgot that. Yeah. I didn't realise you did Worcestershire well. You've done the lot.
Worcestershire were the first. Yeah, well, I always win the county championship as well. I won it with Worcestershire. I won it with Yorkshire.
Yeah.
And I won it with Warwickshire a few times. I'm surprised other teams aren't knocking the door to get me to let them on. That's a nice shot from Holland, and that's a little bit short, and he's carved that. It's behind square for 4. Good way for him to get off the mark, and 5 runs coming off the end of that over, 15 for 1.
Thing is, now you've said that, everybody's, all the Hampshire fans now are going to want you to replace me here. Now you've said that.
They probably couldn't afford me, to be fair.
No, you wouldn't do it for the money I'm on. That's for sure. 15 for 1 then, and we still have 18 overs left in the day's play, and it's a very warm one.
It is a bit, isn't it?
Today, yeah. Well, the sun's
I'm trying to dodge the sun. I'm not making a very good job of it, I don't think.
No, it starts to shine in our commentary position from around about, well, a bit earlier actually. It doesn't seem to have come round quite as full on as it might at the moment, but it is very warm in here. There's no breeze, so it's just very muggy, but we shouldn't complain because it can easily change up here, and believe me, you don't want to be up here when it changes the other way. Here's Garrett then, right arm over the wicket to Gubbins, and that's very full off the bottom of the bat, driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, normally you have a nice little breeze here, and it sort of complements the warm nature of the sun, but we're not getting that at the moment. Looking at the trees at Telegraph Wood, there's no movement whatsoever. Perfectly still. In fact, some of the trees actually that go on the road behind the pavilion are below in a fraction, but there's not much movement at all. Darker green trees behind, light green trees in front. Here's Garrett, plays and misses outside the off-stump. Ball, he was tempted for the drive there, and the ball going across him. Gubbins not far away from the outside edge. Amazing, isn't it, when you're batting second, and it doesn't matter what total the side's got, that when you lose an early wicket, it just feels a bit anxious, feeling anxious for the Hampshire side at the moment. It's nice tight bowling. Hannah Dolby, 3 overs, 1 for 10. Garrett has yet to concede a run in his 3rd over. Bowles full again. Gubbins gets it off the bottom of the bat again as it goes out to extra cover. And there is no run. So what's your plans tonight then, Clive?
I haven't made any yet.
Have you not?
No. Trying to cool down, probably.
Nice cold shower?
Yeah, something like that.
I think there'll be a few people saying that. I shouldn't complain. I think it's going to be like this all week, isn't it? Or most of the week?
I believe so.
Yeah. Finals day, I believe, is going to be a scorcher. If I heard the radio this morning right, as Gubbins drives, doesn't really get hold of that and fielded at point this time.
Yes, I think the weekend's supposed to be hotter than the weekend we've had here. Today is, I think, slightly hotter than yesterday, and then it's going to cool down a little bit for a few days. Not much, but a little bit.
Yeah.
But then pick up again at the weekend.
Yeah. Finals
Talk
day.
about record temperatures at the weekend.
Thank goodness there's air conditioning in the commentary boxes at Edgbaston. Oh no, there isn't.
No, not all the
there's
boxes.
not.
There is in some, but it doesn't always work terribly well. It depends where they put you.
That's true. You need one with one of those opening windows, because not all of them has an opening window, do they? In fact, the one between us at quarter-finals, that's a length ball. Gubbins plays forward up towards mid-off. In fact, where you guys were and where we were, there was a box in the middle, and that didn't have an open window, I remember. And I remember thinking, thank God we're not in there for the quarter-final, but might end up being there. Looking forward to that. Hampshire's second game on against Somerset on Saturday afternoon. That will be on the BBC Sport website.
Is a draw done for that? Or,
yes,
yeah,
it's done, yeah.
Okay.
So it's the Roses match first up at 11 o'clock. First time ever, apparently, in the 20 years of the T20 competition. Yorkshire, Lancashire at 11. And Hampshire, Somerset at 2:30, and 6:45 the final. Here comes Garrett again. Gubbins forward. That's not out the middle of the bat as it goes out on the offside. Gubbins has the 1. Holland has 4. 15 for 1. Hampshire replying to Warwickshire's 217.
I was at their very first finals day when Warwickshire were at that. Atomic Kitten played in the interval.
Who did they? Atomic Kitten.
I suspect they mimed more than played, however.
What was that then? Where was the first one?
It was at the Oval.
Yes, 2003.
And, yeah, Warwickshire made that. And then they made 6 quarters. I heard you say you can't lose a certain number of semi-finals, but I have to tell you that Warwickshire managed to make 6 quarter-finals in the space of 7 or 8 years and lost the lot.
Did they really?
Yeah.
It's annoying, isn't it?
It did start getting a bit tedious.
I know you've lost 2 in a row, haven't you?
Yeah, they ended up winning 3 in a row, but now they've lost 2 in a row, so there we are. Ollie Hannon-Dolby comes in to bowl to Holland, who leaves one and just nip back a little bit. I think that was a reasonably enough leave, but it did just drift back a bit.
I just imagine quarter-finals. I mean, we're lucky with Hampshire because they've won their last 9 now, I think, out of 11. I think there were 8. No, there were 6 from 8. Sorry. Oh, hang on, I wrote it down. Let me look at what I wrote down, then I'll tell you. Yeah, they've lost 6 in Birmingham. That's semi-final. So they won 8 from 10. So they've won 9 from 11 now.
I think someone has pushed out to the offside. There's no run. That's
lost their first 2.
So I think Warwickshire had a similar. Warwickshire, the Bears, whatever, have had a similar number of. I'll just do it off the top of my head. So of course, they got to the first finals day. There wasn't a quarter-final that year. The very first year, there was no quarter-final. Teams just qualified straight for finals day. So then they lost 6, won 3, and lost 2. So they've had 11 as well. And
wow.
they've only won 3 out of 11, which
wow.
is not a fantastic quarter-final record. I mean, it's quite a good record getting to 11 quarter-finals out of 19, and it would have been 12 out of 20 if there had been a quarter-final first time round. Here's Hannon-Dolby the bowl, and that's steered down to third. Nice shot, just plays it off his chest there, Holland, for his second boundary. He's on to 8. And these 2 batters, dare I say, to begin to look a little bit more settled. Gubbins did play and miss at one of the last over, didn't he? But 19 for 1.
All seems to have stopped doing something for Hannon-Dolby now, don't they? Nice shape in the first over or 2, and then seems to be a little bit more up and down at the moment. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It's, as I say, the 2 quarter-finals Hampshire lost in 2000 and... I'll have to write that. I've written it down. I need to look. I need to sort of think before I say it. But in the early days, we lost 2. We didn't expect to get to quarterfinals, so they didn't feel that bad losses.
Yes, Hannon-Dolby just has Holland a little bit tucked up on that one. Hits him around the thigh pad and rolls out to the offside.
2004, 2009, first 2 quarterfinals we lost. Lancashire here and Northamptonshire. at Northampton.
I was researching that quarter-final. It's a curiosity that Hampshire and the Bears have been to the same finals day, I think, on 3 occasions and never played each other on finals day.
We hardly ever play you. That was
That
only
was
the
the
second
second
meeting,
time,
wasn't
that's
it?
right, yeah. Second time we've met.
It's amazing, isn't it? 20 years.
Yeah, I suppose that's the north-south thing, isn't it? As Anadorby comes into bowl, and that's playback to Snow. Well, there's sort of 6 teams that Warwickshire have never been grouped with, because it's alternated, isn't it? The 3 regional groups, in which case the Bears are in the Midlands, or north and south. So when they were in the Midlands, they got Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, somebody else, I forget who. I was trying to work out. There's 6, so there's 6 teams of Hampshire, One, Essex, Middlesex, Surrey, Sussex,
Kent.
Kent. That'll be it. Who they're never grouped with. Anadorby to Holland. Who turns that round to back of square leg for a single. Another on the board. 20 for 1 at the end of that over. We got 16 overs left to the end of the day. Which will need at least one, if not 2, at the end of the day, if they're not to feel a little bit low, I think, at the end of this day's play. It has not gone to plan.
Well, it just looked it looked tough at stages, didn't it? I mean, that spell after lunch, terrific spell from Abbott. He really did look as though he got into a nice groove, didn't he? And when he does, he doesn't always get into that sort of groove these days. And when he does, there's not many better than him. That spell of 3 for 9 this afternoon from 8 overs it really did rip out the heart of the Warwickshire batting, didn't it? At a time where you didn't think that would happen. Here's Zach Garrett again. That's full. That's worked through mid-wicket by Ian Holland. It's not timed perfectly, but they will pick up 2. They may look for 3 actually. No, they settle on 2. They've played it safe.
Richard's corrected me. It was Trent Bridge actually that first final over the Atomic Kitten.
Right.
But it was 20 years ago. Yeah. I was quite young then.
And you remembered Atomic Kitten?
I remember Atomic Kitten, yeah.
So how many years running now has Edgbaston hosted T20 finals?
I couldn't tell you exactly that. I think the 1 year it was taken away, but it's been for quite a
It has, isn't it?
lengthy spell now.
I'm sure Hampshire have put in to get it moved anywhere but there. Not here so much. Just get it a move from there. 6 finals day in a row. They've lost the semi-final edge. Just full sorted second slip. Only just. Picked up, not quite on the half volley, but a genuine edge there. And again, it's another example we're seeing that, yeah, we got the odd catch in the slips, but generally it has not carried. In fact, Vince's catch at first slip was off a bouncer from Abbott, which hit the top of Michael Burgess's bat. Dom Sibley was out caught behind from Barker. Ben Brown taking that one, but generally the edges have never really carried, which is something against what Hampshire have been trying to do on this pitch. It'd be interesting to see if maybe that's been changed. That's turned away from fairly straight, and that's a good diving stop at square leg. Who stopped that? That's just a good stop, basically.
Sorry, I wasn't looking.
No, that's all right.
I was looking at something else. I do apologise.
It's not Lamb, is it? No, it's not Lamb.
Where is it?
Square leg, backward square leg now. Don't worry, we'll drop
my phone.
Drop your phone on there. This is a very unforgiving floor, as you probably just heard.
Don't tell my engineer. I think it's all right. It's all right. It's not cracked.
I've dropped 1 or 2 things on this floor.
It's got a good protective case. Did its job there.
It certainly did, yeah. It's concrete floor, well, concrete slab floor, and not much survives that. 23 for 1. Gubbins to face Garrett. Right arm over. Runs away from us. Bowls. Gubbins gets a good length ball, which he plays forward to. Garrett's bowled very tidy here, isn't he?
It's remarkable, isn't it? How many dot balls in a row is that now? That's 22.
Just conceded the 3 runs.
Oh, sorry, he's conceded 3 runs, yeah.
Yeah.
That's this over, what am I talking about? Yeah,
Yeah,
so
this
it's
is
3
over,
maidens
yeah.
to start with, wasn't it? And then
That's right,
3
yeah.
runs this over.
Yeah, so
But,
18 dot balls in a row before the 2 off the first ball.
And he's made them play.
Yeah, he has.
Well,
Got a couple in the first over to shape away nicely to the right-hander, didn't he? But as we're seeing here, that the bowlers are just struggling to get the ball off the straight a little bit now as the shine's worked off the ball. It's that sort of day. Bowls, it's crossed the left-hander there, who leaves that alone. 23 for 1 Warwickshire replying to that Sorry, Hampshire replied to that Warwickshire total of 217. Kyle Abbott for the second time this season, picking up 5 wickets, 5 for 45 he picked up, which wasn't quite as good as the 5 wickets for 20 odd that he picked up in the second innings against Kent at Canterbury earlier this season. Turns, runs away from us once more and bowls to Gubbins. It's full. Gubbins drives, but again not really timed as it's fielded at wide mid-on by Will Rhodes, and that is the end of the over. Garrett's completed 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. Hannon Dalby is having another over, I would have thought. 4 overs, 1 for 15.
Yes, it's Nathan McAndrew's going to that end to do a practice run-up. Now, whether that's in anticipation of coming on next time. Oh, yeah, Dalby's there at the end of the run-up. No, I think it is McAndrew who's going to come and have a bowl. Nathan McAndrew.
So he's picked up 13 wickets at 43 apiece.
Yeah, hasn't been easy for him. His first game, he was straight off the plane against Somerset and toiled in that game. Didn't get a single wicket, I think it's in the first innings. So he tended to take wickets in spurts.
Reasonable pace, or?
Yeah. He bowled some good balls. So anyway, it comes into bowl to Holland with 3 slips. Holland leaves that one outside off stump. 23 for 1.
He looks like another one that's running down the wicket. Stephen O'Shaughnessy is getting stuck into him already. First delivery. So that's Abbott. And Hannon Dalby, and now McAndrew that O'Shaughnessy's showing them to get off that wicket.
McAndrew. A bit of cloud cover just coming in. That's driven into the ground. Well fielded off his own bowling by McAndrew. Leaps in the air. Grabs it one-handed over his head.
Yeah, that shade, that hazy cloud is very welcome.
23 for 1, Hampshire, applying to that modest 217 scored by Warwickshire. So with 11 wickets in the first day so far.
We're only what? How many away from the pitch being looked at?
McAndrew bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside. Matt Lamb fields it. There's no run.
I think it's 16, isn't it? Is it 16?
15. I thought it was 15.
Is it 15? Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think there's anything wrong with this wicket, really. I think we saw some good bowling this afternoon. I mean, 3 players leave the ball in a bowl.
Yeah, that's not brilliant.
No. It's not as if it did a lot. Booming nickbacker or a booming swinging ball.
McAndrew bowls, that's the left, slightly late decision by Holland to leave it outside off stump.
He's getting it through all right, isn't he?
Yeah.
Probably the quickest of the Warwickshire bowlers we've seen so far.
They'd love to get Ollie Stone back, but they're being super careful with Ollie. He's played for most of the T20 blast, bowled well in that, but they really don't want to rush him back.
Got some quick deliveries in the quarter-final.
Yeah. Cowdrey bowls, it's played out to backward point for no run.
I think it was a short ball he bowled which went over everybody's head, including the keeper, Alex Davis, if I remember rightly. So he'd be closer to match fitness than Chris Wokes,
I think so. Well, Chris Wokes played a second 11 game, unfortunately broke down in it. Well, I'd say he's had some sort of problem after it, so that would have knocked him back a bit.
And Liam Norwell's got a back injury again, isn't he?
Yeah, it's That's a bit of a worry, that. It's an appeal for LBW here as he played across the line a little bit there, Holland. Not a sustained appeal as it rolls away. There's no run. He came back and he played at the start of the season, got actually a bad concussion. He was actually replaced in a match when he was hit on the head and had to go off. And then, because he couldn't do anything while the concussion was being sorted out, his back sort of seized up again. But he came back for the Lancashire game 2 games ago, took 5 wickets in the first innings, but started struggling again a bit in the second innings, and unfortunately hasn't been fit to return since, which is disappointing because he had a good season last season in terms of steering clear of injury. I think he played about 13 of the 15 first-class matches, something like that. So did well last season, but unfortunately it's had his problems this season.
George Garrett to continue from our commentary end, the hotel end. We're high up in the gantry, wicket to wicket. We have a fantastic view. We're giving out all the LBWs on the angle with it we're on, as that's round the wicket. Gubbins pushes forward up to mid-off, and there is no run. Gubbins just feeling his way into his innings at the moment. There's not too much coming out of the middle of the bat, but played a miss once against Garrett and over a 2 ago with the ball angling across him. But as we start counting down these overs, we're just under 14 overs left in the day's play. It's imperative from a Hampshire point of view they don't lose probably more than 1 wicket, ideally none. Warwickshire of course would love to get 2 or 3, as that's down the leg side and flicked away down to fine leg by Gubbins, who doubles his score onto 2, 24 for 1. Colin Price has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. It says your opening bat surely subject surely to Joe Weatherly should get another go. Well, I think he's pretty close to getting another go. I know he lost his place when he was not feeling too good, and then basically hasn't played. I can't remember how many games it is now. He hasn't played the last. This is the 5th game in a row now he hasn't played, after scoring 100 in the first game of the season. That's a leg ball, my word, that's a super delivery. That's nipped away. That has just missed the outside edge and very nearly clipped the off stump. Absolutely super delivery. 168 in the first innings here against Somerset. Wow, what a delivery. Too good.
This is good stuff from George Garrett.
Oh, big leg cutter.
He's in ahead of a couple of senior bowlers. As far as I know, there's no injury to Craig Miles or Henry Brooks. So he's got in ahead of them.
I was going to ask you about Craig Miles, if he was injured or not, because he played the last game.
Yeah, not aware of that. We'll have to double check it.
Here comes Garrett again, fuller this time, straighter, and watchful is Holland as he pushes that up to mid-on, and there is no run. 24 for 1, Warwickshire. As Clive is just going off to do a quick update. I'll just hold things for a few minutes, and then Clive and Melissa will take you through the next half hour. 24 for 1 as Garrett comes in and bowls. Length ball again as Holland again in behind that one, plays that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Really good spell here from George Garrett, the 22-year-old. Bowling a little bit brisker than medium pace, but just nice easy action. And it's just got 1 or 2 balls just to shape away and just nip a little bit, but only the odd one, but that's all you're going to get here. There's not a lot in it for the seamers, but he's into his well, in fact this is the last ball of his 5th over, and he's only gone for 4. Bowls to Holland once more, and Holland push drives up towards mid-off. And that is the end of the over. That's fielded by Alex Davis there at mid-off, and the score remains on 24 for 1. Gubbins has 2 off just 20 balls, and Ian Holland's 12 has taken 36 balls. The one Hampshire player out, Felix Organ, LBW to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, just played slightly down the wrong line to a ball that just held its line. Didn't really come forward, Felix Organ, and was plumb in front. He went for 5. The score then was 6 for 1. Just look at a couple of other scores around the country, because I'm sure one or two will be close to coming towards the end of day one. We'll start actually with the women's game, the women's one-day international, as McAndrew comes in again from the pavilion end and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins gets a line of middle and leg, pushes it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. South Africa women 218 all out in the 48th over. England in reply, 31 for 1. This is at Northampton. Tammy Beaumont, the 1 wicket, she went for just a single. Emma Lamb is 19 not out. Sophia Dunkley 6 not out there. Into Division 1 of the County Championship. Essex going along nicely, very close to that Gloucestershire all-out total of 136, 126 for 1. Essex outside of the off stump, and Gubbins leaves alone, and Alistair Cook, who else? Not out 60. Tom Wesley is not out 50. Nick Brown, the 1 wicket to fall, he went for just 6. Simon Harmer picking up 5 wickets for Essex in that Gloucestershire total. Northamptonshire 296 for 8 against Kent at Canterbury. Game made 112. Rickleton 55. Lewis McManus on loan from Hampshire outside the off stump again and left alone, made just 4 there. And so 296 for 8 they've bowled in that game. They're into the 90 something over there, so yeah, into the 91st, so that'll be coming to a close shortly. As McAndrew walking back to his mark, not exactly rushing back. We've still got 12 and a half overs to do here. Somerset 292 for 5 against Lancashire, into the 94th over there. Not long till the end of the day. Lewis Goldsworth is 103 not out. Simon Renshaw back playing for them after coming back from Sri Lanka, where the Aussies had about 3 squads out there. Renshaw made just 13, driven by Gubbins up towards mid-off, and there is no run. I'll do till the end of the over, and then Melissa Story will come in alongside Clive Eakin, and one other game in Division 1. I'll just quickly do this one, Clive. Yorkshire 323 for 5. Still another 10 overs to bowl there in Scarborough. Adam Lythe is still going, 130 not out, and Johnny Tattershaw 89 not out there.
You've got the heaviest phone I've seen for a long time.
Is it heavy?
It's a heavy phone, that.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's probably all the data I'm storing.
Yes, hello, the ball needs changing again.
Oh, here we go. Whenever there's a stoppage, isn't it? It's almost, you don't even have to look. You say, "Oh, it'll be the ball." So the fact that Warwickshire haven't taken a wicket since, well, in about 35 minutes, they want the ball changed. And to be fair, Hampshire were the same.
Yeah, I think the umpires have only turned it down once, haven't they, so far?
Yeah.
One request to
Do we have
ball.
3 ball changes in the Warwickshire?
Yeah, something like that.
It's going to get changed now. Look.
Perhaps they should change the rules and just take a new ball after 20 overs.
Or just change the rules for having cricket balls manufactured and tighten them up for next season, because otherwise, it's just getting ridiculous. We're getting fed up with it, aren't we?
Yeah, it's pretty tedious. However,
I suppose because it stopped swinging and it stopped seaming, although there hasn't been much of either. I suppose it's natural for sides now to try and find a way of. Well, I mean, obviously it's got to be out of shape, otherwise the umpires aren't going to change it. But I think sometimes maybe if it's borderline, you try and get the umpires on your side. So yeah, here we go. A couple of boxes of balls and both umpires having a look. Unbelievable.
yes, not great.
I think what I'll do is actually, Clive, let's let you carry on, and then I'll bring Melissa Story in alongside you.
So, Hampshire's day at the moment, unless they suffer a clatter of wickets, okay, they're going to feel very happy the way things are, having ball watch out for 217. It was a really good effort. Hello, Melissa.
Feels very deja vu to have yet another ball change. And I was just thinking to myself whether this season would have broken records. If there was a record system for the number of ball changes,
I know
surely
our
this year.
colleague Martin Emerson keeps a fairly close note of how many ball changes they get at Durham, and it's a lot. I don't know the exact figure, but yeah, it's unfortunate. But these seem to be taking quite a long time with them as well in this game. I suppose they've got to make sure they get it absolutely right.
You'd feel though as if with the amount of ball changes which is going on, there'll be a box on the side with one for over 1, one over 2, one over 3.
Yes, keeping a little sort of rack, couldn't they?
They've just got to have a
Numbered
system.
1 to 80, yeah. Anyway, we have a replaced ball, which Nathan McAndrew holds in his hand as he comes into bowl to Gubbins. Around the wicket he comes. Gubbins picks up a short delivery and doesn't get hold of it, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Matt Lamb. I was looking towards the boundary, but he hadn't picked that up at all. I think it bounced well in front of Matt Lamb, I think. He just has a slight air of disappointment about him. Haven't seen a replay of that.
No, the replays never come on the ones you want.
In comes McAndrew again. That's left. Nip back a bit. Fair enough leave. 24 for 1.
It's got slightly cooler here now that we're into this evening session. We were a bit worried at first for the position of our commentary box, that sun would have been directly pointing into where we're sat, and we've been putting up precautions over our kit after our morning technical difficulties. There's towels and paper lying over all the electronics in front of us, but just as that's occurred, we've had this wispy cloud kind of cover the ground and a bit more shadow, which I'm sure the Warwickshire fielders will be feeling quite relieved for, and Hannon Dolby returning from the Hotel Inn this time will be relieved that it's got a bit cooler. Not sure there'll be too much in the air just yet unless the clouds keep rolling in. But he will be bowling to Ian Holland. 3 slips in place, fine leg, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and a square leg. He's charging in and that's full first up, clipped just short of the fielder. That square leg, or in front of square leg, was a firm shot from Ian Holland there, over pitched from Hannon Dolby. Was that a bump ball? Or
Yes, well, I think it bounced well in front of him.
definitely in front of the fielder. Perfectly timed from Holland. He'll be happy with the start he's got in this game so far. Had a run of low scores. Began the season with 81 and then descended into around 8 innings in a row where he didn't pass the 30 mark, and last week at Essex can take confidence from his 37 in the second innings. A few changes to the field as square legs sent out and sent in just to keep them alert. And that short mid wicket now in place as Hannon Dolby in, and that's pushed off the back foot by Holland into the covers. No run taken. It's been a slow start for Hampshire.
Yeah, Warwickshire bowled pretty well, kept decent control. Got the 1 wicket. George Garrett in particular, possibly unlucky not to pick one up as well. Warwickshire could get, at least 1 more before the close, but preferably 2. I might feel it's not been such a bad day after all.
Stutters at the top of his mark and runs in, arms flaying, and then Dolby in, and that's a poor shot from Holland, looking to cut the ball to the deep third boundary, and it's probably about a 5th stump line, far too close to the body to cut.
Yeah, that was not the best shot from Holland. Keep Warwickshire encouraged.
I think the difference here is going to be the bowling, as you mentioned, with Hampshire having 3 of the top 5 bowlers in terms of wickets taken, or 4 in the top 20 with Barker, Abbott, Abbas and Dawson, as that's full on the legs of Holland and pushed to Forward square leg, no run. 24 for 1, whilst Warwickshire, they only have Oliver Hannon-Dolby in that top 24 wickets taken, and if you compare the strike rates of the two bowling attacks, none of the Hampshire bowlers has a strike rate worse than 57, but only 3 Warwickshire bowlers have a strike rate better than 57 prior to this game. So there's a lot of pressure resting on Hannon-Dolby, senior bowler in this attack, who bowls, and that's a good line. 4th stump, pushed into the offside, no run taken.
They have struggled to bowl teams out this season. Possibly the pitches have played a part in that. Pitches at Edgbaston tending to flat out. I think Warwickshire supporters were less surprised than many that England were able to chase a target batting last week. It is the way it tends to happen at Edgbaston. It does tend to get easier as the match goes on. In the event, I honestly think England, in the time they had, could quite conceivably have chased down 600 on that service. Really, I do think they could have done. It would have been some effort, but when you think where they were.
As Hannon-Dolby bowls and dropped into the offside, no run against. That's another maiden for him on his return. 24 for 1, Hampshire.
I went on that final day when it was free admission. Bit disappointed in Johnny Bess and Joe Root because they didn't create any jeopardy at all. There was never the slightest doubt that they were going to win. We needed a couple of wickets to fall to make it interesting, but and they got to what, about 350, and they were still well short of lunch. So if they were chasing 600, they were certainly have had the time.
I mean, did you hear the story which Jimmy Anderson told about the situation in the changing rooms, that for the last 25 runs England were chasing, not a single batter was padded up because Ben Stokes said he wasn't going in, and Stuart Broad just turned around and said, I'm not doing it. They suggested that Jimmy Anderson go in and hit the winning runs, and he thought that would be taking the mick a bit too much.
This is, you might have had a point, this is McAndrew bowling round the wicket, and that's played out to the offside for no one. So I can imagine Coley's reaction if Jimmy Anderson walked out the next batter in with a few runs
Reverse
to get. He
sweeping
wouldn't
it
have
for
been
4.
too impressed. But no, it was...
Always get the best test
remarkable
matches, don't you?
Do tend to be, yeah. Some cracking matches over the years.
I mean, it's more of a fortress for England, you could argue, than Lords, which is always hyped up to be, but England do tend to pull off some cracking wins at Edgbaston.
McAndrew comes into bowl, there's no run. That's certainly been the case in recent years, and not always the case. Remember the West Indies tour when they played at Edgbaston, and the first sort of 2 deliveries. Yes, the pitch was absolutely perfect for West Indies bowlers and not for England, and sure enough they won it in about 2 and a bit days, I think.
I mean, we're going to see those games with this new style of England cricket. It's fantastic at the moment to see these run chasers and almost Ben Stokes opting to chase at the toss, but it's not always going to work, unfortunately, and it's just going to see how the team copes when there is that inevitable batting collapse.
McAndrew bowls. It's a nice shot and gets him nothing from Gobbins. He hit it crisply off his toes, but it is stopped by, I think that's George Garrett at mid-on. Did a good job there of stopping that and prevents any runs. Gobbins will feel a little bit hard done by him. Will have felt he deserved something from that shot. He remains on 2 off 29 balls, so Warwickshire are at least keeping him tied down.
Yeah, this is quite common for Gubbins. He tends to start off quite slow and then accelerate, especially when spin comes on later in the innings.
McAndrew bowls edge caught down Mosley. I think he needed 2 attempts to hold on to it, but he has held on to it. And Nathan McAndrew gets the wicket. Nick Gubbins goes for 2, and Hampshire are 24 for 2. Had his back to us, Mosley, but it looked as if maybe he didn't juggle it. He had it in his midriff. I think he just sort of lifted it up to show that he caught it. Cleanly taken, well taken, and an important wicket that for Warwickshire. Gubbins goes for 2, and it's 24 for 2, and they get some reward really for keeping Hampshire tied down the way they have.
Absolutely, and going around the wicket to Nick Gubbins, there's always that element in your mind thinking the ball's going to be jagging into me, and you're more focused on not getting out LBW or bowled and protecting your wicket. But that was a poor shot from Nick Gubbins. He fished it, that one outside the off stump, and you could see from his reaction he slammed his bat down into the pitch, which I'm sure the umpires will be having a word saying, please don't do that. I don't want any holes in our pitch on day one. But yeah, he'll be disappointed. He's had a good season for Hampshire so far this year. He's
their top run scorer, I'm pretty sure. He's got 586 runs prior to this game, and so it's a big wicket to fall, but it does bring in James Vince. And are you surprised to see James Vince, or would you have, is it too soon for a night watcher?
Yeah, no, I think it is too soon, definitely. We've still got 12 overs to go. I think 6 is normally, I mean, I'm not a great believer in night watches anyway, but I know I'm in a minority on that. So, but you don't tend to see him 6 overs out at the earliest. It does give the Warwickshire an opportunity. They could get James Vince out, then they will start feeling they're back in this, and maybe 217 was a better score than we thought.
Well, you did say one more wicket before the end of play, and Warwickshire will be feeling pretty happy. And all owing to that fantastic partnership, or the fantastic innings of Sibley at the top of the order and McAndrew at the bottom.
Yeah, and McAndrew batted well. He's seemed to have begun to find his way with the bat, and now he's doing it with the ball. He's bowling pretty well here. He's not conceded a run yet, and he's got a wicket. He's bowled 16 deliveries. So he's coming back over the wicket to the right-handed James Vince, who drives the first one. It's a good shot. He'll only get one for it because it was half stopped in the covers. Matt Lamb couldn't quite stop it cleanly, but slowed the ball right down. So Vince is able to get one first ball, 25 for 2.
That was a fantastic bit of fielding, because anyone who's seen James Vince bat will know that that cover drive is his favourite shot, and it was hit hard. Good anticipation in the field and just more pressure being applied.
Something they've prided themselves on this season, Warwickshire. It's that one. Oh, that one nipped back sharply. It was left. It nipped back probably quite a bit after it left the stumps, but Michael Burgess having to dive almost a full stretch to his left to hold that one. There's no run. Even when they've had long periods in the field where they haven't been able to get wickets, they have prided themselves in still fielding well. And they've done that here again today. Some good stops today.
I mean, Burgess alone behind the stumps. He's second best keeper in Div 1, 28 dismissals, all caught in 12 innings. So he's behind Hampshire's Ben Brown, actually, who's got 29 dismissals, but his is in 15 innings. So actually, on average, Burgess has been putting in a fantastic performance behind the stumps.
Well, although he's failed in this game, he's batted well this season. You just wonder if a vacancy were to occur for the wicket-keeping position for England, whether he might even come into the fray. Obviously, Ben Folks had it until he got injured.
Hannon Dolby in and dropped and down between Gully and point, but Gully gets round with a slide in the field and keeps that down to a dot, 25 for 2. So how old is Burgess? Is he?
Oh, now you're asking.
There you go.
He'll be, my guess is he'll be mid-20s, but I will double check.
I mean,
he is 28, so slightly more than mid, I guess. But his wicket keeping's really come on since he took the gloves at Warwickshire.
Got those dark black gloves standing out against his whites. That's Hannon Dolby in, bowls, and this is wristily flicked to square leg, no run. Another dot ball, he's building the pressure nicely, Hannon Dolby. I know obviously Ben Stokes seems to be the selected keeper at the moment, and then Sam
Ben
Billings
Folks,
seems
yeah.
to be the injury reserve, but
yeah,
I wouldn't say his spot's that, it's not secured.
Possibly not, I think. The feeling perhaps he sort of fits the current England image, does he? But then so does Burgess, the way he bats.
I mean, we were only speaking earlier about him having the third highest strike rate in the county championship this season. Strike rate of 79 as Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's dead straight. Just pushed back down the pitch by Vince, no run. And there's been talk about that Ben Folks behind the stumps, I think statistically gets the similar amount of dismissals as Bairstow and Butler. Butler's put in his commitment to the white ball stuff now. Johnny Bairstow, I think people are keen just to not change a thing, so he keeps batting the way he is now. But there's been criticisms of the way Ben Folks bats when he's with the lower order, and actually that England want that batter who can be explosive, who can turn down the single and dominate the strike with the tail end, as that one's guided down to third by James Vince. They're running hard, looking for 2, but good fielding.
restricts that to just a single, moves the score into 26 for 2.
Yeah, look, I think Ben Foakes is a very, very good batter. Well worth his place in the teams. Up to England to talk to him about tactically if they want him to change things, but I think he's a very fine player and absolutely the right choice at the moment.
Is there
for me.
any other names for you just standing out for potential contention? You'll know that the county's better than I do after this delivery from Hannon Dolby. In, and that's almost got through the defence of Holland there, who looked uncomfortable playing that last one. Another dot ball.
Well, no, I mean, Ben Foakes was obviously the standout name at the start of the year, and you mentioned Sam Billings, and as I say, I'd throw Michael Burgess potentially in the equation.
Trying to think of other. Tattersall for Yorkshire got some runs today. I'm not too sure how the glove work is. We'll see in the innings at Scarbados tomorrow, I'm sure.
Scarbados.
And the Dolby final ball of the over. Bowling to Holland, who's pushing this into the covers. Straight to the fielder and no run taken. Just the one from that over. Fantastic bowling from Hannon Dolby. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, and got the key wicket of Organ at the top of the order.
Yes, ever reliable, batted well today as well. Did more than just hold his end up, scored a few runs as well. Hannon Dolby, I think, finished 18 not out, and good 50 partnership with Nathan McAndrew. So he's contributed in this match, and Warwickshire battling to stay in it. 26 for 2. There's 9 overs left in the day. 1 more wicket, particularly if it was James Vince, would just make it a bit more of an even day. Still think Hampshire will be the happier of the 2 teams, but McAndrew comes into bowls. Vince plays that back down the pitch, and it's fielded by McAndrew. And we saw on the Warwickshire innings, and we've seen much this season, that if these two can survive the rest of today and start knocking off a few overs tomorrow, it should start getting easier. It's generally been the pattern.
Well, talking of the ball changes earlier, we got news from Martin Emerson that there had been 4 at least around the lunch break.
Yes.
Chris Rushworth has just taken his 7th.
Wow.
So clearly those ball changes are working wonders.
He's another one of the good players not to have quite made the breakthrough for England. That's driven down the ground by Vince. McAndrew gets a hand to it, slows it down. They're still hoping for a run, but it's cut off again. Good sharp fielding. I think that was Alex Davis who raced to reach the ball and prevent any runs at all. They thought they might sneak a single there, but again, very well fielded, and it's all contributing to keeping the scoring rate down to below 2 and over, which is buying Warwickshire a bit more time in terms of trying to get the wickets. On the other hand, keep saying, occupation at the crease and seeing the overs off is important to Hampshire. 2 slips as a fielder quite close at mid-wicket. McAndrew over the wicket, and again he's hit that straight and goes for a quick single, and there's a shy at the stumps by Alex Davis, which almost leads to overthrows, but not quite. Don't think there was any chance of a run out there. They judged the single well, and Vince is on to 27 for 2.
It's worrying that these kind of one-day mode singles are being taken at this point in the game. Just goes to show the pressure Warwickshire are applying, but a run out at this stage in the game would be disastrous for Hampshire in this evening session with so few overs to survive. They just need to be careful, because as you say, this Warwickshire team's looking alert in the field, and they're not going to hide from shying away at the stumps.
McAndrew then. 1 wicket so far. Leans forward, runs in, and a bowls accurate delivery, which is played back to him by Holland. It's a dot ball.
Also, for any Hampshire fans listening, in the game between Sussex and Leicestershire, ex-Hampshire player Tom Alsop has scored 150, and Hampshire's lost maybe. I'm pretty sure since he's made the permanent move to Sussex, he's racked in quite a few half-centuries and maybe his second 100 now. So he, of course, opened at the top of the order as well. So interesting questions for Hampshire's top order.
McAndrew bowls quite a wide delivery, which Holland leaves. It's taken by Burgess.
You mentioned you're from Northern Ireland. So I am afraid to say that in the game happening at St Mary's right now between Austria and Northern Ireland in the Women's Euros, Austria 1 up.
Yeah, well, I think it's quite an achievement for Northern Ireland to even be there. The fact they scored their first goal in the Senior Championships is a cause of much celebration. So the fact they're even still in that game is suggests not a bad effort. McAndrew comes in, and that's just played round his pads for 1, and Holland's coming back for the second, and that's a well-judged 2. Annie Briggs with a pick-up and throw, but they're safely through, comfortably enough for the 2. In fact, it was George Garrett there doing the fielding. So 2 runs, 29 for 2, managed to get the scoreboard moving a little bit that over. Vince on 3, Holland on 14.
Did we ever work out, because we've got an email in here from when the first finals day was held at Edgbaston?
The first finals day was held at Trent Bridge.
So was the first one which has been held at Edgbaston every year since
2013?
I
don't know exactly. I'd have to
so this is
look it
the email we've said. So we've got that the Oval, Ageas Bowl, Trent Bridge and Cardiff have been venues, but every year since 2013 it's been at Edgbaston. As Hannon Dolby in, and that's punched off the back foot to point by Holland for no run, and that email's from Stephen Eason, so thank you, Stephen.
I mean, I know some people complain about that, but there's 2 things really. One, they do a fantastic job at Edgbaston finals day, undoubtedly. They really have got it to a T. But also, it's in the middle of the country. And you've got 4 teams who could be coming anywhere from Durham down to Sussex. So
and if you
it's
look,
in the middle.
Yeah, I've been to plenty of finals days as a spectator. I love it. The Holly stand on finals day, nothing will beat it. Pure entertainment as Hannon Dolby in, and that's flicked down to fine leg by Holland. They're running hard again, these 2, and looking to counteract the bowling pressure with these quick singles, 1s and 2s, and good from Hampshire, 30 for 2. 2 balls into this over, but yeah, I would agree with you. I think Edgbaston, the perfect venue-wise as well, because thinking of those grounds in similar Midlands area, you couldn't host it at Leicester or Derby or Northants.
I think Edgbaston is a good size for it, because Hampshire, twice when they've won it's not been at Edgbaston, isn't it? And they won it at Cardiff and here.
Hannon Dolby in, and that's defended by from the crease by James Vince. No run. I was lucky enough to come to a finals day here. I must have been 9 or 10, I think. And the main thing I remember is the free drinks. They were handing out. One of the sponsors was a drinks company, and at the end of the day,
soft drinks.
Soft drinks to a 9-year-old. Yes. There was so much surplus at the end of the day that me and my big sister just kept going back, and I think we ended up with about 3 crates in the back of the car at the end of the day. And I wish my parents probably wished it was alcoholic drinks, but no, soft drinks to confirm. Hannon Dolby in, bowls fuller, driven to mid-off, and no run there. Score remains 30 for 2.
That's because was it sponsored by a drinks company at one point? I do remember getting a certain brand of fruit drink quite a lot at games.
Mango flavoured.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
I mean, some grounds down in the West Country are sponsored by a cider company and the T20 Blast, and they have apple-themed activities in the game intervals with massive inflatable apples at Gloucestershire and Somerset. They throw apples into the crowd, and if you catch them, you win a crate. But I'm more worried about the people who aren't paying attention when the apples are being thrown into the crowd. There's Hannon Dolby in and defended by Holland into the covers, and no run again. Tight bowling from Hannon Dolby. So yeah, imagine you just reading your paper or just having a chat with your friends, and an apple to the face is a serious injury. That could be concussion. But I'm sure there's been suitable risk assessments for that activity, and must be thoroughly enjoyable for the workers down at Taunton and Bristol who get to throw the apples. I'm sure I'd happily take that as a job. Final ball of the over from Hannon Dolby. Just the one off it so far. Bowling to Holland. In and defended again. On the back foot by Holland. Score 30 for 2. And get some more thoughts from you, Clive, and it will be Kevin James to round up the day.
Thank you, Melissa. You're here tomorrow, aren't you? Good, we'll see you tomorrow. So, can Hampshire see the day through without any further loss? I still feel they'll feel pretty happy with their position they're in if they can get away without any further loss of wickets. Warwickshire have fought back a bit since their batting collapse, which saw them at 104 for 7. McAndrew bowls, and that's played at the onside. There's no run.
I'll tell you what, both sets of bowlers have made the batters work hard today, haven't they?
Yeah.
Cool. Very accurate stuff. Doesn't look like the easiest wicket to get away when the bowling's accurate. Quite a dry pitch, you'd think. Not a lot of spin yet.
No, we see Danny Briggs before the end of the day.
Got to, haven't we?
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
Here's McAndrew to bowl. It's just turned around to back a square leg. No chance of a run there. Again, Warwickshire sharp in the field. And George Garrett seems to be doing quite a lot of the fielding. It's him again. No chance of a run.
Yeah, the Warwickshire innings, they were scoring at... just lost it, just had that a moment ago. Just over 3 and over, but this is, I mean, Hampshire have really been strangled here. Not even 2s.
McAndrew. Bowls going down. Oh, is he good? Caught down the leg side? Warwickshire, I think he has, but although having said that, I'm not sure McAndrew does really now. He started celebrating. Must have hit the thigh pad of James Vince. And the umpire not moved.
I did worry there for a moment. He's had 1 or 2 rough decisions this year, James Vince. I'm not saying that would have been a rough one, but you know, when everybody goes up like that, you think, oh dear.
McAndrew bowls, and that's a nice juicy delivery outside off stump. Rare mistake for McAndrew and very well punished by James Vince. Lovely shot through the offside for 4. And that removes the shackles a little bit. He's on to 8, 34 for 2.
There hasn't been too many balls out there to do that to. McAndrew's bowled very accurately indeed, isn't he? Good he looks a good competitor. Batting today, good 63 from him before he was the 9th man out, and bowling wise, he's bowled very tightly.
Seems to be growing into county cricket a little bit as his time goes on. He's in now to bowl, and it's pushed out into the offside by Vince, but straight to Matt Lamb at the covers, so no run.
I mean, he's a good pace, isn't he? He's not expressed by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a good pace. You get the feeling that if there's anything in the wicket, that you know he'll find something, a little bit of bounce, maybe a bit of seam movement. But you know, he's running in hard, isn't he? Bowled a nice tight line, apart from that ball before. But other than that, he's at a good length and a good line.
Just 8 runs conceded. This is the last ball of his 5th over, and it's just on middle stump, and it's turned round to mid wicket by Vince. Straight to Garrett again, no run. So the 4 made it a decent over from Hampshire's point of view. Vince on 8, Hampshire 34 for 2. The reply to Warwickshire's 217. Warwickshire getting off to a good start. 63 for the first wicket, then it all started going wrong. Alex Davis was LBW, trying to play a slightly T20 shot to Liam Dawson to go for 15. 63 for 1. Chris Benjamin was bowled, not offering a shot to Mohammed Abbas. He bowled for 7. They got to lunch still looking good at 87 for 2. But then after lunch the wickets started tumbling. Dom Sibley caught Brown, bowled Barker 56. Will Rhodes caught Holland, bowled Abbott 2. Matt Lamb bowled Barker 0. Michael Burgess caught Vince, bowled Abbott 0. And Dan Mosley LBW to Abbott for 16. And suddenly the score was 104 for 7.
Amazing turn of events. That all happened in about a half hour. Hannon Dolby to continue from the northern end of the ground. Right arm over, comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Hollard leaves alone. Yeah, that was like a pack of cards there for a little while. 5 for 16.
And then a little bit of a recovery. Half-century partnership for the 8th and 9th wickets. Danny Briggs bowled Dawson 22. And Nathan McAndrew, of course, Holland bowled Abbott for 63, had a couple of sixes. Left Ollie Holland-Dolby not out 19. George Garrett was the last player out, bowled Abbott for a duck. Abbott 5 for 45.
Yeah. Second time he's taken 5 wickets in the season as Hannon Dolby comes in once more and bowls to Ian Holland. It's outside the off stump. Holland off the front foot pushes that into the covers, but can't really find a way through this infield. Ian Holland at the moment. 54 balls he's faced for his 14. Apologies if you've read this email out, so if you have, just stop me. Stephen Eason about T20 Finals Day?
Yeah, I think
you did.
Melissa
did that.
Yeah.
Sorry, it didn't show up on my. In fact, it's just shown up that it's read. Yeah, apologies. My phone's a little bit behind. So we have just under 6 overs left in the day, and we are what? We're going to be close to 7 o'clock, aren't we? Unless we get a couple of overs of spin. Hannon Dolby in, still got the 2 slips in bowls. Oh, it's a great delivery. That's just nipped away off the seam. Haven't seen too many of those. I think we saw Garrett bowl one a few overs back from this end, and Hannon Dolby most definitely. That is a leg cutter, and that is a beauty of a delivery. Bit of pace in the pitch there as well as it hit the seam and just nipped away. Good line as well. Dolby with 1 wicket so far out of Felix Organ, LBW, when he was bowling from the pavilion end. Felix Organ just playing down the wrong line, very straight delivery, got stuck on the crease. No doubt about that one as Hannon Dolby bowls. Forward is Holland. Again, it's gone out into the covers where Matthew Lamb fields. And there's no run. The sun has been behind some rather denser hazy cloud for the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so, which has just brought the temperature down a fraction, which is very welcome, because there is still no breeze. So, whilst it's a very pleasant evening, it's not the harshest of suns, which is, as I say, very welcome. Now there's a deep square leg being pushed out. Probably a short ball coming up, maybe, from Hannon Dolby, who comes in and bowls. That's a length ball that's punched up to mid-off, and there is no run. Alex Davis doing the duties at mid-off there. Very accurate stuff from Warwickshire today, or this afternoon. The Hannon Dolby actually is the least economical bowler, and he's only going for just over 2s. Garrett for less than 1 and over. He's 5 overs, and McAndrew just over 1.5. Very good stuff from Warwickshire. Last ball of Hannon Dolby's 8th over here. Just taking his time as again the field just changes. We've got fielder just going slightly closer in at short mid wicket. As Hannon Dolby runs in the game, right arm over, open chested, outside the off stump. It's pushed into the ground, thick outside edge. Ian Holland will pick up 1 as the ball makes its way down towards 3rd man. They'll pick up 2. And Holland moves on to 16. 36 for 2, Hampshire replying to that Warwickshire total of 217. So they trail by 181. 5 overs left in the day.
It's not exciting to think about getting to the close. Plenty of time obviously left in this game.
There is. Still, unfortunately, plenty of time left on day 1.
They'll be looking to build a big first innings lead, put pressure on Warwickshire batting 3rd.
Yeah, but I mean, the bowling's accurate, you know. I mean, even if Hampshire were getting that position, if they kept going the way they are, it would take ages.
Yeah.
Something might have to give.
Still haven't seen any Danny Briggs. And McAndrew is coming in to bowl, and that's turned to mid-wicket by Vince. It's fielded there, there's no run.
Keeping Vince quiet.
Yeah. They'd love to get him before the close. That would be
a big wicket, wouldn't it?
Would.
Yeah, he's been in tremendous T20 form. I haven't looked at the latest T20 run charts before Russo hit that big knock on Saturday night, but I think Vince may still be in the lead.
And he leaves that one. Short delivery outside off stump.
427 runs before today from 13 innings. This is his 14th.
I have mixed feelings watching that Somerset game. I couldn't help. I've quite liked Derbyshire this season, so I felt quite sorry for that poor bowler McKinnon producing world record figures.
Horrible, wasn't it? 80 was it?
82 from his 4 overs.
You do feel for him, don't you? Yeah, that's...
It's a bit of a ruthless game, isn't it? I bet Ben Sanderson was enjoying it there, because he had the previous T20 blast record.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's play back to the bowlers, no run. Yeah, he must have been watching and say, go on, go on, Somerset. So he had 77, that was a record for a while, and that was taken away from him. But, yeah.
Don't think he'll ever leave that down. And yeah, that other guy, Scrimshaw, hardly went for any.
He bowled brilliantly, didn't he?
Is he a good bowler? I've never really seen him bowl.
Yeah, he is a good bowler. He has gone for a few in some games this season, but I've seen him bowl in the T20 and look really impressive. As this one is played back into the ground to mid-on, there's no run. I think they've got some decent young players there, Derbyshire, and they've got a decent coach now, so they seem to be developing.
But out of all the grounds even to concede home advantage to, I think Taunton is the least likely one you want to do that. That is probably the one ground you do not want to see home advantage.
Yeah.
That is a nightmare place to go down to.
McAndrew then, 4 dot balls so far this over, bowls, and that's driven, but again finds the fielder, Matt Lamb. It'll be another dot ball.
Yeah, good stuff from McAndrew here.
He's 6th over. Wonder if we'll see Danny Briggs replace him, perhaps for the last couple of overs.
I was going to say, he's worked hard, hasn't he, from that pavilion end. You know, as I say, he's not the paciest, but he's well above medium pace, and he does run in, and he tries to hit the deck as hard as he can.
In he comes. The ball, and Vince almost plays on, goodness me. That inside edge, I think it bounces over the stumps. And that was mighty close, and Vince survives. So a replay of it now, inside edge. It might have gone wide. Some seemed to sort of almost spin back towards the stumps. But anyway, it's a maiden, but it was so close to being a wicket maiden.
That might have earned himself another over, even if he indeed was coming off. My word, that was another heart-stopping moment there for in that delivery. 36 for 2, then 4 to do tonight. I think, in a way, Hampshire will be pleased just to get to the close and then just sleep on the day and come back out tomorrow refreshed. But Warwickshire, I think, are doing a good job here, keeping Hampshire very, very quiet indeed. Here's Hannon Dalby, bowls to Ian Holland. Short, Holland thinks about having a pull and just pulls out of the shot and lets it go by. Be interesting to see what the players think of this wicket tonight. I think that's probably out of all the comments, and you know, whoever you speak to tonight, from a Warwickshire point of view, certainly from a Hampshire point of view, probably talk to Kyle Abbott tonight, so that will be going up on our Twitter site at Solent Sport. That interview will also be going up on the Hampshire Cricket website, as well as the Hampshire Cricket App. So have a listen to Kyle Abbott's thoughts on this wicket tonight. I'll definitely be asking him that. Had a thought about who you're speaking to?
Oh, I think Nathan McAndrew's favourite.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Here comes Hannon Dalby. That's straight, and that's not straight. The way that's been hit by Ian Holland seemed to come across that a fraction as it goes out towards mid-wicket. I think that deserved to be hit a little bit straighter than that.
I don't think I've spoken to Nathan McAndrew yet, so I'll look forward to that. England rather cruising in the women's international. They're only chasing 219 to beat South Africa. 104 for 2 in the 17th over. Goodness, well on charge there.
Who's got
Nat
runs?
Siver got 4 for 59. Catherine Brunt 3 for 18, but it was the one magnificent catch behind the stumps by Amy Jones that obviously did it.
Of course.
Emma Lamb is 64 not out.
Hannon Dalby with the keeper standing up now. That's almost a Yorker. Dug out by Vince up towards mid-on. No run, fielded by Will Rhodes.
So, looking pretty good for England there.
I think the A team were, England A were in action against South Africa last week in a couple of games, and even they beat South Africa in a T20 warm-up game in Cardiff a week, well actually last Monday, and then Thursday they beat them by 7 wickets at Leicester in a 50-over game. So I think the main England side certainly a favourite, says Hannah Dolby bowls. Length ball, caught first slip, and it's Vince that's gone. And that may just again have come off the seam and just left Vince a fraction. Regulation catch at first slip in the end. Vince didn't seem to do a lot wrong just pushing forward. And Vince goes for 8 and it's 37 for 3.
Tom Sibley punching the air as he takes the catch. And that is a massive one. That really does transform the day. It starts looking like quite an even day now. Hampshire's still got plenty of opportunity to improve their score, but it's been a really good effort by Warwickshire's bowlers.
It has.
And Vince going for 8 is massive. 37 for 3.
Just keeping the ball there or thereabouts, you get your reward, don't you? Keep plugging away.
Still need another 31 to avoid the follow-on here.
Kyle Abbott's coming out as the night watchman. With what, just under 4 overs left. And yeah, that's a blow. Organ for 5, Gubbins for 2. He's been in good nick, and Vince for 8. That's reward for hard work. I think I've been very impressed with the way Warwickshire have bowled. They really have bowled very tightly, not let Hampshire get away at all.
Too far behind Dolby now.
Well, another wicket tonight, whether it's a night watchman or not, I mean, that would be absolutely mega, with Hampshire still 180 behind. Wow. There's not many crowd left, but I think they'll be stunned by that.
Most of the commentators have gone home, or done their interviews at least. Somerset 297 for 5 at the close against Lancashire. Essex 127 for 1 after bowling Gloucestershire for 136. Northampton bowled out for 303. Yorkshire 364 for 5 at the close against Surrey at Scarborough. Worcestershire 100 for 5, 88 behind Middlesex at Northwood. And Durham 2 without loss, replying to Derbyshire's 283. And what a day for Sussex, 407 for 4.
Wow.
Against Leicestershire at Hove.
And Dolby into the night watchman Abbott's. Always beaten outside the off stump. That's a perfect line first up. Good carry as well off a length.
And Nottinghamshire 19 without loss, and reply to Glamorgan's 318. So the only game's still on, so welcome to supporters of all the other counties who might have come to us as the last match they can listen to.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that.
3
really.
overs to go.
I'd rather not be the last one on. No. But it's nice that maybe there's a few more listening, but or watching as well on the live feed, but I'd rather not be.
Why has it been so slow? I suppose the ball changes have all taken quite a long time. They even delayed the start of this session because they decided to change the ball before they started the session.
Yeah, it has seemed to have taken ages. Ooh. Left alone outside the off stump, even though that nipped back a fraction. 37 for 3, we've got 3 overs to do.
What, 8 or 9 overs of spin from...
yeah, I mean, that's
Dawson,
the other thing as
Liam
well,
Dawson.
isn't it? You think, well, hang on a minute, it's not like we've had all seam all day. And well, we had quite a few overs from Dawson, didn't we? We had 18, actually. 18 from Dawson, and we're still playing at 10 to 7. I didn't realise he'd bowled that many. 2 for 51.
I didn't realise either. There you go. Well, 3 more to go. McAndrew is continuing. May not see Danny Briggs today after all.
No, I'm not sure there's a reason to now, is there?
No.
Not with these two bowling as well as they are. I mean, they've absolutely strangled the innings here.
To take the pressure off. It is a 7th over for Nathan McAndrew. It's a little bit cooler now as he comes into bowl with 2 slips. And it's turned round to square leg. They're going to get certainly 1. They debate a second and conclude that it's not there to take. And George Garrett again does the fielding.
Yeah, I'm not sure they should be. Sorry.
I was going to say he bowled well as well.
Yeah,
George
he did.
Garrett,
Yeah, he did bowl. They've all bowled well, actually. I think they've bowled amazingly tightly, actually, which is really struggled. Hampshire struggled a little bit, really. I mean, I'm not sure there's a great amount of pace in this pitch. I'm pretty sure there's no great amount of pace in this pitch. And I think getting the ball in the right areas has just made it a little difficult. But I'm not sure that would have been a good idea to come back for 2, because the whole idea of a night watchman is actually to protect the main batter. So if the main batter's looking to come back for 2 and get on strike, that's actually not the whole idea.
Twice I've seen night watchers run out going for a 3rd, which just suggests I don't quite understand their role.
There's only one thing worse than that, is seeing the night watchman hooking. It's going to be a short leg in for Abbott, I'm not surprised. Put pressure on him, ball just nipped back a fraction, inside edge onto the pad, you've got to have somebody there. This, as I say, this innings isn't going to suddenly change in these next 3 overs and some booming cover drives, so get the field attacking, try and pick up another wicket before the end.
It's Abbott then leaves that one. Ball by McAndrew. I can't remember. It's been a long day, Kevin.
It is, yeah.
I think it probably is me.
I probably did the first ball, so apologies.
That's all right. I didn't notice, to be honest.
It's a longer day for you because you travelled down this morning.
You still don't have to go too far from my room.
Yeah, don't you go claiming 40p a mile. It's the 2nd floor.
It's this floor, actually. I'm on this floor. Facing the wrong way, though. That's the disappointment.
You can watch some tee shots tomorrow morning.
In comes McAndrew, 3 slips and a short leg. It's a slightly strange bouncer, which goes over the shoulder of Abbott. We'll be trying to get him to fend the ball away, I suppose, but it wasn't quite accurate enough for that.
Big effort ball, that one. Yeah, maybe, and just to try and get Abbott not just pushing forward on the front foot, which I'm sure he'll be looking to.
13 wickets fallen in the day.
It's been a good day. I think whatever happens from now on, it's a good game. If Warwickshire pick up a couple early tomorrow morning as well.
This next one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run. We've always seen quite a few batter-dominated games this season with Warwickshire. I know elsewhere as well.
You've had some horrible draws to watch, haven't you, and commentate on? Gosh.
Yeah, I was fortunately, I only did the first day of the Northampton game at Northampton, so I missed the fun and games at the end when Craig Miles was keeping wicket and Michael Burgess was bowling. That's pretty grim. He did get a wicket, mind Burgess, and I think Miles took the catch as well. So in comes McAndrew, and that's played back to him by Abbott. He's just going to see this out now. See the last ball this over out, and then depending on what happens the next over, he might just need to play out the final over. Of course, once he gets into the final over, he's sort of done his job because no one else will have to come out even if he gets out.
Won't look good on the scoreboard, though.
No. One of the reasons why I'm not a great fan of them, but
really,
yeah. McAndrew comes into bowl, and he does get him to fend that one away, but he manages to keep it down well, Abbott, and he has got the single, so he keeps the strike, so he's doing his job with some gusto. And 39 for 3. I did once trying to raise it with Ashley Giles in a hotel bar after a day's play, and he just looked at me as if I was mad when I said I didn't think it was the best of ideas.
Well, a lot of people don't, do they?
I remember Australia for a while, didn't they? They famously weren't
really?
ever using them, I seem to recall at one point. Sometimes it works swimmingly, but I never really understood the logic of it, really. You're at a crucial part of the day, so you bring your least best batter out. I mean, I've never quite grasped that, but there we are.
And the opposition bowlers are usually running in. We had an amazing situation here against Gloucestershire, I think it was, where we sent out 2 night watchmen and they both got out.
Yeah, that's what
Abbott and Abbas. Yeah, I think, gosh, and it was. Fortunately, of course, then it pushes Fuller down to about 10 or 11, and you think, well, he's far too good to be coming in then. Here's Hannon Dalby, so we've recovered a bit. Abbott off the back foot, steers that to point, fielded by Danny Briggs. We are into the penultimate over of the day, and it'll be Hampshire that will be the more pleased of the 2 teams to get off here, because the innings is not going very far at all at the moment. 39 for 3, and we're in the 22nd over of their reply.
So they've still kept it well below 2 and over.
Oh, it's been good bowling. Really has been very good bowling all round. You need, if one bowler's bowling well, you need others to back it up, and that's exactly what's happened for Warwickshire, and they really are just putting the squeeze on Hampshire here. Still 178 behind. It was ages ago they were still 180 behind. Forward is Abbott. That's another straight delivery there from Hannon Dalby. Asking questions there of Abbott. Needs to play down the right line. In Holland, almost every ball is coming down having a chat to Abbott. But yeah, it's been good stuff. And of course, Warwickshire will want to keep the same intensity tomorrow. Chance to refresh, keep the same bowlers going.
Well, that's a crucial thing, isn't it? Still haven't got too many runs to play with. You've seen them get into good positions with the ball, but they're not follow it through before.
Well, there's always a first. Shorter delivery, Abbott on the back foot, steers that out towards extra cover, fielded by Alex Davis. It looks lively there.
Hotel bar might be full of celebrating Austrian women footballers.
Did they win?
If they have won, yes. They've beaten Northern Ireland 2-0. Still 1-0, a couple of minutes to go, so Northern Ireland certainly stayed very much in the game, but couldn't quite find the equaliser.
I think one of the Saints FC women is playing for Northern Ireland. Laura Rafferty, I think it is. I've seen one or two things around about her pre-match or pre-tournament. Here comes Hannon Dalby down the leg side, wrapped on the pad there, Kyle Abbott. Now that is the 4th ball of this over, so that's acceptable to be taken a leg by. But it will mean that Holland will face the last 2 balls of this penultimate over. Don't think he'll be wanting to look. Hopefully he won't be looking for a quick single. And Hampshire limp along to 40 for 3. In reply to that Warwickshire total of 217, which is looking a better total the more this innings goes on. Didn't look anywhere near enough. A better total than perhaps we think. It's Hannon Dalby again then, 3 slips to Ian Holland and a short leg. Bowls outside the off stump, and Holland guides that into the gap in the covers. They'll look for 2. They come back for 2. Comfortable 2 it is, as running back there is Alex Davis. Holland moves on to 20. He's had to work hard for those 20 runs. 62 balls he's faced. One more ball left of the penultimate over of day 1. Game certainly moved forward. There's been 1 or 2 comments today about this game scheduled to finish Thursday night, with Hampshire only 1 rest day before finals day at Birmingham, but that's, those sort of things have happened in the past. As Hannon Dalby comes in again then. This will complete his spell tonight. Oh, and there's a thick outside edge there. Just got turned around a fraction as the ball spews out to point, fielded by Danny Briggs. That's a good last delivery there from Hannon Dalby, who's done a really good job today. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22.
So 1 more over to go. Must be an interesting first day's play here.
Isn't it? Yes.
Who's going to bowl the final over? It's going to be Nathan McAndrew to complete an 8-over spell.
So he can go to sleep tonight and rest up. That's the beauty, isn't it, about bowling late on in the day. When you've batted first, you can sort of straddle your spells between days 1 and 2, or whatever days it is. Ideal, isn't it, as opposed to bowling first. And then of course, I don't think his first spell would have been 8 overs this morning in that heat.
So McAndrew and Hannon Dalby have done almost all the bowling. George Garrett bowled 4 overs and they bowled all the rest. And that's a short delivery and only just evades short leg. Chest height. He's just trying to play it away from his chest, Abbott. And there's a short leg fielder there, but who is, I think, Rob Yates. So that must be. No, it can't be Rob Yates. He's not here. What am I talking about? It's Chris Benjamin. Yeah. Tell me 2 3-7s.
Well, conventional short leg would have had that. He's behind square.
Yeah.
And they're going to get another helmet. Again, this is a bit like stable door, but that's a great bouncer. Straight and at Abbott's throat.
They're missing Sam Hain, of course, in that position. He normally...
Is he still there? Is he still doing it?
Oh, yeah. No, he made the mistake of doing it well. That's always, you're in trouble then. You can't get rid of it then.
No.
So, here comes another fielder close, and I think Kyle Abbott knows what's coming at some point in this over. And this next one is short, but it's played into the ground, so there's now a short square leg and a fielder close in now. Cover, just over a pitch away, 3 slips. Andrew walking back to his mark. 4 more balls left in the day. Here we are. Gone 7 o'clock. We're still playing. And the delivery's left. Quite an extravagant leave from Kyle Abbott. Lifts his bat out of the way. At least no new batter will have to come in now anyway. But Warwickshire will still be delighted if they could get Kyle Abbott out. Can give you a false sense of perspective if you get the night watcher out and you think, oh, they're 4 down. Of course, one of them is the lower order player.
Yeah, just keeps the pressure up though, doesn't it?
I'd love to get him.
There's another short one coming yet and it's over.
I've still got 3 balls to do it. Keeping that square leg fielder still just slightly behind square. Chris Benjamin in there, and there's a shortish delivery which is negotiated quite comfortably that time by Abbott. So he's had to face 15 balls so far. Quite a heavy workload for the...
He's had a couple of weeks off.
So
doesn't play the T20s.
Presumably he'll come back tomorrow and be able to bat with lots of freedom, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I mean, who has? McAndrew's probably about the only one, isn't he, really? With his 63?
Yeah. Sibley was for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But even then he was reined in eventually. And that one is played down into the ground by Abbott. So 1 more ball left in the day. And Abbott leans on his bat. I just want to see this out. He'll have done his job, but Hampshire will have some work to do tomorrow.
Well, will they just? Especially if Warwickshire keep bowling like this. It's going to be very, very hard indeed, even just to stay in touch with the first innings.
So in he comes, Nathan McAndrew. Right arm over to bowl. It's left by Abbott. It's the end of the day. Hampshire closed on 42 for 3, replying to Warwickshire's 217. Nathan McAndrew 1 for 10. Holland finishes 10 not out, and it's gone off the scoreboard, but I think Abbott was 1 not out.
Yeah, 42 for 3, trailed by 175, and that is worth quite a lot because the way Hampshire are going, scoring at less than 2 and over, even if they can get a lead, it's going to take an awful long time. So well done to Warwickshire there. I think collectively that's as good a bowling all-round bowling stint as I've seen in a session like that. Everybody at the batters, and there's not a lot there for them. Not a lot of pace on the wicket, not a lot of help, but whenever there was a little bit, the ball was in the right areas to take advantage.
So there we are. There goes the... Where's that coming from? The hover cover somewhere?
Yeah, right at the far end, left.
Okay. So we'll be back tomorrow then, Kevin, with Hampshire resuming on 42 for 3.
Thank you very much.